Chapter 001 Dragon Ball World AI 762 On a small mountain peak on Earth, a boy wearing an orange-red martial arts suit and carrying a long sword behind his back. At this time, he was looking at the sky with a dull face. This boy is none other than Son Gohan, the son of Son Goku. However, this Son Gohan is not the Son Gohan in the original work, but a traverser. Just a few minutes later, Su Xian was still working overtime in the company to write the program, and just when he was about to finish writing, his eyes suddenly turned dark, and when he opened his eyes again, he had already come to this world and became the 5-year-old Son Gohan. The time he is now is half a year after Sun Wukong and Raditz died together. That is to say, half a year is the day when Vegeta and them come to Earth. Ding! Confirm the host's bloodline, and undoubtedly begin to recognize the Lord now. Just when Su Xian had not yet adapted to his current identity, an electronic synthesis sound suddenly sounded in his ears. System! Su Xian subconsciously said, and then came back from his stunned state. At this time, a blue progress bar with a percentage appeared in front of Su Xian. The percentage of the blue progress bar increased quickly, but after a while, it increased to 90%. After a few seconds, the blue progress bar reaches 100%. The cultivation system recognizes the master as complete, and now the master can increase his combat effectiveness a little by doing a push-up. Do a push-up to increase your combat power a little. Su Xian was shocked. How did this sound a little like the cultivation method of the one-punch Superman Saitama? Yes, master. That system, if I practice according to what you said, I shouldn't become bald, right? What do you say, master? I am a conscience system. Conscience. Generally, bad people will say that they are good people, and good people will not take the initiative to say that they are good people. Forget it, it's important to save your life now, if you really can't wear a wig. Master, you don't believe me. After the system listened, it immediately said a little angrily. I definitely believe you. Liar. When Su Xian saw that the system was so childish, he immediately ridiculed it. System, you shouldn't be a woman, right? Blah blah. This system is a good man. Good man. That system, other systems generally have a newbie package. Do you have any newbie packages for me about the system? You said it was another system, then I definitely don't have it. When Su Xian heard this, he was silent. It's not as straightforward as you. Master, happiness comes out by hard work, although I don't have a newbie gift package for you, but master, you just need to cultivate well, and when your strength reaches a certain level, the system will reward the upgrade package. How big? You see so big. Su Xian was speechless again. System, do you think you are humorous? No, it's generally the third in the world. After Su Xian listened, he was too lazy to argue with the system anymore. That system, can I only do push UPS to become stronger? Of course not, the owner also increases his physique through sit UPS, running, squats, pull UPS, and other exercises. And the system, just auxiliary enhancements. Assistive enhancement. Yes, to put it simply, the master himself has a strong bloodline, even if he does not have a system. He can become stronger through cultivation. And the system, just let the owner cultivate casually to become stronger, speed up the master's improvement speed, so that the owner has time to vacation. Vacation. When Su Xian heard the word vacation, he suddenly felt that the system was still intimate. But thinking about it, wouldn't it be cooler if he had a system that could become stronger without cultivation? Really? People are not satisfied. Yes, master. Then from now on, I will be Son Gohan. When Su Xian heard this, he said to himself in his heart. Later, Son Gohan did push UPS on this cliff. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for making a push-up combat +1. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for doing 2 push UPS +2. System, can you not make a sound all the time? Listening to the continuous sound from the system, Sun Gohan said very irritably in his heart. Okay, master. The system said, and did not make any more congratulatory sounds. Sun Gohan's ear roots suddenly cleared a lot. 10, 11, 12. Sun Gohan counted in his mind how much he had done as he did push UPS. This push-up, Sun Gohan felt a little tired at first, but the more he did it, the more relaxed he felt. However, the sweat on his body became more and more. The sun is scorching. Before I knew it, it was already noon, and Sun Gohan's stomach was hungry. In one morning, Sun Wuhan did a total of more than 10,000 push UPS. And this is still because Sun Gohan was slow to do it at the beginning. If Sun Gohan is allowed to do more than 10,000 push UPS now, I am afraid it will not take 2 hours. Now I should already be stronger than Sun Wukong, right? Sun Gohan muttered, then jumped off the small peak. After jumping off the small mountain, Sun Gohan immediately looked around and looked for food. Suddenly, there was a tremor on the ground in the distance. Sun Gohan turned and looked back and saw an earthy yellow dinosaur. The dinosaur had a scar on its face, and most of its tail had been cut off. And this person who cut off his tail is none other than Sun Gohan. When Sun Gohan had not yet practiced much, he was chased and killed as food. Later, Sun Gohan's strength became stronger, and he cut some tail meat from behind him every time to eat. This guy is a guy who remembers to eat or not to beat, and every time Sun Gohan cuts his tail, when the next time they meet, he will still chase and kill Sun Gohan as food. It's you, big dinosaur. Seeing the food delivered to the door, Sun Gohan's face immediately showed a smile. Immediately, he pulled out the long sword behind him and waited for the dinosaur to come. Hey! Just when the dinosaur was not far from Sun Wuhan's body suddenly jumped up and jumped behind the dinosaur. Without waiting for the dinosaur to react, Sun Gohan slashed down with a long sword in both hands, directly cutting off his tail. Ugh! The dinosaur screamed, and his body subconsciously ran forward, knocking out on the mountain in front of him. Thank you, dinosaur. Sun Gohan smiled, found some firewood around, and raised the fire. When the fire was big enough, Sun Gohan immediately grilled the dinosaur meat with his sword. After a long time, the dinosaur meat was grilled, and Sun Wuhan, who was already hungry, quickly picked up the roasted dinosaur meat and ate it. Wow! So hot! Well, delicious! I didn't expect this dinosaur meat to taste so tender. In Su Xian's previous life, dinosaurs were animals that had long been extinct, and if he hadn't traveled to the Dragon Ball world, he really wouldn't have been able to eat dinosaur meat. Chapter 002. After eating the dinosaur meat, Sun Gohan immediately returned to the small mountain peak and took a nap in the morning. In the afternoon, after Sun Gohan woke up, he first found a place with water to wash. According to Hara Sun Gohan's memory, he has not yet mastered the art of dancing the void. So after Sun Gohan washed up, he tried to practice the art of dancing. After learning the art of dancing, his movements became more convenient. Sun Gohan taught Sun Wushan and Bidalai to dance the air art in Dragon Ball Z, so he probably knows how to control the dance air technique. Because Sun Gohan had learned how to use Qi, he quickly used Qi and let his body float. Then he controlled his breath and let himself fly around in the sky. Because it was the first time to fly in the sky, Sun Wuhan's heart suddenly became a little excited. After practicing for an hour or two to become more proficient, Sun Gohan immediately fell from mid-air and started push UPS. Dancing is just a very common trick in Dragon Ball, and he should still improve his strength as soon as possible. Twilight. Sun Gohan did 5,000 push UPS after exercising for an hour. The current combat strength has reached 15,700. Golem, after cultivating, Sun Wuhan's stomach quickly became hungry. At this moment, a man with green skin, wearing a dark purple-blue combat uniform and a white cape behind him flew over from a distance. This man is none other than Bike. Uncle Bike! Sun Gohan shouted happily at Bike. Hey! Tread, Vic! Fell from midair to the small peak, and then threw a big fish that had just been caught in front of Sun Gohan. This big fish was caught by me in the river in front, you take it and grill it and eat it. Thank you Uncle Bike. Vic nodded. Gohan, how have you been practicing lately? A little bit of progress. Yes. Sun Gohan nodded, jumped off the mountain, and went to find some wood-grilled fish. After finding firewood, Sun Gohan immediately gathered a stream of energy in his hand and raised the fire. When the fire was strong enough, Sun Gohan immediately put the inserted fish on the fire and grilled it. At this time, Vic came down from the mountain peak and sat down next to Sun Gohan. The two sat around the fire, silent. After a long time, the fish is grilled. Sun Gohan picked up the grilled fish and looked at Vic Dao beside him. Uncle Bike, do you want to eat fish? You don't have to eat it. After Sun Gohan heard this, he immediately picked up the fish in his hand and ate it. After a long time, Sun Wuhan finished eating the whole fish, burped a big full, and lay down behind him. It's so full. Vic looked at such a Sun Gohan, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. However, after only a moment, the smile on his face disappeared and changed back to his previous serious expression. Although he likes this Sun Gohan, he is Sun Wukong's son after all, not his own child. At this moment, Sun Gohan, who was lying on the ground, fell asleep unconsciously. Sleep. Slept. Vic was stunned. After that, Vic sat next to Sun Gohan for the night. It wasn't until the next day, when it was almost dawn, that Vic left. Uncle Bike. After Sun Gohan woke up, he saw that Vic was not there, and tentatively shouted. But no one around him replied to him. Gone. Sun Gohan muttered. Afterwards, I found a small river nearby to take a bath and washed up by the way. When he finished washing, Sun Gohan caught a wild boar nearby and grilled it for breakfast today. After breakfast, Sun Wuhan soon returned to the small mountain peak to cultivate. This morning, let's make 20,000. Sun Gohan set himself a small goal, and then he put his hands on the ground. 1 2 3. The morning passed quickly, and Sun Gohan not only completed the small goal he had set, but also did 3,000 sit UPS. I'm so tired. Sun Gohan wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand, and his eyes looked at the ground under the small peak. Sun Gohan was slightly disappointed after looking down for a while and not finding the dinosaur. Yesterday's dinosaur meat was really good. After calming down for a while, Sun Gohan jumped from under the small mountain in search of his prey at noon today. Although there is no dinosaur meat today, the meal still needs to be eaten. After searching around for a while, Sun Gohan hit a wild boar. Then, very skillfully, he picked up firewood from all around and roasted the wild boar. In the afternoon, after Sun Wuhan woke up from his nap, he found water to wash up, and began to cultivate. Because his strength has greatly improved, Sun Gohan tried doing one-handed push UPS. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for doing a one-handed push-up, combat power +2. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for doing 2 one-handed push UPS, combat effectiveness +4. Sun Wuhan was stunned when he heard the sound coming from the system. System, how is my combat power +2? Back to the master, the cultivation system enhances the combat effectiveness according to the master's cultivation difficulty. Then what if you cultivate under 100 times the gravity? Sun Gohan asked. If it's a normal push-up, it's 50, 100 for one-handed push UPS, 150 for two-finger push UPS, multiplied by 2 if it's 200 times gravity, and 300 gravity multiplied by 3. And the stronger the master's strength, the more cultivation increases. After listening to it, Sun Gohan thought about it. He remembered that the highest gravity of the gravity chamber in Dragon Ball was 800 times. If he does 2-finger push UPS under 800 times gravity, 1 push-up is 1,200, and 10,000 push UPS are 12 million. 365 days a year, how can you also obtain billions of combat effectiveness in a year? Of course, the premise is that there must be 800 times more gravity chambers. That system, if I don't have a gravity chamber and cultivate by myself, can I increase my combat power so much? Of course you can. The system is very flexible. How flexible? How flexible, how flexible? Yes. Sun Gohan said, and did 1-finger push UPS. His combat power has now reached 40,000, and it is still very easy to do 1-finger push UPS without bearing weights. The afternoon passed quickly, and before I knew it, the sun had set. Sun Gohan finished 15,000 in a sweaty sweat, and pushed up with 1 finger. A 1-finger push-up increases combat effectiveness by 3 points, and Sun Gohan does 15,000 in one afternoon, which means that he increases his combat power by 45,000 in one afternoon. According to his current progress, I am afraid that in 1 month, he will be able to cultivate to 3 million combat strength. And after Sun Gohan's strength increased, his speed of doing push UPS was much faster than before. Chapter 003. Today is another fulfilling day. Sun Gohan looked at the gradually darkening sky, and sighed in his heart. After that, Sun Gohan hummed a ditty and went to find tonight's prey. Humph, ha, hey, use the nunhyoku. Humph, ha, hey, when Sun Gohan was halfway through the ditty, he suddenly noticed that someone behind him was watching him, so he stopped. Being. Was it discovered? Vic, hiding behind a small mountain, was secretly alarmed. He came over today just to secretly come over to see Sun Gohan. Although Vic is cold on the surface, he actually cares about Sun Gohan very much. Before that, he had also secretly come to visit Sun Gohan several times. As for why secretly? One is to let Sun Gohan have the ability to take care of himself, and the second is because he is the great Devil King. If they let Klin and them know that he takes care of Sun Gohan like a woman, he must not be laughed to death by them. Sun Gohan smiled and walked forward again. Woo! Seeing this, Vic immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like he didn't find me. The next morning, as soon as Sun Gohan woke up from sleep, he saw Vic sitting on the side. Next to Vic there is a large fish that has just died. Then, Uncle Vic. Sun Gohan was startled by the sudden appearance of Bike. Although he likes the character of Vic quite a lot, his green skin and face look scary. Especially seen when you just woke up. And he has only crossed over to these days, and he has not adapted to the appearance of Vic at all. You're awake? Vic glanced at Sun Gohan flatly. Sun Gohan nodded. Uncle Bike, why did you come over early this morning? I'll come over today to see how your martial arts cultivation is doing. My martial arts? Yes. When you finish breakfast, I'll fight you. Battle. Fight. Yes, don't worry, I won't give my all. Sun Gohan laughed dryly. Even if you exert all your strength, you can't beat me. Uncle Nobik, I'll wash my face first, and then I'll grill this fish. Good. Vic nodded. After a long time, Sun Gohan grilled the fish and ate the whole fish into his stomach. Gohan, are you okay? Don't worry Uncle Bike, I've just eaten here, I have to sit and digest it first. Vic was speechless. As a Namux who only needs to drink water, it is difficult for him to realize that humans have to spend time digesting this kind of thing after eating. A moment later, Sun Gohan stood up from the ground. Okay. Sun Gohan nodded. Then in that case, you will attack me. Good. Sun Gohan said with a smile. Vic snorted coldly, looking unconcerned. In his opinion, Sun Gohan's strength could not be his opponent even if he improved more. Just then, Vic felt a gust of wind pass by him. Vic was instantly shocked into a cold sweat, and his body quickly turned around and saw Sun Gohan with a smile on his face. Uncle Bike. You. When did you get behind me? Just now. What's wrong, Uncle Bike? Didn't. It's nothing. Vic said, his face immediately becoming serious. He also did not expect that Sun Gohan had only been seen for a few days, and his speed had become so fast. Oh. So Uncle Bike, am I going to really do it next? Really do it? Yes. I was just afraid that Uncle Vic wasn't ready, so I just went around behind Uncle Bike. You can do it. If you can defeat me, I will allow you to go home for a day. Go home? Yes. Didn't you really want to go home before? It is indeed more comfortable to go home and live, but after he comes home, he will definitely be arranged by Kiki to study. That. Uncle Bike, I don't really want to go back that now. Don't want to go back. Sun Gohan nodded. Uncle Bike, if I defeat you, how about you take me to Uncle Klin? What's so good about that little bald head? Vic snorted coldly. After a few seconds, he agreed. Well, as long as you beat me, I'll take you to meet them. Sun Gohan smiled and nodded. Then we can continue to fight, right? Yes. Sun Gohan replied. This time, Vic attacked Sun Gohan with both fists like the wind. Sun Gohan's body moved slightly, easily dodging Vic's attack. Abominable! Vic screamed angrily and kicked forward with his right foot. Sun Gohan flashed sideways, dodging Vic's attack again. This? How is this possible? Vic looked incredulous. His attack at the beginning really didn't use his full strength, but with that kick just now, he definitely used all his strength. At this moment, the figure of Sun Gohan suddenly appeared in front of him, raised his right foot, and kicked towards his body. Vic screamed, and his body was suddenly kicked off the mountain peak and fell heavily to the ground. A moment later, Vic covered his chest with his right hand and slowly got up from the ground. Whew! Vic gasped, his face a little embarrassed. Sun Gohan just kicked him, but he felt that all the internal organs of his body were about to shift. This. When did this little ghost's power become so strong? At this moment, Sun Gohan flew from the small mountain peak in front of Bike. Uncle Bike, are we going to fight? Sun Gohan put his hands in his pockets and asked Vic Kerr. After listening to this, Vic gritted his teeth tightly. Gohan, when did you become so strong? Just these days. During the half a year that Vic had been cultivating in Sun Gohan, he had been secretly observing Sun Gohan. So if he lied, he would easily be recognized by Bike. Vic listened and stared at him. In his heart, he began to have some doubts about Sun Gohan's identity. Although Sun Wuhan has been cultivating for half a year, he is not as timid as he was at the beginning. But the current Sun Gohan is too calm, which is almost the same as the previous Sun Gohan. But Sun Gohan still respected him as before. Could it be that the head was broken? Vic thought to himself. That. Gohan, have you been practicing in the past few days? Have you had any head injuries? Head. Nope. Sun Gohan shook his head. What's wrong, Uncle Bike? Didn't. It's okay. So Gohan, how did your strength suddenly become so strong? Do push UPS. Push UPS? Yes. I did tens of thousands of push UPS yesterday. A cold sweat broke out on Vic's forehead. He also usually does push UPS, and if he doesn't wear weight-bearing clothing to do push UPS, he can do tens of thousands of push UPS at will. However, this kind of cultivation does not seem to increase the strength much. Chapter 004. Then do you do any other cultivation besides push UPS? I also did sit UPS. Vic was speechless. This is not all ordinary cultivation. But forget it, as long as Sun Gohan's strength becomes stronger and can deal with the scions in half a year, Sun Gohan is stronger than him, just stronger than him. Uncle Bike, can you teach me the magic light killing cannon? Although Sun Gohan's current strength has become stronger, his skills are still somewhat less. When? Of course. Vic said, stunned for a moment. He also did not expect that Sun Wuhan would actually want to learn his magic light killing cannon. The magic light killing cannon is his strongest move now, but it is to complete this trick, and it takes a little longer. Then Uncle Bike, what other tricks would you like to teach me as well? Good. But I'll teach you, you have to practice well. Sun Gohan nodded. After Vic saw it, he immediately put his fingers between his forehead, and a cloud of golden chi appeared on the tip of his fingers. After waiting for a while, Vic finished gathering chi, and his two fingers immediately pointed towards the small mountain in front of him. Magic light killing cannon. Shoo! After Vic finished speaking, his two fingers immediately emitted a golden wave of rotating energy, hitting a small mountain in front of him. With a loud bang, the small mountain was blown to pieces. A lot of rubble fell near the bodies of the two under the impact of the explosion. How? Vic asked Sun Gohan. Okay. What do you mean okay? I killed Raditz with this trick. His strongest move was actually evaluated by Sun Wuhan as okay. That. Awesome. Seeing Sun Gohan perfunctory himself, Bike's heart was even more unhappy. Forget it, forget it. This trick is not very practical, I'll teach you something else. Something else? Vic nodded. This trick I'm going to teach you next is called Magic Flash. Magic Flash. The time of the morning passed quickly, and before I knew it, it was already noon. Sun Gohan finds a lost wild boar around him for his lunch. After lunch, Sun Gohan slept on a small mountain. In the afternoon, Vic took Sun Gohan to the celestial realm. Then, Vic the Great Devil. The Tianjin rice who were cultivating in the celestial realm, after seeing Bike, immediately showed a look of horror on their faces. The Monkey King is dead, and if Vic were to do something to them, no one would be their opponent at all. Vic looked at Klin with a look of horror, and immediately said with a look of disdain on his face. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you until I defeat the Scions. That's good. When Klin heard this, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Uncle Klin. At this time, Sun Gohan suddenly shouted to Klin. You are enlightened. Gohan? Sun Gohan nodded. Klin, are they? This is your Uncle Tianjin Rice, Uncle Yamcha, and Uncle Dumpling. Uncle Tianjin Rice, Uncle Yamcha, Uncle Dumpling. Sun Gohan greeted the three. The three nodded. That Gohan, then. Vic took you to cultivate, how are you cultivating now? Okay. Okay. Vic twitched after listening. Sun Gohan's strength is now surpassing him, if he is okay, then isn't he barely okay? What's wrong with you, Bike? Klin said as he looked at Vic, whose face changed. Didn't. It's nothing. Is it? So Gohan, you came here today to cultivate, right? No. I just came to see your guys and ask you for some toiletries by the way. Toiletries? Do you mean toothbrush those? Sun Gohan nodded. Then I'll go find Bobo and see if he has toiletries. Bobo. Bobo, it's a servant of the gods, didn't your father tell you? Yamcha said. I said it, I forgot it for a while. This way. At this moment, the corners of Vic on the side suddenly rose slightly. A few of you, don't you want to know the current strength of this little ghost? Yamcha, Gohan's strength. Yes. Well, I also want to know how strong Goku's son is. Yamcha said, and immediately looked at Son Gohan in front of him. How's it going, Gohan? Don't worry, I'll be merciful. When Son Gohan heard this, he was silent. He didn't know whether to say that Yamcha was confident or conceited. Be merciful. When Vic heard this, he immediately couldn't help but laugh. You. What are you laughing at? Seeing Vic suddenly laugh, Yamcha immediately shuddered. I'm laughing at your stupidity, tell you the truth. Now don't say it's you, even I can't beat him. You can't beat him. Yamcha was shocked. After hearing the Tianjin rice and dumplings, his face also showed a hint of disbelief. It's only been half a year, and Son Gohan has surpassed Bike. Yes. Just then, Klin walked out with Bobo. Klin looked at Yamcha's shocked expression, and suddenly looked puzzled. What's wrong with you guys? Klin, Vic just said that Gohan's strength has surpassed him now. Yamcha said. What? Klin was flabbergasted. He just heard that Son Gohan's own strength was okay, and he thought that his strength was lower than theirs, but he didn't expect that he could defeat Bic, and he was actually so low-key. But this is also a good thing for them. Firstly, with Son Gohan there, they no longer have to be afraid of Bic, and secondly, with Son Gohan's strength, they have more hope of defeating the Scions who came to Earth half a year later. Thinking of this, Klin's face immediately showed a very excited expression. Great, Gohan, I didn't expect you to have surpassed Bike. Vic snorted coldly when he heard this, and his heart was a little displeased. Son Gohan nodded. The people present at this time were basically very happy, and the only person who was unhappy was Yamcha. Son Gohan's strength is now surpassing Vic Kerr, and he has just said that he wants his subordinates to show mercy. Then Uncle Yamcha, or we won't compare, right? No comparison? Yamcha, are you going to compete with Gohan? Klin asked. Yes. It's okay Gohan, although my current strength is not as good as yours, I also want to know how strong your strength is now. Yamcha pretended not to care for the sake of his own face. Okay then. Yamcha nodded. Then, the two men stepped back at the same time, widening the distance. Seeing this, Vic immediately retreated to the sides to avoid disturbing the battle between the two. Uncle Yamcha, let's get started. Good. Yamcha nodded, his body was like the wind, and he rushed towards Son Gohan. Chapter 005. Son Gohan leaned slightly to the side and avoided it. Yamcha was startled and immediately raised his right foot and kicked towards Son Gohan. Bang! Son Gohan raised his left arm and blocked Yamcha's right kick. Abominable! Yamcha gritted his teeth and quickly stepped back. Seeing this, Son Gohan looked at him calmly. At this time, the immortal of the earth slowly walked out of a room in the heavenly realm on crutches. God! Seeing this, Bobo immediately walked over and helped him over. Is he Son Gohan, the son of Sun Wukong? The earth immortal looked at Son Gohan and said. Yes, God. Ha! At this moment, Yamcha suddenly drank loudly, his body was like a wolf, and he rushed towards Son Gohan. Soon, Yamcha rushed in front of Sun Wuhan, and grabbed Son Gohan with his hands like several claws. This move is called the new Wolf Wind Fang Fist, which is an upgraded version of the Wolf Tooth Wind Fist. Hey! Row, in! The face of Yamcha's attack, Son Gohan still dodged it easily. No, Yamcha's attack can't hit Gohan at all. Tianjin Fan analyzed the situation of the two and said. Klin, yes. I really didn't expect that Goku's son was so strong, and he is now 5 years old, and the Scions are really a very powerful fighting nation. Tianjin nodded. At this moment, Sun Gohan struck Yamcha with a force of his right hand and flew Yamcha hundreds of meters away. Bang! Yamcha supported the ground with his right hand, and he was half squatting on the ground with sweat. Son of the Monkey King, but I won't admit defeat so easily, Yamcha said as he slowly stood up from the ground. After Vic listened, he was speechless. If Son Gohan hadn't left his hand just now, he would have fallen long ago, and what chance would there be to fight with Son Gohan? This little devil is still too soft-hearted, Vic thought to himself. At this moment, Yamcha held his right wrist in his left hand and gathered his chi into the palm of his right hand, forming a blue ball of energy and attacking towards Son Gohan. Son Gohan's body shook and dodged. At this time, Yamcha's right palm lifted up, and the blue energy ball that was dodged immediately flew towards the sky. Bombs! Son Gohan looked at Yamcha's gestures and quickly guessed the move Yamcha was using now. Hey, it! This moment, Yamcha's blue energy ball attacked Son Gohan again under the control of Yamcha. Son Gohan stood motionless in place. Soon, the blue energy ball hit Son Gohan and penetrated through his body. After Image Fist, Klin was taken aback, and quickly recognized the trick that Son Gohan was using now. Abominable! Yamcha gritted his teeth, and a sense of powerlessness suddenly rose in his heart. Son Gohan's strength is too strong, so strong that he doesn't even have the ability to shake him. At this moment, Son Gohan's body suddenly appeared in front of Yamcha and knocked him to the ground with a punch. Yamcha! I'm fine, Yamcha said, getting up from the ground with a difficult face. At this moment, Son Gohan learned Yamcha's posture just now, condensing a blue ball of energy. Bombs? Tianjin was surprised. He didn't expect that Sun Wuhan would learn Yamcha's tricks at a glance. As soon as the words fell, Son Gohan immediately threw out the blue energy ball in his hand, and then the palm of his right hand moved rapidly, allowing the air manipulation bomb to fly around above the heavenly realm. Boom! With a light drink, the air bomb exploded over the celestial realm. A huge burst of smoke and fire instantly appeared in the sky. How is the power of this air bomb so huge? Yamcha was taken aback. The air bomb is his trick, and he naturally knows how powerful the air bomb is. Is it because his strength is stronger than mine? Yamcha thought to himself. At this moment, a petite kitten with a blue fur on the back and white face, chest, and abdomen, inside the ears, and the tip of the tail flew from a distance. This person is Yamcha's henchman Banpul. He had just been staying with Yachilobe and Karen Tat, so he didn't know that Vic was coming. After Pool appeared, Yachilobe also came up from under the Karan Tower. Young Master Yamcha. Pool. Young Master Yamcha, what's wrong with you? Did something just happen? Nothing, I just competed with Gohan. Gohan. When Pool heard this, he immediately looked at Son Gohan. Then he is the son of Sun Wukong. Yamcha nodded. Son of the Monkey King. When Archirobe heard this, he immediately walked over. This little ghost really looks like Goku when he was a child. Uncle Klin, he is. He's your daddy's friend, Archilobe. Uncle Archilobe. Archirobe nodded. By the way, who won their contest just now? Gohan won. Klin said. Enlightenment. Gohan is so powerful now. Archilobe was taken aback. He and Yamcha's strength are not much different, and if even Yamcha is not his opponent, he is not necessarily Son Gohan's opponent. Yes. Gohan is now the strongest among us, and even Vic is no match for him. When Vic heard this, his gaze swept towards Klin. Seeing this, Klin was immediately frightened and his back went cold. Even Vic is not his opponent? Archirobe was flabbergasted. Klin nodded. That Uncle Klin, can I ask you something? What's going on, Gohan? Can you ask Aunt Boomer to help me make a 100-fold gravity chamber? 100 times the gravity chamber. They. Crowd was flabbergasted. Yes. Gohan, do you know how heavy 100 times gravity is? Klin asked. You know, it's 100 times the weight of my body. If your current body weight is 20 kilograms, then 100 times the gravity is 2 tons. Oh. Seeing this, Vic couldn't help but laugh. Little bald head, just do what Gohan says. I'm not a little bald head, my name is Klin. Then I'll call you Klin Little Bald. Vic laughed. Abominable. When Klin listened, he clasped his hands hard and clenched his teeth. Uncle Vic, although Uncle Klin is bald, I still want you to call him by his name. When Klin heard this, he was silent. He now wanted to say in his heart, can he not mention the word bald? That. All right. Vic looked at Son Gohan and said. Bike, he actually listened to Gohan. Yamcha was taken aback. As soon as the words fell, Vic immediately looked at him coldly. Seeing this, Yamcha quickly covered his mouth with both hands. At the beginning, he and Klin were both killed by Bike's father, the Vic Archdevil, so they would have some shadows in their hearts. Chapter 006. Vic snorted coldly and glanced at Son Gohan beside him. Then Gohan, if there's nothing else, let's go back, shall we? Good. Son Gohan nodded. Uncle Klin, if the gravity chamber is ready, you can tell Uncle Vic about it. Then. Vic press. When Klin heard this, his face immediately changed. That. If Gohan is done in the gravity room, I'd better come to you myself, right? Okay. This capsule is for you, there is toothpaste and toothbrush in it, anyway, it is enough for you to use for half a year. Bobo throws a universal capsule to Son Gohan. Thank you. Son Gohan thanked and put away the universal capsule. Bike, shall we go back then? Son Gohan nodded. Uncle Naklin, see you all again. Goodbye. Everyone waved goodbye to Son Gohan. Seeing this, Son Gohan immediately left the celestial realm with Bike. I really didn't expect Gohan to grow so fast. Seeing the two leave, Klin said with a slight emotion in his heart. Yes. Tianjin nodded. We used to always target the Monkey King, but now. Klin bowed his head when they heard this. Although they also wanted to catch up with Sun Wukong, there was no way. Sun Wukong was stronger than them in terms of cultivation talent and diligence. After a short silence, Yamcha suddenly raised his head and looked at Klindeo. Then Klin, it's up to you to find Boomer about the gravity room, right? Good. Klin nodded. Anyway, he is not the main force now. Boom. After speaking, Klin immediately left the celestial realm. The other side. Son Gohan and Vic had already returned to the place of cultivation. Then Gohan, I'll practice with you from today onwards, right? Cultivate together. Yes. Although your current strength surpasses mine, I can still give you a slate partner in normal times. That. All right. Sichu, Boomer's house. Boomer was sitting at a table and chair with a bored look at the magazine. A figure suddenly descended from the sky. This man is none other than Klin. Boomer. Ugh. Because of Klin's sudden appearance, Boomer was frightened and got up from his chair. After seeing the figure clearly, Boomer's right palm slapped Klin's bald head. Klin, you're trying to scare me to death. What, Boomer, I just called you, you didn't hear it yourself. Boomer snorted coldly. Say, why did you suddenly come to me today? That's the case, today Gohan came to me and said please let me let you help him make 100 times the gravity room. 100-fold gravity chamber. Boomer was taken aback. Yes. Gohan, he is now the strongest among us. The strongest? But isn't Gohan only 5 years old? Yes. But Gohan is a scion, and his talent is too strong. Well, but I haven't done such a thing as a gravity chamber, and I don't know if I can do it. It's okay, you just try to do it. Good. A day later. Son Gohan's combat power reached 100,000. At this time, Son Gohan was sitting cross-legged on a small mountain. Ding! Congratulations to the master for breaking 100,000 combat power and obtaining the transformation technique. Transfiguration. As soon as the words fell, Son Gohan immediately had a lot of memories about the transformation technique in his mind. After the reward is complete, please continue to work hard to cultivate. Good. What's wrong, Gohan? Vic saw Son Gohan suddenly asked in a daze. Nothing, Uncle Bike. Yes. After speaking, Vic immediately closed his eyes and practiced meditation. A week passed in the blink of an eye. In this week, Sun Wuhan's combat strength broke 1 million. At this time, Son Gohan is doing one-handed push UPS. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for his combat power exceeding 1 million, and rewards teleportation, gum ghosts, and 99 fairy beans. As soon as the words fell, Son Gohan's mind immediately had a lot of memories about teleportation and chewing gum ghosts. After the reward is complete, please continue to work hard to cultivate gum ghosts. After Son Gohan heard this, he was stunned. He remembered that this trick seemed to be Gotenks' trick. That system, can you give me a serious trick? Seriously? Where is the main candy ghost not serious? No, this trick is too childish. But the master. Aren't you just a child? I'm just a child on the outside, but I'm already an adult in my heart. Oh, that's still a child. I lost, the system, you kind of come out and fight me, see if I don't burst your dog's head. When the system listened, it immediately yawned. Master, I am on you, and you will beat yourself. You think I wouldn't dare? Then you fight. After hearing this, Son Gohan lightly touched his chest with his right fist. Seeing this, the system was silent. Do you dare to hit harder? System, are you really stupid for me? After the system listened, he was too lazy to play with Son Gohan. Seeing this, Sun Wuhan continued to cultivate. 3 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. Son Gohan's combat power has now reached 5 million. At this moment, he is standing on a mountain peak with his fists clenched, trying to transform into a Super Saiyan. Ugh! With a loud drink, Sun Wuhan's body suddenly exuded an extremely powerful qi. The ground with a radius of hundreds of thousands of li shook violently under the influence of Sun Wuhan's breath. As Sun Wuhan's aura emanated, they all felt Sun Wuhan's powerful qi in Tianjin Rice, who was in the heavenly realm. Well! Such a powerful qi, this qi. It seems to be Gohan's gas. After hearing this, Yamcha immediately swallowed his saliva. Then, nodded slightly. Karantat. Yachilobe, who was grabbing fish with the cat immortal to eat, immediately stopped the movement in his hand after feeling Son Gohan's qi, and his face showed a hint of disbelief. This. Is this qi Gohan's qi? Yes. The cat fairy nodded. This kid, is it a monster? When the cat immortal heard this, he looked at the nether with a calm face. Gohan. At this time, Klin, who was rushing to the place where Son Gohan was, also showed a look of disbelief on his face. Then, he hurried towards where Son Gohan was. On the north boundary star. Sun Wukong, who was cultivating on the northern realm king star, also felt Sun Wuhan's qi. This breath. Could it be Gohan's anger? But it's impossible, how could Gohan's strength become so strong all of a sudden? When the king of the northern realm heard this, he said with a serious face. This breath. It is indeed Son Gohan's anger. Really? It's really Gohan? Sun Wukong was shocked when he heard this. Although he knew that Sun Gohan's body contained great potential, he did not expect his potential to be so huge. Chapter 007. On Earth. Sun Wuhan had already raised his chi to the highest at this time. Anger. Sun Gohan gritted his teeth tightly, and his mind suddenly recalled the bad past in his previous life. Ugh! With a loud drink, the ground with a radius of tens of thousands of miles suddenly shook extremely violently, and the ground around Sun Wuhan raised a huge amount of sand. What? What the? Vic was flabbergasted. He just thought that Sun Gohan had raised the chi on his body to the highest, but what he didn't expect was that the aura on Sun Gohan's body suddenly skyrocketed upwards again, to a point that he was unattainable now. At this moment, the hair on Sun Gohan's head turned golden and stood up, his pupils turned light green, and a golden aura rose all over his body. This is exactly the Super Saiyan. This. What is it? Vic was flabbergasted. What? What the? At this time, the king of the Northern Realm, who was on the Northern Realm star, immediately became extremely surprised when he saw this scene. This. What's going on? Gohan's chi actually skyrocketed dozens of times in an instant. Ultra. Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan, what is that? Super Saiyan is a legendary warrior of your Saiyan. It is said that his strength is very strong, and I have seen Super Saiyan for the first time today. Saiyan legendary warrior. Yes. On Earth. Sun Gohan had already come down from the small mountain peak at this time and walked in front of Bike. Are you Gohan? Yes, Uncle Bike. So what's going on with your hair? I think this should be the transformation of a Saiyan. Saiyan transformation. Sun Gohan nodded. I'll name this transformation Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. Sun Gohan nodded. Vic looked at Sun Gohan, and his mind couldn't help but recall the first meeting with Sun Gohan. At that time, Sun Gohan was smaller than he is now, crying, timid, and had a lot of things. But now he is not only silent than he was at the beginning, but his strength has reached an unfathomable point. Vic was both happy and angry in his heart. Happily, Sun Gohan was the apprentice he taught, and angrily, Sun Gohan surpassed him in only 7 months. You must know that even Sun Gohan's father was slightly stronger than him at the beginning. What's wrong with you, Uncle Bike? Didn't. It's nothing. When Vic heard this, he immediately came to his senses. Gohan, although your current strength is already very strong, you still have to work hard to cultivate. Maybe one of Raditz' companions is also a Super Saiyan. Well. Sun Gohan nodded. The king of the Northern Realm, who was on the Northern King Star, heard this and was silent. Is this Beakdang Super Saiyan a bok choy? There will be everywhere. Sun Wukong, Lord Kai Wang, I want to talk to Gohan and them. Oh good, you put your hand on my back, and you can communicate with them. Gohan, Vic, do you hear me? Son. Monkey King. Daddy. Sun Wukong nodded. Gohan, you are really powerful, you actually cultivated into a Super Saiyan in such a short time. Super Saiyan. Vic was taken aback. Wasn't this name taken casually by Sun Gohan? How would Monkey King know? Dad, are you okay over there? I'm fine, Gohan, although you have become very strong now, you still have to cultivate well, because no one knows how strong the Saiyans on Earth will be in more than 4 months. Then Daddy. Shall we help you come back to life? No need now, when those 2 Saiyans come, it's not too late for you to help me resurrect. Good. Then Gohan and Vic will do this first. After Sun Wukong finished speaking, he slowly took his hand off the back of the Queen of the Northern Realm. That Goku, in fact, the Saiyan who will come to Earth in 4 months is not as strong as you think, and with Gohan's current strength, he can definitely defeat him. I know. After Sun Wukong listened, his expression was solemn. You know, I just said that in the hope that Gohan can become stronger. This way. But Gohan's talent is really demon, he is only 5 years old and can already transform into a Super Saiyan. If he can continue to cultivate, he doesn't know how strong he will become in the future. Keep cultivating. After Sun Wukong listened, he immediately thought of Kiki. Because Kiki has always been opposed to Son Gohan's cultivation, he hopes that he can study well and become a famous scholar in the future. On Earth. Just after Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan finished talking, a figure flew down from mid-air. This man is Klin. Klin looked at Son Gohan in the Super Saiyan state, and asked with some uncertainty in his heart. You? Are you Gohan? Yes, Uncle Klin. Son Gohan said, and immediately changed his body back to normal. When Klin saw Son Gohan change back, a bright smile quickly appeared on his face. It's really Gohan, I really didn't expect that your current strength has reached this point. Son Gohan nodded. By the way, Gohan, did you just transform or what? That's a Super Saiyan transformation. Super Saiyan transformation? Yes, Uncle Klin, is Uncle Klin's gravity room ready? Done, I'll come and inform you today. This way. Son Gohan said, and immediately looked at Vic Dao on the side. Uncle Nobik, would you like to come with me to Aunt Boomer's house? Vic glanced at Son Gohan and nodded. When Klin saw that Vic was also going with him, he was immediately a little frightened in his heart. You know, whether it is him or Boomer, they are a little afraid of Bike. So if he took Bike, he would definitely scare Boomer. But Son Gohan said so, and he had to take it with him. Uncle Naklin, let's go. Good. Klin nodded. After speaking, the three immediately flew towards the sky. After a long time, the three flew to the backyard of Boomer's house. Then, Vic Press. Boomer, who was sitting in a chair in the backyard, saw Vic coming with Klin and immediately got up from his chair in fright. Vic snorted coldly and did not speak. Seeing this, Boomer immediately walked behind Klin and whispered. Klin, why did you bring him here? Klin smiled wryly. It's not that I'm going to bring him over, but Gohan wants him to come with me. Gohan. Aunt Boomer. Boomer crossed his hands at his waist, and looked at Sun Wuhan with great displeasure in his heart. Gohan, come here when you come, why did you bring Vic here? When Bike, who had a keen ear, heard this, he immediately looked at Bomadeo with an unhappy face. Why aren't I welcome? Chapter 008. After hearing this, Boomer hurriedly showed a smile and said. No, I just said you're coming and Gohan didn't notify me earlier. Humph. Vic snorted coldly. Less verbose, tell us where the gravity chamber is. When Boomer heard this, he looked displeased. If she hadn't looked at Sun Wukong's face, she wouldn't have helped Son Gohan make a gravity room. But if she is not happy, she still has to help Gohan improve her strength, otherwise when the Saiyans come to Earth, who will protect the Earth? Then you come with me. The three nodded. Seeing this, Boomer immediately walked with the three of them. After a while, Boomer led the three to a house. The interior of the house is wide with kitchen, bathroom, hall room. Boomer, is this a gravity room or a house? Of course, this is a gravity room, but cultivation also has to eat and live, right? It is. So, I converted a house into a gravity room. The gravity chamber is a little ahead of it. Oh. Boomer said and took the three to the gravity room. The gravity chamber room is very wide, only smaller than the entire area outside. The floor of the gravity chamber is paved with synthetic red bricks, and there is a large machine in the very center of the gravity chamber. This machine is the switch of the 100-fold gravity chamber. Gohan, this is the switch of the gravity chamber, the one on the left you can double the gravity by pressing it, the switch on the right is the switch that doubles the gravity, and the switch in the middle is the switch that restores everything to zero. Okay, I know Aunt Boomer. Boomer nodded. Then Gohan, are you going to stay in my house to cultivate, or go to other places to cultivate? Other. Yes. This gravity chamber can be packed into a universal capsule, which is very convenient to carry. This way. After Son Gohan heard this, he immediately glanced at Vic Deo beside him. Uncle Bike, what do you think? Whatever you want. Then in that case, I'll stay at Aunt Boomer's house. After listening to it, Vic glanced at Boomer and did not speak. Uncle Bike, Uncle Clin, do you want to stay and practice together? Together. Clin thought for a moment. Forget it, I'd better practice with Tianjin Rice and them. Anyway. No matter how they cultivated, it was impossible for them to surpass Sun Wuhan. What about you, Uncle Bike? I'll see the situation. Then Gohan, if you cultivate well here, I will return to the celestial realm first. Okay Uncle Clin, you go slowly. Clin nodded. Boomer, then I'll go out too. I don't practice anyway. Son Gohan nodded. After the two went out, Son Gohan immediately adjusted the gravity to 10 times. Well. So heavy. Vic was already wearing a weight-bearing suit, but now 10 times the gravity pressed, making his body extremely heavy. Vic said, glancing at Son Gohan. Son Gohan's face was as usual, as if nothing had happened. Uncle Bike, are you all right? Didn't. It's okay. Then since that's the case, I'll start cultivating. Son Gohan said, and did a one-finger push-up. 1, 2, 3. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for making a push-up combat power plus 10. After Vic looked at it, he also followed suit. The morning passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was already noon. Son Gohan did 10,000 one-finger push UPS and 10,000 sit UPS this morning. A total of 200,000 combat power has increased. In addition to the reward of the system, the Scion bloodline in his body has also increased the combat power by tens of thousands because of his cultivation. The reason why there was so little increase was mainly because this morning's cultivation was too easy. Gollum! Came the sound of hunger coming from Son Gohan's stomach. At this moment, outside the door of the gravity room, came Boomer's voice. Gohan, Vic have eaten. After Sun Wuhan heard this, he immediately stopped cultivating. Uncle Vic, it's time to eat. I don't have to eat, you go eat. Sun Gohan nodded. Uncle Nabik, if you are thirsty, there is water in the kitchen. Okay, you go eat. Sun Gohan nodded and left the gravity room. As soon as Sun Gohan left, Vic immediately increased the gravity of the gravity chamber to 20 times. In this morning's cultivation, he knew that Sun Wuhan had raised the gravity chamber to 10 times in order to cultivate with him, otherwise, Sun Gohan could increase the gravity chamber by 100 times at will. Well! So heavy! As 20-fold gravity pressed in, Vic immediately felt a huge heaviness. This feeling of heaviness even pressed Vic a little breathlessly. But when he thought of Sun Gohan, he still persevered. Boomer's backyard. Sun Gohan is now sitting at the dinner table in the backyard of Boomer's house. Boomer's mother, Mrs. Brive, and Boomer's father, Dr. Brive, were already sitting at this table. Boomer, he's Gohan, Goku's son. Mrs. Brive asked with a grin as she narrowed her eyes. Yes, Mom. He really looks like Goku when he was a child. Dr. Brive, yes. Then Gohan, eat. You're welcome, whatever. Sun Gohan said, and immediately picked up the chopsticks and ate them. Collapse! Soon, the food on the table entered Sun Wuhan's stomach like a windswept cloud. When Boomer saw it, his eyes immediately widened. Although she guessed that Sun Wuhan was a scion with a large amount of rice, she did not expect that Sun Wuhan was only 5 years old now, and the amount of rice was completely not inferior to Sun Wukong back then. This is simply a replica of the Monkey King. Mrs. Brive laughed happily when she saw it. The more Sun Wuhan ate, the more it showed that the food she made was delicious. Hiccup. After a long time, Sun Gohan burped a big full. Boomer looked at Sun Gohan's appearance, which was simply the same as the original Sun Gohan. That. Gohan, you have been practicing for half a year, what does Vic give you to eat? There are apples, dinosaur meat, wild boar, it's all mountain stuff anyway. I'm afraid. Dinosaur. Yes, what's wrong? No, I just felt a little surprised. That dinosaur meat, did Vic give it to you, or did you hunt a dinosaur? No, I was chased by a dinosaur, and then I cut off one of his tails. This way. I heard Clin say that you are very strong now, even Vic is not your opponent, is it true? Sun Gohan nodded. Great. After hearing this, Boomer immediately stood up happily and said. In that case, with you I don't have to be afraid of that guy Vic guy, speaking of which, that guy's face looks really scary. That. Aunt Boomer, Uncle Vic is nice, just looks fierce. Chapter 009. Humph. Boomer snorted coldly. Anyway, I'm still not used to that green face. Aunt Naboma, I'm full, I want to go take a nap. Okay, we'll clean up here. Seeing this, Sun Gohan immediately walked back to the house in the gravity room and saw Vic, who was still cultivating. Uncle Bike, you're still cultivating? Woo! Vic nodded and gasped. Uncle Bike, would you like to take a break? Good. Vic said, restoring the gravity of the gravity chamber. As soon as the gravity of the gravity chamber was restored, Vic immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After that, the two went to their respective rooms to take a nap. Afternoon. After the two woke up from their naps, they continued to practice in the gravity room. 3 days later. In order not to delay Sun Gohan's cultivation, Vic finally decided to cultivate outside. Although Sun Gohan was a little reluctant in his heart, he still agreed to let Vic cultivate outside. He can go to him at any time anyway. After Vic left, Sun Gohan immediately increased the gravity of the gravity chamber by 100 times to cultivate. Ding! Congratulations to the master for doing one finger push-up plus 100 combat effectiveness. Congratulations to the master for doing 2 one-finger push UPS plus 200 combat effectiveness. 4 days later, Sun Gohan's normal combat strength reached 10 million. Ding! Congratulations to the master's combat power reaching 10 million, rewarding a Babel mirror, can travel through all the universes, and is not discovered by angels, can travel through the past and the future, can see everything you want to see and is not discovered. Even the whole king is no exception. The mirror can seal enemies with lower strength than the master. Steal. Mind reading, fusion. As soon as the words fell, an ancient mirror immediately appeared in the system's inventory. Steal. What steal? Master, did you hear you wrong? Forget it, I'm too lazy to think about you. Sun Gohan said, and took out the Babel mirror from the inventory of the system. Is this the Babel mirror? Yes, master. At this time, the mirror of the Tongtian mirror suddenly appeared as the king of the northern realm, and Sun Wukong was cultivating at this time. So system, how do I go to other universes? Back to the master, as long as you want to go to other universes, pictures of other universes will appear in the mirror, and then as long as you touch the Babel mirror with your hand, you can directly enter that universe from the Babel mirror. This way. Then how can this heavenly mirror seal others? This is also very simple, you just need to shine a light on that person with the Babel mirror, and the Babel mirror will suck that person into the Babel mirror. Then what if I accidentally use this mirror to shine on someone else? You don't have to worry about this. The Babel mirror will give that person in according to your wishes, and if you don't want to seal that person, the Babel mirror won't suck that person in. Do as I wish. Ahem. The system coughs. Master, you are serious. I'm serious. But the system, the realm king fist those, why don't you give it to me? Master, if I give you the realm king fist now, what will reward you later? Reward me for my own effort? Or the erasure of the whole king? Let's wait until you get stronger later. Do you mean to give? Later. Is that to give or not to give? A month passed in the blink of an eye. In this month, Sun Gohan asked Boomer to upgrade the gravity chamber, and now the maximum gravity of the gravity chamber can be increased to 300 times. At this time, Sun Gohan was looking at his current combat strength. Name, Sun Gohan. Gender, male. Bloodline, Scion mixed age. 5 years old. Normal combat strength, 60 million. Potential? Not yet developed. IQ, 60. I lost, when is there an extra IQ column here? Back to the master, this was added after the system upgrade. System, you shouldn't have done it on purpose, right? Master, am I that system? You're not, who is it? Forget it, I have a lot of adults. I don't have to worry about your little system. As soon as the words fell, the IQ on the character panel immediately became 250. I lost, the system you kind of come out of my body, see if I don't burst your dog's head. I just don't come out, see how you hit me. A small system is a small system, and I don't even dare to come out of my body. Who do you say is small? When the system heard this, it immediately became angry. I said you are small, you will give me a kind of out, and the two of us will fight dignifiedly. The system snorted coldly. If you really want to fight with me, you don't have to go outside. Don't you have to go outside? As soon as the words fell, Sun Gohan immediately appeared in a place that looked like a spiritual time house. Where is this? This is the system's other dimensional space, where you can exert your strength at will and will not be discovered by the outside world. Oh, so where are you, system? Ahem. The system coughs. Master, I'm everywhere. Everywhere. Yes, Master, you are not in my body now. You have me, I have you. When Sun Gohan heard this, he was silent. So how do I fight now? Fight with you. As soon as the words fell, in front of Sun Gohan, a Sun Gohan who looked exactly like him immediately appeared. Master, this is my doppelganger, if you want to fight me, fight him first. Doppelganger, so who are the masters now? The system smiled and said. Master, didn't I just say, our current relationship is that you have me, I have you. Forget it, I'd better beat him now. Sun Gohan said, immediately clenched his fists and rushed towards himself. Sun Gohan clenched his hands into fists and also rushed towards Sun Gohan. Hey! Soon, the two rushed to each other's body, their fists like the wind, and hit each other hard. Bang! With a violent sound, the right fists of the two hit each other in the face at the same time, knocking the other party out. Hey! Step, they! Two of them stepped the ground with both feet and stopped on the ground. Ha! With a loud drink, Sun Gohan clenched his fists again and rushed towards himself. Seeing this, Sun Gohan also clenched his fists and rushed towards the other party like Sun Gohan. Soon, the two rushed in front of each other again, their fists and feet were as fast as the wind, and they hit each other hard. Suddenly, Sun Gohan squatted down, swept his right leg with his right foot, and swept towards Sun Gohan. Sun Gohan jumped upwards with both feet and flew into the air. After Sun Gohan saw it, he also flew up into the air. Hey! Boom! Boom! Immediately, the two men fought in the sky like lines. Chapter 010. Bang! With a heavy punch, the two of them hit their right fists together hard, and a huge strong wind emanated from their hands. After holding each other for a while, the two of them shook each other out with a strong right fist. Imitate me. Sun Gohan looked at himself and found that his move was almost exactly the same as his own. Master, this doppelganger of mine is you, so you can't beat him. Sun Gohan snorted coldly and squeezed his hands hard. Ha! With a loud gulp, Sun Gohan transforms into a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. Seeing this, Sun Gohan also transformed into a Super Saiyan. Sun Gohan gritted his teeth, his body was as fast as lightning, and he rushed towards himself. Seeing this, Sun Gohan also rushed towards Sun Gohan. Hey! Row! While dodging, the two attacked each other hard. Abominable! Sun Gohan snorted angrily and used the mind-reading technique that had just been obtained to see through the thoughts of Sun Gohan. Can't read. Or did he not have any thoughts in his heart at all? Master, there is no thought other than imitating your tricks. Imitate. Yes, Master. Then since that's the case, I'll see how you imitate my trick. Seeing this, Sun Gohan put his hands on his forehead. Sun Fist. As soon as the words fell, Sun Gohan's hands immediately emitted a violent bright light. After seeing it, Sun Gohan immediately closed his eyes. After a few seconds, when the luminosity of the bright light gradually weakened, Sun Gohan quickly opened his eyes and rushed towards Sun Gohan. Bang! Sun Gohan's right fist hit Sun Gohan hard in the face, and knocked Sun Gohan out with one punch. After flying upside down for nearly a kilometer, Sun Gohan stepped on the ground with both feet and stopped on the ground. Sun Gohan shouted, his body was as fast as lightning, and he rushed towards Sun Gohan. Seeing this, Sun Gohan immediately put his hands on his forehead. Sun Fist. As soon as the words fell, Sun Gohan's hands immediately emitted an extremely violent light. Seeing this, Sun Gohan quickly stopped and covered his eyes with his hand. A moment later, Sun Gohan slowly opened his eyes and saw a tiny fist coming towards him. Because the distance was too close, Sun Gohan's body had no time to react, and he was flown 1,000 meters away by this small punch. Step! Sun Gohan stomped the ground with both feet, and quickly stopped on the ground. Abominable! I don't know if teleportation is useful to him. Sun Gohan said, and as soon as the index finger of his right hand was placed between his forehead, he moved in an instant and appeared behind Sun Gohan. At this moment, Sun Gohan moved in an instant and appeared above Sun Gohan. Seeing this, Sun Gohan immediately put down his index finger between his forehead and rushed towards the Sun Gohan in the sky. Ha! Soon, Sun Gohan came to Sun Gohan and kicked forward with his right foot. The figure of Sun Gohan flashed and quickly flew into the air. Seeing this, Sun Gohan immediately chased after him. Hey! Boom! Boom! Soon, Sun Gohan came to the front of Sun Gohan again and fought fiercely with him. Hoo! After a long time, the two of them fell to the ground at the same time because of the exhaustion of their physical strength. Can you do it, Master? I can't even beat my doppelganger. Sun Gohan snorted coldly. System, don't be too proud. My state is not very good today. When I adjust my state, I will definitely defeat this imposter. Okay, Master, then you come on. That system, how do I get out now? Get out? Master, you don't hit me anymore? Ahem. Sun Gohan coughed. Did I say that? Yes. The system said, playing a recording of Sun Gohan just now. I lose it, the system you kind of give me out, see if I don't burst your dog's head. As the recording played, Sun Gohan's face immediately became a little embarrassed. System, you even have a recording function. What's this? If it weren't for the fact that our system had to be placed on you humans, we would have been invincible to the world. System, you better put away your sweet dreams, let me realize your dreams for you. The system snorted coldly. What's great, anyway, even if you become stronger, there is no way to defeat me, so I am still the number one in this world. After the system finished speaking, it immediately returned Sun Gohan to the real world. Sun Gohan looked around and found that all the injuries on his body had disappeared. System, how is the injury on my body healing? The different dimensional space you just entered belongs to the spirit world, so no matter how many injuries you suffer inside, you will return to reality unharmed. Spirit world. Yes, Master. Then, Sun Gohan looked at his character panel. It was discovered that his IQ column had become 90. Seeing the system give in, Sun Gohan no longer calculated with the system, and felt the chi of the Nami Nemesis in the gravity room. It was now less than 3 months before Vegeta and their arrival on Earth. He remembered Frieza and they went to Namux, presumably after Vegeta came to Earth. So he wanted to take advantage of the fact that Frieza had not yet gone to Namux, and let the Great Elder of Namux help him stimulate his potential, and by the way, remind them that Frieza they may go to Namek and snatch their Dragon Balls. After a while, Sun Gohan felt a lot of chi similar to Vic in the gravity room. Found it! Sun Gohan said, put the index finger of his right hand on his forehead, and in an instant, he came to the village of Na6 Nemesis, and saw many Na6 Nemesis people who looked like Bike. Well! Lots of Uncle Bike! At this time, the Nami Nemesis who were gathered together to chat, saw the sudden appearance of Sun Gohan, and his face immediately showed a hint of surprise. You are? A medium-sized Namux asked. Hello, my name is Sun Gohan, I am from Earth. Ground. Earth? Sun Gohan nodded. You just that. Is it the teleportation of the Adrath Starman? A slightly thinner Na6 Nemesis came out and said. Sun Gohan nodded again. So you come here. I'm here to find your Great Elder. Great Elder, may I ask what is the matter with your search for our Great Elder? This matter concerns you Nami Nemesis, so I can only talk to your Great Elder. It's about name seeing. After hearing this, the medium-sized Nami Nemesis thought for a while. Then you wait here first, let's go find the Great Elder and see if he wants to see you. Sun Gohan nodded. Chapter 011. Seeing this, the Namux people immediately took the other Nami Nemesis to meet the Great Elder. Inside a 3-story white castle, there was a huge stone chair, on which sat an extremely fat Na6 Nemesis, who was none other than the Grand Elder of the Namexian. At this moment, several Namixers suddenly flew in from the window of the castle. After those Namixes entered the castle, they immediately bowed down to the Great Elder. I've seen the Great Elder. The Great Elder nodded. Carl, what's the matter with you guys here? Back to the Great Elder, there is a child named Sun Gohan, he said that he is from Earth and wants to see you, saying that there is something related to Nami Nemesis, and he wants to talk to you. The Great Elder thought for a moment and said. Then since that's the case, you bring him here. But Great Elder, he seems to be a scion. It's okay, you bring him here. It's the Great Elder. After a long time, Sun Wuhan was brought to the front of the Great Elder. Great Elder, I helped you bring people here. Okay, you guys go down, I want to talk to him alone. Single. Individually. When Carl heard this, a trace of concern immediately rose. It's okay, this kid isn't a bad guy. That. All right. After Carl finished speaking, he immediately left with the other Namux. Your name is Sun Gohan, right? Yes, Grand Elder. Then you came to me, is there something wrong? Great Elder, do you believe that I come from the future? Believe. After thinking for a while, the Great Elder slowly spoke. So what the hell are you here? Great Elder, Frieza, they may come to your Nami Nemesis in a few months. Frieza. Yes, their target is the Dragon Ball of your Namux, so I came here to tell you that your NAVIX must migrate to escape this. After hearing this, the Great Elder pondered for a while. Although the universe is big, it will be found one day. Son Gohan, can I ask you for a favor? Great Elder, please speak. I want you to help us defeat Frisha. I wonder if you can do it. It can be, but there is something about my future affairs, and you help me keep it secret. Good. The Great Elder nodded. Besides, I also want the Great Elder to help me with one thing. What's going on? I want the Great Elder to stimulate the potential of my body. Good. After hearing this, the Great Elder quickly agreed. Seeing this, Sun Wuhan immediately walked in front of the Great Elder. After the Great Elder saw it, he put his hand on Sun Wuhan's forehead, and a white aura emanated from the Great Elder's hand and poured into Sun Wuhan's entire body. After the Great Elder felt the powerful potential in Sun Wuhan's body, his face immediately showed a trace of incredulity. A moment later, the Great Elder slowly withdrew his right hand from Sun Wuhan's forehead. Okay. Sun Gohan nodded. At this moment, the sound of the system suddenly sounded in Sun Gohan's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the Master for breaking 100 million in combat power and getting a reward of 20 times the King Fist of the Realm without injury, anti-injury piercing armor, 60% of the counter-injury, and demon sealing bow. As soon as the words fell, a pink anti-injury stab armor immediately appeared in Sun Gohan's inventory. After the reward is complete, please continue to work hard to cultivate. This is over 100 million. Sun Gohan said. And immediately opened his character panel to take a look. I found that my current combat power has reached 110 million. Then Sun Gohan, when will you help us solve Frisha? Wait for him to come to Namuxing. Waiting for him to come over. Yes, the universe is so big, I don't know where he is now, and we Scions can't survive in space, we can only wait for him to descend on a certain planet to destroy him. Then in that case, I will inform you as soon as he comes to Nami Buster. Okay, then if the Great Elder has nothing else, I'll go back first. The Great Elder nodded. Seeing this, Sun Gohan teleported and left Nami Nemesis. Not long after Sun Gohan left, the Great Elder immediately called Karl and them in. Great Elder, where is Sun Gohan? He's already back to Earth. Going back? Yes, but he has brought news that is very important to our planet Namek. Very important news. The Great Elder nodded. Back on Earth, Sun Gohan's mood was extremely comfortable. Originally, with his current cultivation progress, it would take at least more than 10 days to break through 100 million. And now he only took a few minutes. If only you could become stronger without cultivation. Master, you are not in the right idea, only by cultivating hard to become stronger, that is the real strong. But I want to be a natural strongman, just like Broly. Master, although Broly's bloodline is strong, he is only a human after all, and I can help you become a god and make you have an endless lifespan. And didn't you say before, you want to obtain the clearing ability of the whole king? As long as you work hard, don't say that clearing the universe will not be a problem even if you create space-time and universe. After Sun Gohan listened, he touched his chin with his right hand. System, you shouldn't be fooling me, right? Master, am I that kind of person? Sun Gohan nodded. And the system, you seem to be a bit of a talker. Master, are you thinking that I talk too much? No, I just think it's better for you to be quiet. Tell a myth about such a family, after. The system listened, the song immediately played. Master, I should be quiet like this, right? A moment later, Sun Gohan returned to the room where he lived, where a laptop was placed. This computer was borrowed by Sun Gohan from Boomer to learn the computer. Sun Gohan said that it was borrowed, but in fact, he was sometimes idle and bored and used it to write programs. Recently he was working on a game called Sheep and Sheep. This game is a very popular game in his previous life. It is somewhat similar to dissipation, but unlike dissipation, many of the cards in the sheep are cushioned below, and you can't see what cards are hidden below, and if you want to turn over the cards below, you have to turn the cards above first. And the game only has 2 levels at the beginning, and many people have not been able to pass this second level all night. Because of this, many people who think they are smarter than others will challenge this game to show off. Sun Gohan also makes this game for the purpose of making money. Although Sun Wukong's family is rich, the amount of food he and Sun Wukong has is too amazing. If it weren't for the fact that they live in the mountains, where there are mountain delicacies everywhere, their family would have been eaten poor. This is also why Kiki in the original Dragon Ball book has always hoped that Sun Gohan will study hard to make money. Chapter 012. Nearly 3 months passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the day to resurrect the Monkey King. Heaven! Klin and they have already gathered the Dragon Ball, ready to summon the Divine Dragon and resurrect the Monkey King. Sun Gohan and Vic were also standing by at the moment. Come out, Shenlong. Grant my wish. Boomer looked at the Dragon Balls on the ground and called loudly. As soon as the words fell, the earth sky immediately darkened, and a long cyan dragon soon appeared in front of everyone. This long dragon is the Divine Dragon. Say your wish, any wish can be granted, but only one. That Divine Dragon, we want to ask you to resurrect Sun Wukong. Okay. Shenlong said, and the red eyes of his eyes immediately lit up. The Monkey King, who was on the Northern King, suddenly disappeared from the aperture. Resurrected. Sun Wukong touched his head and said. The King of the Northern Realm nodded. Lord King of that realm, thank you and Barbless for taking care of them for this period of time, then I will go back to Earth today, we will have a period later. Garagli looked reluctant after hearing this. Although Sun Wukong is a little reckless, he is kind-hearted, and the 3 of them have been staying on this planet, and they are still quite lonely. On Earth. Okay, I've already helped you resurrect the Monkey King, we will have a period later. After the Divine Dragon finished speaking, it immediately turned back into 7 Dragon Balls, and the entire Earth was scattered. Dumpling, resurrected? They. Earth Immortal nodded. Because Goku's physical body is in the Northern Realm King, the place where he was resurrected should also be in the Northern Realm King. This way. So when will Goku return to Earth? Dumpling continued to ask. I don't know. But I guess it won't be long. Yamcha, then in that case, let's all wait here for Goku to come back, right? Everyone nodded. Woohoo! On Huangchuan Road. Monkey King was very happy because he was about to meet Klin and them. But the thing he was most happy about was to see Sun Gohan. Sun Gohan had already cultivated into a Super Saiyan a few months ago. Today's strength should be on another level. Thinking of this, Sun Wukong immediately accelerated his speed and flew forward. Heaven! Klin had been waiting in the celestial realm for a long time. Klin, strange, why has Goku been resurrected for so long and hasn't returned? As soon as the words fell, a sound of footsteps suddenly sounded in a room in the celestial realm. Everyone turned to look back and saw Sun Wukong wearing an orange martial arts suit and a divination mother-in-law sitting on a crystal ball. Goku! Dad! Long time no see everyone! Sun Wukong greeted everyone with a smile. After Klin and they listened, they immediately walked to Sun Wukong and chatted with him. Wukong, you went to cultivate from Lord Realm King, how has your strength become now? It's okay, it's a little better than you. A little? Yes. Gohan's current strength is already the strongest we have here. Klin nodded. Son Goku said, looking at Son Gohan standing behind Klin. I don't know why, he always felt that the Son Gohan in front of him was a little strange. The former Son Gohan was naive, timid, and liked to stick to him. But now Son Gohan gives him a feeling that he is very calm. Calm doesn't look like a child. Could it be? Is it because of Vic K? Sun Wukong thought secretly in his heart. Divination mother-in-law, then if Wukong has nothing else, I will go back first. Good divination mother-in-law, this time is really bothering you. Nothing. The diviner mother-in-law said, and left the heavenly realm on the crystal ball. After the divination mother-in-law left, Sun Wukong immediately stepped forward and picked up Sun Wuhan. In the face of Sun Wukong's sudden attack, Sun Wuhan felt a little uncomfortable for a while. Although his current appearance is a child, his age in his previous life is about the same age as Sun Wukong. After Sun Wukong picked up Sun Gohan, he quickly put him back on the ground. 1 year gone, Gohan, you seem to be a lot heavier. Yes. He is only 5 years old now, and his body will definitely grow. Monkey King smiled. So Goku, are you sure you'll be able to defeat the Scions who will come to Earth tomorrow? Klin asked. I don't know, but there is Gohan, even if I can't beat him, there is still Gohan. Klin nodded. It's not too early, and I'm almost going back. Go back? Yes. I haven't seen Kiki in a long time. So Gohan, let's go back, right? Son Gohan nodded. Then Uncle Bike, I'll go back first. Good. Subsequently, Sun Gohan left the celestial realm with Sun Wukong. Bun Mountain, Sun Wukong's house. Kiki has not seen Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan for a year, and her face has become very haggard. At this time, Kiki was sitting in the room sighing. Bull Demon King, Kiki, Goku will be resurrected today, don't keep sighing. Dad, Gohan has been taken by Nabik for a year and hasn't come back, and I don't know how much homework has fallen, do you say I can't sigh? It's okay Kiki, Gohan is very smart, you just need to find a random teacher to help him make up for the lessons, and he will quickly make up for the homework he left behind. Dad, can this be the same? And it costs money to ask for a teacher. At this moment, there was a sudden movement outside the house. Kiki, are they coming back? After hearing this, Kiki immediately stood up from the chair, quickly opened the door of the room, and saw two extremely familiar figures. These two are Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan. Goku, Gohan. Seeing the two, a trace of tears immediately flowed from Kiki's eyes. Mom! Kiki! At this time, the Bull Demon King also walked out of the house. Goku, Gohan. The two nodded. Seeing this, Kiki immediately walked in front of Sun Gohan and hugged him tightly. Mom! Mom! After hearing this, Kiki immediately let go of her hand and carefully looked at Sun Gohan. You've lost weight and grown taller, but what about Gohan, your tail? My tail. Unplugged by Uncle Vic. Unplugged. Yes. Because as soon as I see the full moon, I will transform into a giant ape. This way. But it doesn't matter if you don't have a tail, doesn't your dad also have no tail? Sun Gohan nodded. Then Gohan, let's go home, and Mom will make you something to eat. Sun Gohan nodded again. Seeing this, Kiki immediately took Sun Gohan's hand and went back to the house. Bull Demon King, then Goku, let's go in too, right? Oh, good. After returning home, Sun Gohan looked at his home, although his home was not as big as Boomer's, it gave people a warm feeling. Chapter 013. What's wrong Gohan? Kiki saw Sun Gohan stunned and asked. Didn't. Nothing, just haven't come back for a long time. Yes, then Mom will make you food now. Sun Gohan nodded. Seeing this, Kiki immediately ran into the kitchen happily. That Goku, I heard the divination mother-in-law say, Gohan he has surpassed you, right? The Bull Demon King whispered. Monkey King nodded. Then are you going to let him continue to practice martial arts, or study? I don't know about this, look at Gohan himself. This way. But when I look at Kiki, it seems that Gohan must study. Yes. After hearing this, Sun Wukong scratched his head helplessly. He once also advised Kiki, hoping to let him learn martial arts, but Kiki always said that the world was at peace. Sun Wuhan studied well, and the most important thing was to make a lot of money when he grew up. After hearing this, the Bull Demon King sighed helplessly. In fact, like Goku, he also hopes that Sun Wuhan can learn martial arts. After a long time, Kiki finished the meal, and the entire dining table in the hall was filled with food. Okay, Goku, Gohan, and Dad have eaten. Good. The Bull Demon King nodded and took Son Gohan and they sat down together. Sun Wukong, Kiki, then we will start. Kiki nodded. After Sun Wuhan and the Bull Demon King saw it, they immediately picked up the bowls and chopsticks on the table and ate them. Collapse, collapse, because Sun Wukong's eating speed was fast, many plates full of dishes on the table were empty and placed aside. Seeing this, Kiki smiled and said, Gohan, since you're back now, it's almost time to study. Ahem. After Sun Wuhan heard this, he was immediately choked by the meal he had just eaten. Gohan, are you all right? After Kiki saw it, she hurriedly handed Sun Gohan a glass of water. After taking a sip of water, Sun Gohan immediately swallowed the choked rice. Are you all right, Gohan? Kiki said with concern. Didn't. It's okay. Mom, I have to deal with the seance with my dad tomorrow. Do I talk about reading the day after tomorrow? After hearing this, Kiki stared at Sun Gohan with her eyes and said in a heavy voice. Gohan, are you seduced by Vic and don't want to study? No, I just want to fight with my dad tomorrow. Gohan, the battle is an adult's business, tomorrow's battle can be left to your father alone. And the battle is dangerous, what if you are injured? But Daddy won't get hurt too. That's different, your dad is in good health, it's okay to suffer a little injury, you say Goku. Well. But Kiki, tomorrow's battle is about the earth, Gohan's strength is above me, I still read the matter slowly. Nope. Kiki roared loudly at Sun Wukong. Since you died, Gohan has been taken away by Vic and has not studied for a year, he has now fallen behind a lot of his peers, and if he is not allowed to study again, he will be left even more. But Kiki, tomorrow's battle is really important. Yes, Kiki. Seeing this, the Bull Demon King also persuaded. After hearing this, Kiki thought about it. Okay, but you have to keep Gohan safe, or I won't agree. Sun Wukong nodded. After eating, Sun Gohan returned to his room to study under Kiki's arrangement. At this time, Sun Gohan was sitting at the desk a little depressed, turning the pencil in his hand. He obviously has a combat power of more than 100 million. But he can only be arranged to study. Sure enough, the strongest in the universe is his mother Kiki. After being depressed for a while, Sun Gohan suddenly tried to ask. System, your great master, now trapped here because of reading, should you help your master? Great. Ahem. Sun Gohan coughed and said cheekily. Don't care about these details, the most important thing now is to get your master out of the sea of suffering. Then if you praise me, I'll help you. System, you are the strongest system I have ever seen. Low key, low key. The system said proudly. Then master, I'll give you a doppelganger. Doppelganger. Yes, the master can use a hair on his head to turn into his own doppelganger to read for himself. That's a good idea, but in that case, I don't know what my doppelganger is doing. It's okay master, as long as you take back your hair, you will get the memory of the doppelganger. This way. Then master, I will pass on the doppelganger technique to you now. Sun Gohan nodded. Subsequently, Sun Gohan's brain had a large memory of the doppelganger technique. Sun Gohan pulled out a hair from his head and blew the hair in his hand, and the hair immediately changed into the appearance of Sun Gohan. Sun Gohan looked at his doppelganger. Then you will stay here and read for me. The doppelganger nodded. Seeing this, Sun Gohan teleported and came to the peak where Vic was cultivating. Gohan. Vic stood up from the peak. Sun Gohan nodded. Gohan, didn't you go home with Son Goku? How did it come here? No, I ran out on the sly. Sneaked out? Yes. Because my mother won't let me practice. Vic snorted coldly. What about the Monkey King? My dad There is no way. Is it? So Gohan, are you nervous about tomorrow's battle? No. I heard Dad say that those two Saions aren't Super Saions. Vic nodded. Subsequently, Son Gohan and Vic cultivated for a while. The next morning, after eating breakfast, Son Gohan joined Klin and them early. Klin, Goku, today's battle is yours first, or let Gohan go first. Sun Wukong smiled and said. Gohan's strength has surpassed me now. If he is allowed to go first, I am afraid that there will be nothing wrong with me. And I also want to fight those two Scions and see. I think so. Sun Wukong is a battle freak, and naturally he will not miss this excellent opportunity. After Sun Wukong finished speaking, he immediately looked at Sun Wuhan on the side. Gohan, you shouldn't have an opinion, right? After listening to it, Sun Gohan nodded emphatically. Whether it was Naba or Vegeta, he now only needed to use one finger to solve the other party. Yamcha, then Goku, we also want to go to war. You guys? Yes. Klin and I have been cultivating hard in the celestial realm for a year. Even if we really can't beat them, there are still you, right? Okay then. At this time, two Scion spaceships appeared in outer space of the Earth. These two Scion spaceships are the spaceships of Naba and Vegeta. Chapter 014. As the two-person spaceship approached, Sun Wukong, who was on Earth, quickly felt the chi of the two. Here it comes. Klin said with a solemn face. After speaking, two bright white lights immediately appeared in the sky. These two white lights are none other than Vegeta's spaceship. With two loud bangs, the two-man spaceship smashed heavily to the ground. The ground was immediately kicked up by a large cloud of sand. A moment later, the sand and dust cleared, and two small deep pits immediately appeared on the ground. Vegeta and Naba opened the door of the spaceship at the same time and walked out. Are they the two partners Raditz is talking about? Yamcha said in horror. Originally, he was confident that he had the power to fight, but as a result, Vegeta and Naba's anger was beyond his imagination. At this moment, Vegeta and Naba flew from the deep pit of the spaceship to the ground. Kakarot, you are indeed resurrected. Vegeta said with a smile on his face towards the Monkey King. Sun Wukong nodded. Are you Raditz's companions? That's right, Kakarot, my name is Naba, and standing next to me is our Scion Prince, His Highness Vegeta. Prince of the Scions. 1 2 3 7 8, there are still many people coming. Vegeta counted the number of Monkey Kings and said. Then Naba, you can play with them first. It's His Highness Vegeta. Naba said, opening the combat power detector he was wearing on his left eye. Diddy, 1220. 1083. 1480, 1830. 610. What? It's all a bunch of guys who don't fight very well. Seeing the numbers displayed on the combat effectiveness detector, Naba said with disdain. Naba, how is Kakarot's combat effectiveness? Vegeta asked. I haven't seen it yet, but I think his combat effectiveness should not be much higher than theirs. Naba, don't be too light on the enemy, Kakarot is afraid it's not as simple as you think. Vegeta reprimanded. Klin and they all looked very nervous, only Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan seemed extremely calm. With his years of experience in fighting, the strength of Son Goku and Son Gohan is definitely not simple. B. After hearing this, Naba was immediately frightened and aimed the combat power detector at Sun Wukong. Did he? 1000, seeing the value on the combat power detector, Naba immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Your Highness Vegeta, Kakarot's combat power is 1000. Only 1000? I still expect so much from him. And what about that little ghost? Vegeta looked at Son Gohan. After hearing this, Naba aimed the combat power detector at Son Gohan. Did he? 980, 980. Naba reported Son Gohan's combat effectiveness. After Vegeta listened, he touched his chin with his right hand. Then, as if he had thought of something, he said, I see, Kakarot and that little devil have hidden their combat power, which is why they are so calm. Hidden combat effectiveness. Naba, have you forgotten? Kakarot and Raditz only had more than 400 combat power when they fought against each other, and somehow he raised his combat power to more than 900. So it is. But His Highness Vegeta, even if Kakarot hides his combat power cannot surpass me, right? Theoretically it's really unlikely, but you better be careful. I know, His Highness Vegeta. Naba nodded. Isn't it going to start yet? Sun Wukong saw that the two chatted for a long time and said. Naba smiled. Kakarot, do you want to die so soon? Send to death. After Sun Wukong listened, he looked at Naba with a puzzled expression. Although Naba's chi is very strong, he is still sure to defeat the other party. As for Vegeta, it's harder to say. Naba sneered, walked to a piece of land, and planted a few seeds into the land. What is he doing? Yamcha wondered. I don't know. Klin shook his head. At this moment, the ground suddenly made a loud bang, and 6 small green monsters with extremely short bodies came out of the soil. These little monsters are called vegetable men and are one of the traditional weapons of the Scions. But it wasn't a Scion invention, but a creature they had previously discovered on a planet. The cultivator himself can fight, which is a convenient prop, but it is difficult to pick seeds for cultivation, and the amount is small and expensive, so not everyone can use it. The vegetable man has a combat power of 1200, and the strength alone can be compared with the Raditz with a combat power of 1500, although the status is low, but the strength is terrible. This is a vegetable man, each of them has a combat power of 1200 points. 1200 points, isn't that close to the combat effectiveness of Raditz? Klin said in horror. That's right, but Raditz is alone, and there are 6 of them. Klin swallowed after listening. Yamcha, are you sure you want to go alone? I think it's not impossible for everyone to go together. Vic snorted coldly when he heard this, with a look of disdain. When Klin heard this, he looked stunned. Naba sneered and waved his big hand towards the vegetable man. Give it to me. After hearing this, the 6 vegetable people immediately rushed towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's body moved, and he punched through the body of a vegetable man who rushed over. Sun Gohan's right hand casually launched a chi wave forward, directly destroying the rushing vegetable people. After Klin looked at it, his right hand was raised upwards, and a rapidly rotating aperture condensed in his hand. Genki chop! Klin shouted, and with his right hand, he threw the aperture in his hand towards the rushing vegetable man. Hey, with a cutting sound, the vegetable's body was cut in half and fell to the ground. Good. After Yamcha saw it, he immediately confidently condensed a pneumatic bomb in his hand and hit the vegetable man. At this moment, the vegetable man's head suddenly opened in half, and a sprinkling liquid sprayed out of it. After Yamcha saw it, his body hurriedly retreated, and his right hand manipulated the maneuvering bullet that was dodged by the vegetable man to turn. Rumble! With a loud explosion, the vegetable man was solved. After the remaining 2 vegetable people saw it, they immediately became a little timid. No retreat. Seeing that the vegetable man did not dare to step forward, Naba immediately shouted. Ha! After hearing this, the vegetable man had to rush towards Vic and Tianjin Fan. Vic snorted coldly, and struck his right fist the abdomen of the rushing vegetable man. Ugh! With a scream, the vegetable man fell to the ground with a painful face. Vic fired an energy wave with his left hand, directly destroying the vegetable man. Chapter 015. At this time, Tianjin Rice has also solved the vegetable people. Naba was shocked. Originally, he thought that the vegetable people could solve them, but he didn't expect that Klin's strength exceeded his expectations. Then Naba, since the vegetable man has been solved, let's replace you. Yes, Your Highness Vegeta. Naba said, clasping his hands into fists and saying with an evil smile on his face. You people, who will come first to send them to death? After hearing this, they did not dare to speak, and they all looked at the Monkey King father and son. Naba's chi is too strong, even if they exert all their strength, they are not necessarily his opponents. Then it's up to me to fight you. Sun Wukong took a few steps forward and said. At this time, a breeze blew and blew Sun Wukong's hair up. Naba smiled. Okay, then I'll solve you first, and then I'll solve those earthlings. Then it depends on whether you have this ability. Sun Wukong said calmly. Cut. After hearing this, Naba's face was full of disdain. Kokoro specifically said that it was you, even if it was your brother Raditz, he would not dare to be so arrogant in front of me. Yes. Sun Wukong chuckled and released the chi that he had put away. The combat effectiveness detector that Naba was wearing in his left eye immediately sounded. Diddy. 2000. 3000, as. The value climbed rapidly, a trace of cold sweat immediately broke out on Naba's forehead. In the end, Sun Wukong's combat power value increased to 5,000 points. 5,000. Seeing the value that finally stopped, Naba suddenly felt a chill in his back. Sun Wukong actually increased his combat strength from more than 400 to 5,000 in 1 year. Vegeta was equally surprised when he heard this. But it's just a surprise, his current normal combat power has reached 14,000, and 5,000 combat power is nothing to him. 5,000. When they heard this, they were also taken aback. Although they knew that Sun Wukong's strength was stronger than them, they did not expect it to be so much stronger. Then I'm better than Raditz now, right? Naba snorted coldly. What about strong? I am a warrior from a famous family, and you are only the son of a low-level warrior, you will definitely not win me. After hearing this, Sun Wukong smiled faintly. Is it? So in that case, let's get started, right? When Naba heard this, he immediately lowered the hand that was wrapped around his chest, and the expression on his face immediately became serious. Ha! Suddenly, Naba shouted, and his body came to Sun Wukong's face like the wind, and attacked him hard. Hey! Sun Wukong's body moved left and right, easily dodging Naba's attack. What? Naba was startled, his body immediately stepped back, and his right hand fired an energy wave towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong moved to the left and dodged. Bang! With a huge explosion, the mountain behind Sun Wukong was shattered by the explosion. Abominable! With an angry cry, his hands fired several energy waves towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's body moved slightly, and he dodged again. Seeing this, Naba rushed towards Sun Wukong again. Soon, Naba rushed in front of Sun Wukong's body and hit his right fist down hard. Sun Wukong raised his hands upwards and blocked the punch. Naba was shocked. At this time, Sun Wukong raised his hands sharply upwards, directly shaking Naba back a few steps. Well, you've been attacking for so long, now it's my turn. When Naba heard this, he immediately became a little nervous, but Vegeta was behind him, and he could only force his composure. "Kakarot, I want to see how strong you really are," Naba said, shook his hands hard, and rushed towards Sun Wukong again. Sun Wukong's body moved to the left, and his right fist slapped Naba hard in the face. Bang! Sun Wukong's right fist hit Naba hard in the face, and Naba's teeth were immediately knocked out twice, and his body was like a ray, flying upside down and crashing into the mountain behind him. The ground was immediately kicked up by a large cloud of sand. When the dust cleared, Naba got up from the ground panting and wiped the wound at the corner of his mouth with his right hand. "Che, what a useless guy!" Seeing this, Vegeta looked disdainful. Naba seemed to see Vegeta's disdain, and the expression on his face immediately became a little solemn. He had been following Vegeta and naturally knew Vegeta. Vegeta treats anyone harshly, and if he doesn't win against Monkey King, he will definitely be severely punished. Thinking of this, Naba is ready to make a desperate bet and say anything to defeat Sun Wukong. Ha! With a loud gulp, Naba's right hand suddenly condensed a wave of chi and hit Klin. Monkey King was shocked. He also didn't expect Naba to make a move on Klin, but with his current speed, there was simply no time to save Klin. Bang! At this moment, Sun Gohan's body moved, and his body instantly appeared in front of Klin, and he slapped Naba's chi wave behind him with a palm. With a bang, gas waves exploded behind Klin. Enlightenment! Gohan! Klin was startled at first, then looked at the rear of the explosion. "Did Gohan say that you saved me just now?" Sun Gohan nodded. Naba was shocked. "That? What did the imp appear in front of that bald head?" At this moment, Vegeta's face also showed a more solemn look. He originally thought that Sun Wukong was the strongest among them, but now it seems that this Sun Wuhan's strength is probably not below Sun Wukong. Interesting. A moment later, the corners of Vegeta's mouth rose slightly, and a faint smile appeared on his face. At this moment, Naba's hands quickly slapped forward, and a large number of golden chi waves emanated from Naba's hands, hitting Tianjin Fan. Seeing this, they all retreated backwards. Abominable! Sun Wukong screamed angrily and clenched his fists hard. Realm King Fist! With a loud drink, Sun Wukong's body turned into a red flash and rushed towards Naba. "What?" Vegeta was startled and lowered his hands. Bang! At this moment, Sun Wukong's body appeared in front of Naba, and his right fist hit Naba's abdomen hard. Naba screamed loudly, and his body was like a ray, crashing heavily into the mountain behind him. With a loud bang, a large number of rocks rolled down the mountain and pressed on Naba's body. The ground soon kicked up a cloud of sand. After waiting for a while, after the dust on the ground dispersed, Naba's combat power immediately changed from the original 4,000 to 2 points. It's really all a bunch of useless waste. Seeing Naba's complete loss of combat effectiveness, the disdain in Vegeta's eyes immediately deepened. Chapter 016. After Sun Wukong listened, he immediately glanced at Vegeta Deo. "Vegeta, your companion is still alive. If you leave now, I can let you go. Let us go." When Vegeta heard it, he laughed as if he had heard a big joke. "Kakarot, don't think that if you have some strength, you can be arrogant in front of me. To tell you the truth, my current combat power is several times that of that guy." "Well, several times." When they heard this, a look of surprise immediately appeared on their faces. Sun Gohan, on the other hand, looked at Vegeta like a play. Originally, if Sun Gohan made a move, he could kill Vegeta in seconds with just one random move. The reason why he chose not to make a move was just to satisfy Son Goku's desire to fight Vegeta. Well, several times. Although Sun Wukong has preserved some strength, his current Realm King Fist can only help him improve twice at most, unless he didn't care about his body, and then raised the multiple of the Realm King Fist upwards. But in this case, his body will soon be unable to withstand it. Yes, Kakarot, are you afraid? Sun Wukong smiled and said. If I were really afraid, I wouldn't have fought you. It is. Vegeta said, sending a blue wave of energy with his right hand towards the large rock that pressed Naba. Rumble. With a huge explosion, Naba was shattered along with the large stone on his body. The ground immediately raised a large cloud of dust and smoke. Vegeta, don't need waste that doesn't need any use. After Klin and them looked at them, a look of horror immediately appeared on their faces. They also did not expect that Vegeta would actually kill his own people. After Sun Wukong saw it, he immediately clenched his hands. Vegeta chuckled and flew to the small mountain behind him. After Sun Wukong saw it, he immediately flew to the small peak opposite Vegeta. The distance between the two small peaks is only a few meters. A breeze blew and blew the hair on the heads of the two. You should feel honored, a superior fighter like me rarely demotes and subordinates overkills. Vegeta folded his arms and said to Monkey King with a smile. Scions are immediately given a physical examination of the quality of warriors as soon as they are born, and children who are deemed too low will be sent to a place where there are no strong enemies like you. You are a recognized idiot. After hearing this, Sun Wukong not only was not angry, but a faint smile appeared on his face. Thanks to your blessing, I will be sent to this earth, I really should thank you. Moreover, there is only a line between geniuses and idiots, and hard work can surpass high-caliber students. When Vegeta heard this, he immediately sneered. Very funny joke, then I'll show you the chasm you can't cross no matter how hard you try. Vegeta said, putting his hands in a fighting stance. After Sun Wukong saw it, he also made a gesture of battle. Breezes come from all directions, constantly blowing around. Suddenly, Sun Wukong clenched his fists hard, stepped out with his right foot, and quickly flew to the peak of Vegeta. Ha! With a loud gulp, Sun Wukong's fists were like the wind, attacking Vegeta's body. Vegeta blocked with both hands, causing Son Goku to deflect where he was going to attack. Monkey King closed his fists with both hands and attacked Vegeta like the wind again. Vegeta raised his hands and attacked Son Goku while resisting. After dozens of rounds of fighting, Vegeta bounced backwards and jumped behind several peaks at once. Hey, son! Wukong immediately chased after him after seeing it. Vegeta chuckled, stepped the mountain peak behind him with his right foot, and quickly flew in front of the chasing Monkey King, and struck forward with his right fist. Bang! Sun Wukong's face was hit hard, and his body flew backwards. Just when Sun Wukong's body was about to hit the mountain behind him, Sun Wukong stepped the ground with both feet and quickly flew into the air. Sun Wukong looked around, and Vegeta's figure suddenly appeared from behind Sun Wukong, with a blade in his right hand, attacking towards Sun Wukong. Hey! Monkey King fell down, quickly turned around, and kicked towards Vegeta. Vegeta stepped back and dodged a kick. Then, the two fought like the wind in the sky. Hey! After dozens of rounds, Vegeta increased his speed with both hands and hit Sun Wukong's body with both fists. Sun Wukong screamed loudly, and his body was slightly lowered. Hey! This moment, Vegeta's figure appeared above Sun Wukong, and his hands joined hammers towards Sun Wukong's body. Bang! With a violent sound, Sun Wukong's body was like a ray, and it quickly fell downward. Just when Sun Wukong was about to fall to the small peak, Sun Wukong's body did a backflip and landed on the small mountain behind him. Seeing this, Vegeta immediately landed on the small peak in front of Sun Wukong. He's so powerful, he hasn't been serious at all since just now, he is far above me in terms of speed and fighting. Sun Wukong looked at the confident Vegeta in front of him, and couldn't help but praise him in his heart. Hurry up and make a move, shouldn't it be that your strength has been exhausted? I know, I'll let you see. Sun Wukong said, clenching his fists hard, his whole body emitted a lot of heat, and the skin of his whole body became red. Then, Sun Wukong's body rose with a red flame. Realm King Fist. Sun Wukong's right hand was raised, and a brilliant red light emitted from his hand. Vegeta was startled and jumped upwards with both feet. With a loud bang, most of the mountain where Vegeta was originally standing was blown off at once. Seeing this, Sun Wukong's body immediately turned into a red light and rushed towards Vegeta in the sky. Bang! Son Goku's right fist hit Vegeta hard in the face, and Vegeta's head immediately fell backwards. Sun Wukong took advantage of this opportunity, and his right fist was as fast as the wind, and he hit Vegeta's face dozens of punches at once. Then, Sun Wukong lifted his right foot forward forcefully and kicked Vegeta out. Boom! Sun Wukong clenched his hands into fists, and his body quickly fell to the ground, rushing towards Vegeta, who flew upside down in the sky. At this moment, Vegeta's figure flashed, and his body quickly came to Sun Wukong, and his right foot kicked hard towards Sun Wukong's chin. Sun Wukong's Realm King Fist aura dispersed, and his body flew backwards for a distance. Sun Wukong's head broke out in a lot of cold sweat, and he looked at Vegeta in front of him with a solemn face. Seeing this, Vegeta smiled slightly. If that's your limit, it's too disappointing. Chapter 017. Just when the two were fighting hotly, Son Gohan was observing the surroundings of the two. In the original Dragon Ball books, Dr. Gro once said that he once sent a miniature robot to collect information on the battle between Son Goku and Vegeta. After looking around for a while, Son Gohan saw a white miniature robot smaller than a thumbnail. Found it! Son Gohan said, his figure flashed, and he grabbed the micro-robot. The micro-robot seemed to feel that he was being caught, and immediately resisted Son Gohan. Son Gohan snorted coldly and put it into the inventory of the system. Gohan. At this moment, Vic also noticed Son Gohan, who appeared in the distance. Son Gohan nodded and quickly flew to Bike's side. Gohan, did something happen? It's nothing, I just seemed to see a figure, it should be that I saw it wrong. This way. After hearing this, Vic immediately looked at the battle of the Monkey King. Originally, he thought that Sun Wukong should not be much stronger than him even if he cultivated on the Northern Realm King Star for a year. But I didn't expect it. The gap between the two of them has now become so big. Thinking of this, Bike's hands immediately clenched. When this battle is over, he must cultivate hard and try his best to catch up with Sun Wukong. Ha! At this moment, Vegeta clenched his hands into fists, and his whole body exuded a powerful chi, which quickly rose upward. Rumble! Under the influence of Vegeta's breath, the surrounding ground shook violently, and a large amount of sand and stones were lifted up. Vegeta's whole body exuded a large amount of golden light, and a huge dark cloud appeared in the sky, covering the sky. Well! What a powerful chi! As soon as the words fell, Vegeta's body immediately emitted a large amount of wind. Sun Wukong's right hand blocked the gust of wind, and his body retreated some distance. Ha! At this moment, Vegeta shouted hard, and his whole body emitted an incomparably dazzling light. Moments later, when everything was calm, Vegeta increased his combat power to 18,000. The shaking of the earth has stopped, and the black clouds in the sky have disappeared. Sun Wukong looked around and said. After speaking, Sun Wukong immediately looked at Vegeta in front of him. Because of the increase in breath, Vegeta's face became very calm. At this moment, Vegeta suddenly shouted, his body was as fast as lightning, and he rushed towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was shocked, and before his body could react, he was knocked out by Vegeta's shoulder that rushed towards him. Vegeta's figure flashed, and his body quickly came to Sun Wukong, who flew out upside down, and hit Sun Wukong's back with his right elbow. Bang! Sun Wukong's body was knocked down and fell on a small mountain. Step! Sun Wukong landed on his feet, and his whole body once again emitted a large amount of red aura. Twice the Realm King Fist. With a loud drink, Sun Wukong's body immediately turned into a red light and rushed towards Vegeta. Vegeta's figure flashed and appeared behind Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's body quickly turned around, but he saw a long foot flying towards him. Bang! Vegeta's right foot kicked Sun Wukong's chest, and Sun Wukong's body instantly hit a mountain behind him like a ray. Gaku! After Klin and them saw it, they immediately became a little worried. Vegeta sneered. Kakarot! Do you only have this strength? After Sun Wukong heard this, he immediately flew out of the mountain and landed on a small mountain peak and gasped. A moment later, Sun Wukong's eyes suddenly became firm. There is no way, even if my body will be injured, or I fight to death, I can only increase the Realm King Fist to 3 times. What's wrong, Kakarot? Are you out of recruitment? Vegeta saw that Sun Wukong was slow to move and said with a smile. After listening to it, Sun Wukong slowly closed his eyes. My body, you must hold it. Vegeta looked slightly startled. At this moment, Sun Wukong's eyes opened, and a large amount of red chi emanated from his whole body. Triple Realm King Fist. With a loud drink, Sun Wukong's body immediately turned into a red flash and rushed towards Vegeta. Vegeta was shocked, and before his body could react, he was hit hard by the right fist of the rushing Monkey King. Bang! With a violent sound, Vegeta's body was like a ray and was shot out. Ugh! Sun Wukong shouted, and his body appeared above Vegeta like a flash. Then, Sun Wukong's right fist punched forward hard, and Vegeta was violently knocked down from mid-air with one punch. With a loud bang, a huge mountain was knocked down by Vegeta. The ground suddenly raised a huge cloud of sand. Whew! Sun Wukong gasped, and the fiery red aura on his body slowly dissipated. Sun Wukong had just injured Vegeta by using the Triple Realm King Fist, but forcibly using the Triple Realm King Fist also placed a great burden on his body. Thinking of this, Sun Wukong immediately glanced at Sun Wuhan behind him. In fact, if this battle had been played by Sun Wuhan, I am afraid it would have ended long ago. However, he had been cultivating on the Northern King Star for a year, so he wanted to fight Vegeta. Ha! At this moment, Vegeta shouted, and his whole body exuded a powerful momentum, shaking out all the stones that were pressing on him. Vegeta looked at his hands and saw that there was a lot of blood on them. I was actually injured. Vegeta said with some disbelief in his heart. Immediately, he raised his head angrily and looked at the Monkey King in the sky. Boom! Vegeta jumped hard with both feet and quickly flew high in the air. Sun Wukong had already landed on a small mountain because the Triple Realm King Fist was too heavy on his body. Ha! At this moment, Vegeta put his hands back together, and purple lightning flashed out from his hands. What? Monkey King was shocked. Then, he glanced behind him. Did you say? He is trying to destroy the earth. Vegeta snorted coldly. That's right, Kakarot, if you want to hide, you can hide, but the earth behind you can't be saved. After Sun Wukong listened, he clenched his fists hard. I won't hide. Ha! After Sun Wukong finished speaking, his whole body immediately emitted a large amount of red aura, and his hands slowly closed back. Turtle Sect Qigong of the Three Realms King Fist. At this moment, Vegeta gathered his breath and slammed his hands forward hard. Afterburner. After Vegeta finished speaking, a purple pillar of light immediately emanated from Vegeta and hit Sun Wukong. Ha! Sun Wukong shouted loudly and also beat out the Turtle Sect Qigong. Chapter 018. Boom! With a violent sound, the Turtle Faction Qigong and the Afterburner hit each other hard. Rumble! The ground shook violently. Because Vegeta's strength is above Sun Wukong, the Afterburner quickly suppressed Sun Wukong's Turtle School Qigong. Abominable! Sun Wukong shouted angrily, pushed his hands up hard, and the turtle sent Kigong to push back the afterburner. Seeing this, Vegeta immediately shouted loudly and pressed out the turtle pie Kigong. Ugh! Sun Wukong screamed, and his body began to be a little unsupportable. Gohan! When they saw this, they immediately looked at Gohan on the side. Now only if he strikes will it be possible to save the planet. Seeing this, Sun Gohan's face was as usual. At this moment, Sun Wukong's originally trembling hands suddenly clenched. Quadruple Realm King Fist. With a loud drink, Sun Wukong once again raised the Realm King Fist, and an incomparably powerful force immediately entered the turtle sect Kigong, and suddenly hit Vegeta's afterburner back. What? Vegeta was shocked, and even if he dodged, it was too late. Boom! With an extremely violent sound, Vegeta was hit by his own afterburner and let out an extremely shocking scream. After waiting for a while, after the explosion stopped, Vegeta was no longer in the sky. Klin, eliminate. Is it wiped out? Not yet. Sun Gohan shook his head. Didn't you? Sun Gohan nodded, and the figure flashed to the side of the seriously injured Sun Wukong. Gohan! Sun Wukong's voice was extremely weak and shouted at Sun Wuhan. Sun Gohan nodded and fed a fairy bean to Sun Wukong's mouth. Sun Wukong quickly swallowed the fairy beans and recovered from the injuries on his body. After recovering his body, Sun Wukong felt that his current strength was much stronger than before. What? Behind the scene of Vegeta hiding in the clouds, her face immediately changed greatly. Every time a Saiyan survives from the brink of death, his combat effectiveness increases several times. This means that Sun Wukong's combat power is already above him now. Abominable! Thinking of this, his heart immediately became extremely angry. I already knew that he didn't keep his hand just now and solved him early. At this moment, Sun Wukong flew up from below. Vegeta gritted his teeth, and with his right hand, he condensed an artificial moon and threw it into the sky. Sun Wukong was shocked and was about to stop it. I saw that Vegeta's eyes suddenly became red, and a large amount of black hair suddenly grew on his body. Roar! With a huge roar, Vegeta transforms into a giant ape. Change! Transformed! Klin's eyes widened immediately when they looked at them. Rumble! As soon as the words fell, Vegeta immediately jumped down from the sky and stepped heavily on the ground with his feet. The ground was immediately kicked up by a large cloud of sand. Seeing this, Sun Wukong looked stunned. At this moment, Vegeta shouted loudly and attacked the surrounding mountains with both fists. Several peaks collapsed under Vegeta's heavy punch. Lost! Out of control? As soon as the words fell, Vegeta suddenly turned around, and his hands quickly grabbed forward. Sun Wukong was startled, and his body quickly retreated. Didn't you get out of control? Monkey King looked at Vegeta. At this time, Vegeta suddenly laughed. Kakarot! Our superior warriors will not get out of control because of the giant ape. Yes. After Sun Wukong heard this, he squeezed his hands hard, and his body was as fast as lightning, rushing towards Vegeta. Vegeta jumped on both feet and jumped quickly into the air. Realm King Fist! Monkey King shouted, and his body immediately turned into a red flash, circling behind Vegeta. Vegeta was startled. At this time, Sun Wukong kicked with his right foot and kicked Vegeta hard. Vegeta screamed loudly, his body like a ray of rays, and slammed into the mountain behind him. With a loud bang, a large number of rocks rolled down from the mountain at once, kicking up a large cloud of sand and dust on the ground. After Sun Wukong saw it, he immediately dispersed the red aura on his body. Vegeta, now you are no longer my opponent, I advise you to obediently admit defeat and leave the earth. Seeing this, Klin said with a puzzled look. Tianjin Rice, what's going on? Goku's strength just now is obviously inferior to him? But after he took a fairy bean, his strength actually increased a lot at once. I don't know. Tianjin Fan shook his head. Admit defeat. When Vegeta heard this, his heart immediately became extremely angry. If it weren't for Sun Wukong taking fairy beans and recovering from his injuries, he would have defeated Sun Wukong a long time ago. Where could he still make Sun Wukong so arrogant? Thinking of this, Vegeta's hands immediately clasped up vigorously. Kakarot, if you hadn't recovered from the injuries on your body with that bean, you would have lost to me a long time ago. If it weren't for immortal beans, I would indeed have lost to you, but even so, you have no chance of winning at all. Kakarot, what do you mean by that? To tell you the truth, Gohan's current strength is far above me. If he had made a move, he would have solved you long ago. That little ghost. When Vegeta heard this, he immediately looked at Son Gohan in the distance. In fact, at the beginning, he had already sensed that Sun Wuhan was not simple, but he did not expect that he was their trump card. Kakarot, you said that the strength of that little devil is far superior to you, so why are you still fighting me? Why? I think it's probably because I want to fight powerful enemies and improve my strength. Powerful enemy. When Vegeta heard this, he smiled slightly. Although Sun Wukong was very annoying to him, this sentence made him feel a little happy. You just said that the strength of that little devil is far above you. Monkey King nodded. When Vegeta heard this, he immediately opened his mouth and fired a Qigong cannon at Sun Gohan. Sun Wuhan stood calmly, and his right index finger gently pointed at the Qigong cannon, and the Qigong cannon was instantly dissolved. Vegeta was startled. Before, he thought that Sun Wukong was deceiving him, but he didn't expect that Sun Wuhan's strength was far more terrifying than he thought. At this moment, Sun Gohan's figure flashed, and he came behind Vegeta in the blink of an eye. No. It's gone. As soon as the words fell, Sun Gohan immediately condensed a golden air blade with his right hand, and suddenly cut Vegeta's tail in two. With a loud bang, the tail fell heavily to the ground. No. Not good. Seeing this, Vegeta's face changed. As soon as the words fell, Vegeta's body immediately slowly shrank and changed back to human form. Seeing his body change back, Vegeta's face immediately became extremely nervous. In the state of the giant ape just now, he was not Sun Wukong's opponent, and now that he has changed back to human form, he is even more not their opponent. Chapter 019. Vegeta, let's go, it's impossible to win me in your current state. At this moment, Sun Wukong suddenly spoke. When Vegeta heard this, he immediately gritted his teeth angrily. Kakarot, this time I lost to you, but the next time we meet, I will definitely not lose to you again. Good. Monkey King nodded. Seeing this, Vegeta immediately turned around and flew towards his spaceship. Moments later, Vegeta started his spaceship and left Earth. Klin, go. Let's go. Yes. After all, Gohan's strength is so strong, he can't beat Gohan at all. Yamcha said. That's true, too. At this moment, Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan flew over from a distance. Goku, Gohan. Klin shouted at the two with a smile on his face. The two nodded. By the way, Goku, why did you let that guy go? After that guy becomes stronger, he may come to Earth again. Klin asked. It's nothing, I just heard Lord Realm King say that there are only a few of us left in the Scion, so I just thought about letting him go. This way. Humph. Vic snorted coldly. Sun Wukong, you are always such a woman, sooner or later you will harm yourself. Sun Wukong smiled and said. Bike, when did you become so concerned about me? I'm not concerned about you, I'm just reminding you for Gohan's sake. Gohan. Sun Wukong said, and immediately glanced at Sun Wuhandao. Bike, you've worked hard this year, if it weren't for you, Gohan wouldn't have become as strong as he is now. Vic snorted coldly. Monkey King, Don't misunderstand, I trained Gohan just to borrow his power to fight the Scions together. Sun Wukong smiled and nodded. Then since the battle is over, let's all go back, right? The other side. Vegeta, who had left the earth, was now looking at the universe in front of him with his fists clenched. Kakarot, Son Gohan, I will definitely defeat you next time we meet. Earth, Bun Mountain, Monkey King's house. Sun Wukong and Son Gohan flew back to their door at this time. Knock knock. Sun Wukong knocked on the door with his hand. After a while, Kiki came out and opened the door. Gohan. Kiki saw that Son Gohan was safe and sound, and immediately stepped forward to hug him tightly. Being hugged by Kiki like this, Son Gohan felt flattered. At this moment, the Bull Demon King also walked out of the house and picked Son Gohan up from the ground. Son Gohan was a little helpless about this. He actually doesn't like to be held, but no way, he is now 5 years old, he is still a child, and it is normal to be held. That Gohan, did you knock down the Scions or Goku? After picking Son Gohan up for a while, the Bull Demon King quickly put him back on the ground. It was Dad who knocked it down. Yes, that Scion should not be very strong. After Son Gohan listened, he smiled and did not speak. Then Gohan, now that the battle is over, it's almost time for you to go back to your room to study. Grandpa. After Son Gohan heard this, he immediately looked at the Bull Demon King. After hearing this, the Bull Demon King looked embarrassed. One was his daughter, and the other was his grandson. Whoever he helps or doesn't help is not good. That Kiki. Why don't you let Gohan finish lunch before studying? Daddy. After hearing this, Kiki immediately looked at the Bull Demon King with a displeased expression. Dad, we said yesterday that Gohan must study when he comes back today. And you are used to him again. Okay, I know Kiki, I'll let Kiki go to school now. That's pretty much it. After listening to it, Sun Wuhan looked at Sun Wukong next to him. Sun Wukong didn't say a word, there should be no hope. So Son Gohan didn't say anything more, and obediently returned to his room to study. After returning to the room, Son Gohan took out the computer that Boomer gave him from the system's inventory. Because there was no internet at home, Son Gohan let the system turn on the system's Wi-Fi. After the computer was turned on, Sun Wuhan immediately took out the micro-robot captured today, and through the scanning of the system, found the computer connection of this robot. Through the connection of the computer, Son Gohan quickly cracked the information collected by this micro-robot. This micro-robot did not collect much information, only the battle information of Monkey King and Vegeta today. Son Gohan deletes this information and finds the supercomputer that controls the micro-robot through the micro-robot. Son Gohan originally wanted to invade this supercomputer, but the defense of this supercomputer was too strong, and with Son Gohan's current technology, there was no way to invade it. System, Dr. Gro's supercomputer is too difficult to hack, do you have a way to help me hack this supercomputer? The system coughs. Master, I am a cultivation system, not a universal system. Son Gohan smiled and said. It turns out that you also have things that you can't do. It's not impossible, the main thing is that I am a serious system, and helping people hack into computers is definitely not done by righteous people. Is it? So since this is the case, I will slowly study how to hack into this computer alone. If there is no way in 1 day, then use 2 days, if there is no way in 2 days, I will use a month, a year. After listening to it, the system was silent. Son Gohan was clearly threatening him. That master, I just thought carefully about this. Dr. Gro is a bad person, I help you, that is to help justice. Son Gohan nodded. So the system, how can I hack into this supercomputer? It's simple, I'll come. As soon as the words fell, Son Gohan's computer immediately successfully invaded Dr. Gro's supercomputer. Bull batch. Seeing that the invasion was successful, Sun Gohan immediately checked Dr. Kagros' supercomputer information through his computer. Soon, Sun Gohan found the information from Cyborg number 16 to Cyborg number 20. And Cyborg 16 has been successfully created by Dr. Gro. As for Cyborg 17 and Cyborg 18, they are still being created. Artificial Man number 19 and number 20 just drew a design drawing. Cyborg number 17, Cyborg no 18. Sun Gohan looked at the design drawings on the computer and fell into deep thought in his heart. Cyborg 17 and Cyborg 18 were modified from humans, and Dr. Gro is not very mature in control technology. So even if Sun Gohan changes Dr. Gro's original program, it doesn't make much sense. Cyborg number 19 and number 20 can try to change the program, but I don't know if Dr. Gro will transform himself into Terran number 20 like the original. Chapter 020. After thinking about it for a while, Sun quit Dr. Gro's supercomputer and put the micro-robot into the system again. Cyborg 19 and 20 have not yet begun to create, and he simply cannot enter programs into Cyborg 19 and 20. At this moment, Sun Gohan suddenly heard the sound of the doorknob twisting the door. Sun Gohan was immediately frightened and put the computer into the system. After the door opened, a tall, burly man walked in. This person is none other than Sun Gohan's grandfather, the Bull Demon King. Gohan, it's time to eat. Well, good. Sun Gohan nodded. After lunch, Sun Gohan took a nap at home. When it was almost 2 o'clock, Kiki knocked on the door and entered Sun Gohan's room, waking up Sun Gohan who was asleep. Gohan, it's 2 o'clock now, it's almost time to study. Study? Sun Gohan asked in confusion. You go wash up, and then start reading books and doing exercises. Good. Sun Gohan said, immediately got up and ran into the bathroom. After waiting for the bathroom, Sun Gohan immediately closed the door, then took out a hair that fell today and turned it into himself. Then you'll read for me later. The doppelganger nodded. Seeing this, Sun Gohan moved in an instant and appeared at the peak of Bike's cultivation. Vic, who was meditating and cultivating, immediately opened his eyes after feeling Sun Gohan's chi. Gohan. Uncle Bike. After Sun Gohan heard this, he immediately replied. Gohan, aren't you going back? How did it get here? My mom wanted me to study, I didn't miss it much, so I came to you. This way. But in that case, wouldn't your mother be worried? It's okay, Uncle Bike, I left a doppelganger at home. Doppelganger? Sun Gohan said, immediately pulling a hair from his head and turning into his own doppelganger. Uncle Bike, look, this is my doppelganger. Vic looked at it and froze. Sun Gohan's doppelganger, both in breath and appearance, is exactly the same as Sun Gohan. If you don't distinguish carefully, it's really hard to tell. That Gohan. So how many such doppelgangers can you conjure? I don't know, but there should be no problem with a few thousand. Several. Thousands. Yes. So can they fight? Of course, but they only have 1/1000th of my strength. 1 in 1,000. So can they transform into Super Saiyan? If the combat power is enough, I think it should be possible. After listening to it, Vic immediately imagined thousands of Super Saiyans in his mind. If Sun Gohan really becomes so strong by then, he is afraid that he will not be able to compare with a single hair of Sun Wuhan. Thinking of this, the belief in Vic that he wanted to become stronger immediately became more determined. Then Gohan, can you have your doppelganger fight me? Sun Gohan he is, but that the weakened Sun Gohan, he can always fight? Sun Gohan was stunned. Uncle Vic. You're going to fight my doppelganger? Yes, what's the problem? Sun Gohan smiled and said. No, no. I just felt a little surprised. He can't say that Vic can't beat his doppelganger. After Vic listened, he was half convinced in his heart. Then in that case, you should let him fight me first, right? Oh, good. Son Gohan nodded. After speaking, Son Gohan's doppelganger immediately stood in front of Bike. The two glanced at each other at the same time, and then quickly retreated, opening a certain distance between the battle between the two. So shall we begin? Vic said to Son Gohan's doppelganger. Son Gohan nodded. Ha! Seeing this, Vic immediately shouted, clenched his fists and rushed towards Son Gohan. Soon, Vic rushed in front of Son Gohan's doppelganger, and his fists attacked Son Gohan's doppelganger like the wind. Hey! Son Gohan's body shifted slightly, easily dodging Bike's attack. What? Vic was startled and quickly stepped back. At this time, Son Gohan's doppelganger flashed, turned around and came to Bike's face, and hit Vic's abdomen with his right fist. Vic screamed, and his body suddenly flew upside down on the mountain behind him. After Son Gohan saw it, he immediately covered his face. He had just wanted to let his doppelganger leave his hand, but Vic was next to him, and he couldn't say it to his face. As soon as he knew it, he asked the system to teach him how to transmit sound. Whew! At this moment, Vic gasped and slowly got up from the ground. Ha! After staring at the Son Gohan doppelganger for a while, Vic quickly rushed towards the Son Gohan doppelganger again. Hey! Vic's fists hit the body of the Son Gohan doppelganger hard, and the Son Gohan doppelganger resisted while retreating. Rumble! Just when Vic forced Son Gohan's doppelganger to a mountain, Son Gohan's doppelganger suddenly disappeared, and Vic's right fist immediately hit the mountain hard. Abominable! Vic shouted angrily and quickly turned away. At this time, Son Gohan's doppelganger suddenly appeared in the air, and a whirlwind kick with his right foot kicked towards Bike. With a bang, Vic was kicked into the mountain behind him. The ground was immediately kicked up by a large cloud of sand. Hey! Step, son! Gohan landed on his feet and stood calmly in front of Vic with a calm face. Seeing this, Son Gohan immediately flew to Son Gohan doppelganger. This is Uncle Bike, why did you put such a heavy hand? But didn't you just let me fight him? I'm asking you to fight him. But you don't have to shoot so hard, do you? But I already had mercy on my subordinates, and I thought you wanted me to train him. Boom! Just then, Vic climbed up from the large rock he was pressing. Gohan, don't let your doppelganger keep his hand, just let him let the horse come. Good. Son Gohan nodded. At this moment, a figure suddenly flew in the sky. This person was Sun Wukong. Dad! As soon as the words fell, Sun Wukong immediately fell from the sky in front of the two. Sun Wukong glanced at Sun Gohan and Sun Wuhan, and his face immediately showed a hint of surprise. Two Gohan? Not two Gohan, but a doppelganger of Gohan. Vic said with his arms folded. Doppelganger. Vic nodded. I said, how can there be three breaths of Gohan? Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wuhan himself. You should be the real Gohan, right? Sun Gohan nodded. Is Gohan in the family also your doppelganger? Chapter 021. Sun Gohan nodded again. Then Gohan, your doppelganger shouldn't be discovered by Kiki, right? No, my doppelganger has the same memories as me. Is it? But where did you learn this doppelganger? I've never seen such a powerful doppelganger. I learned it in my dreams. In a dream? Yes, when I was dreaming, I dreamed of an old grandfather, and he taught me the doppelganger technique in his dream. In a dream? Can you remember everything in Gohan's dream? When Vic heard this, he questioned in his heart. Yes. That old man not only taught me the doppelganger technique, but also taught me teleportation. Teleportation? What is Gohan teleportation? Monkey King asked. Hearing Son Gohan's nonsense, the system's heart immediately couldn't help but snort coldly. What dreams of grandfather, it is clear that I taught it to you. After Sun Gohan listened, he was too lazy to take care of the system, but explained to Sun Wukong about teleportation. Teleportation is a technique of instantly going around the other party by sensing the other party's chi, and the teleportation distance is extremely far, even if the person you are looking for is on a planet in the universe. As long as you can sense his chi, you can teleport to that person's planet. Can I teleport to someone else's planet? Sun Gohan nodded. Then Gohan, can you teach me this trick? Yes, but this trick is more difficult to learn and may take a lot of time. It's okay, just learn slowly. Sun Wukong said, glancing at Vic Dao, who was still stained with a lot of sand and dust on his body. Vic, did you just fight Gohan? It's not. I just fought with his doppelganger. Sun Wukong looked at the Sun Gohan doppelganger with a weaker breath. Nobik, did you beat Gohan's doppelganger? Nope. Vic shook his head. So Gohan, can I fight your doppelganger? Of course you can. Sun Gohan said, glancing at his doppelganger. The battle of Sun Wuhan's doppelganger is at least more than 800,000 points, and with Sun Wukong's current strength, it is impossible to beat him at all. So he wants to let his doppelganger release water, so that Sun Wukong doesn't lose so ugly. Seeing Sun Gohan agree, Sun Wukong immediately flew to a clearing next to him. After Sun Wuhan looked at it, he immediately flew to a few hundred meters in front of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong chuckled and gestured with his hands in battle. So Gohan, shall we begin? Sun Gohan nodded. Ha! Seeing this, Sun Wukong immediately shouted, and his body quickly rushed to the front of Sun Gohan's doppelganger, and his fists and feet attacked Sun Gohan's doppelganger like the wind. Hey, Sun Gohan's doppelganger moved slightly, easily dodging Sun Wukong's attack. Monkey King was shocked. At this time, Sun Gohan's doppelganger suddenly disappeared and appeared behind Sun Wukong. No! It's gone! As soon as the words fell, Sun Gohan jumped with both feet, and kicked his right foot hard towards Sun Wukong's body. Bang! Sun Wukong was kicked out and hit a mountain in front of him hard. A large number of large stones immediately rolled down from the mountain, crushing Sun Wukong to the ground. Abominable! Sun Wukong shouted angrily, and his body quickly got up from the ground. Realm King Fist! With a loud drink, a fiery red flame immediately rose on Sun Wukong's body. Then, Sun Wukong's body rushed towards Sun Wuhan's doppelganger like a red flash. Hey! Just when Sun Wukong was extremely close to Sun Gohan's doppelganger, Sun Gohan's doppelganger suddenly disappeared. Boom! After Sun Wukong saw it, he immediately stopped and looked around. At this moment, the figure of Sun Gohan's doppelganger suddenly appeared on the left side of Sun Wukong, and his right foot kicked hard towards Sun Wukong's body. Bang! Sun Wukong's body was like a shooting star, and he was kicked down from mid-air. With a loud bang, Sun Wukong's body fell heavily to the ground. The ground was immediately kicked up by a large cloud of sand. After waiting for a while, after the sand and dust around Sun Wukong dispersed, a not small deep pit immediately appeared on the ground. Whew! Sun Wukong gasped, his eyes tightly looking at Sun Gohan in the sky. It's so powerful, just 2 moves, it's almost impossible for my body to withstand it. Ha! Sun Wukong said, shook his hands hard, and once again used the out-of-realm King Fist. 5-fold Realm King Fist. With a loud drink, Sun Wukong's body immediately turned into a red flash and rushed towards Sun Wuhan's doppelganger. The 5-fold Realm King Fist is the limit of his current body, and if even the 5-fold Realm King Fist is not Sun Wuhan's opponent, then there is no need for him to fight. What? Vic was taken aback. Sun Wukong's current combat power is at least about 20 or 30,000, and if he uses the 5-fold Realm King Fist, it is more than 100,000. Boom! At this moment, Sun Wukong came to Sun Wuhan's doppelganger, and his right fist hit forward with all his strength. Sun Gohan dodged to the side and dodged the punch. Sun Wukong's body flew behind Sun Gohan's doppelganger, and then quickly fell to the ground and turned back. Bang! With a heavy sound, Sun Wukong's right fist hit Sun Gohan's doppelganger hard. Sun Gohan's doppelganger's body suddenly flew upside down thousands of meters away. Seeing this, Sun Wukong immediately put away the breath on his body and flew to Sun Wuhan's side. Gohan, did you let your doppelganger keep your hand? Sun Wukong often fights with people, and naturally he can know the strength of the other party through fighting. The most important thing is that Sun Gohan's doppelganger just released water, and it was too little to put it. Yes. I'm asking him to keep a little hand. At this time, Vic on the side said with a look of displeasure. Gohan, if you let your doppelganger leave our hands on us again, we will fight you directly. I know, Uncle Bike. Sun Gohan lowered his head and said. Seeing that Sun Gohan bowed his head and admitted his mistake, Vic didn't think about it anymore. So Gohan, how much strength does your doppelganger probably have? 1,000th. 1,000th. Sun Wukong was shocked. This means that my current strength is not even 1,000th of Gohan's. Bike, it's not just you, so am I. When Sun Wukong heard this, he immediately felt a little comfort in his heart. Okay, then from today onwards, I must cultivate well and strive to catch up with Gohan as soon as possible. After listening to it, Vic did not say a word. He is not even as strong as Sun Wukong now, let alone chasing Sun Wuhan. So Gohan, how did you become so strong in this year's time? Chapter 022. It's nothing, I just do push UPS every day, and then let Aunt Boomer make me a gravity room with 100 times gravity. Gravity room? Yes, Dad. Sun Gohan said, took out a universal capsule, then pressed the universal capsule switch and threw it to the open space on the side. With a white smog, a semicircular house appeared. This house is Sun Gohan's gravity room. Dad, this is Aunt Boomer's gravity room. Sun Gohan said, opened the door, and brought Sun Goku and Vic into the house. Sun Wukong looked at the hall. Gohan, isn't this just an ordinary house? Dad, this is the place to live, and the gravity room is in it. Yes. After Sun Wukong heard this, he immediately walked in with Sun Wuhan. After a while, the three came to the gravity room. Sun Gohan briefly introduced the gravity room to Sun Goku. Up to 300 times gravity. Yes, Dad. If you want to raise the gravity even higher, you have to ask Aunt Boomer for help. It's okay, anyway, I can't use it for the time being. Sun Gohan nodded. Subsequently, the three of them cultivated in the gravity room. Bun Mountain, Sun Wukong's house. Kiki was checking the exercises that Sun Gohan's doppelganger had just done. Kiki looked through the answers to the exercises, and all the exercises made by Sun Gohan were done correctly. Good, everything is done right, sure enough, my family Gohan is the smartest. So Gohan, what do you want to eat at night? Mom does it for you. Braised pork trotters, sweet and sour pork ribs. Sun Gohan said a lot, Sun Gohan's favorite dish. Oh, good. Then Gohan, you continue to study well. Sun Gohan nodded doppelganger. Seeing this, Kiki immediately walked out of Sun Gohan's room. What kind of dish is this sweet and sour ribs? Evening. Sun Wuhan saw that today's cultivation was almost the same, so he took out the heavenly mirror and looked at the situation in his home. Through the Babel mirror, Sun Gohan sees Kiki cooking in the kitchen. After learning about the situation at home, Sun Gohan teleported back to his room and switched back with his doppelganger. Time flickered, and more than half a month passed in the blink of an eye. For more than half a month, Sun Wuhan has been cultivating with Vic and them. North Milky Way. At this time, a huge spaceship like a disc was heading towards Namux. This spaceship is none other than Frisia's spaceship. After Vegeta's defeat, Frisia learns from his men the purpose of Vegeta's trip to Earth. After that, he suddenly remembered that there were also Dragon Balls on Namux, so he asked his men to take him to NA6. In the main control room of the Frisia spaceship, Frisia held a red wine glass with a 3-point full pouring in his right hand, looking out the window at the cosmic road. How long do we have to get to Namuxen? Sob, back to King Frisia, there should be about 10 minutes left. Oh! Frisia said lightly, picked up the red wine in his right hand and tasted it. King Frisia, what wish do you want to make this time when you personally go to the planet Namek to collect Dragon Balls? Dodoria, because she was really bored, asked Frisia curiously. Frisia smiled. I want to remain young forever so that I can always rule this wish. Well, that's a good wish. Frisia nodded. Frisia Planet 79 is a planet controlled by Frisia. Vegeta's spaceship has now landed on the planet. Vegeta was so badly injured that he had already fallen into a coma. However, before he fell into a coma, he kept chanting the names of Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan. Kai. With a soft click, the spaceship door opened. Frisia's men knew that the spaceship was Vegeta's spaceship, so as soon as the spacecraft landed, they stood respectfully on both sides, ready to greet it. With the spaceship door fully open, the Frisia soldiers soon saw the seriously injured Vegeta. Prince Vegeta. When the leader of a squad under Frisia saw Vegeta unconscious, he immediately asked his men to carry Vegeta to be treated. On Earth, Sun Wuhan was cultivating at this time, and suddenly there was a systematic voice in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the Master for reaching 1 billion combat power, rewarding the Master with space survivability, Shadow Battle Axe, Super Vitality Bomb, you can borrow other people's vitality without raising your hands, 999 Fairy Beans. Shadow Tomahawk. After the system finished speaking, Sun Gohan's mind immediately had more memories of the Super Vitality Bomb. A purple axe immediately appeared in the system inventory, and the number of fairy beans changed from 88 to 1087. System, what are you giving me an axe for? Chopping wood? Ahem. The system coughs. Master, this shadow battle axe is cut like mud, it is definitely a good weapon for killing. But I don't like to use weapons. It's okay Master, this shadow battle axe can help you deal with enemies even if you don't need to control it by the Master himself. Don't I control it? Yes, Master, my most advanced tomahawk, as long as the Master tells it to kill, it will kill whomever it wants. Such a bull batch? Of course. After Sun Gohan heard this, he immediately took the Shadow Tomahawk out of the system. The Shadow Tomahawk weighs 1,000 pounds, but it is nothing in Sun Gohan's hands. Shadow Tomahawk, help me cut down that tree in front. Sun Gohan pointed to the big tree in front of him. The Shadow Tomahawk received Sun Gohan's order and immediately slashed towards the tree in front of him. With a light sound, the Shadow Tomahawk cut down the tree at once. Good. That Shadow Tomahawk, can you cut down 10 trees at once? After hearing this, the Shadow Tomahawk immediately rotated in midair and conjured 10 Shadow Tomahawks. Then, 10 Shadow Tomahawks simultaneously cut down at the 10 large trees in front. With a light noise, 10 large trees fell at the same time. The 10 Shadow Tomahawks suddenly turned into one like phantoms. Shadow Tomahawk, how many axes can you conjure at most at once? When the Shadow Tomahawk heard this, it immediately spun around in the sky. Hundreds of Shadow Tomahawks were neatly arranged in 10 rows. 100. The Shadow Tomahawk, like a human, nodded forward. At this moment, the voice of the system suddenly came. Master, Frisia has already left for Namux, and there is still 1 minute to go, and it will be Nami seeing. Okay, I see. Sun Gohan said, immediately conjuring a doppelganger with his hair to let him stay here, and then teleported and appeared in the village of the planet Namek. Chapter 023. Are you Son Gohan? A Nami Nemesis with a better memory recognized Son Gohan, who suddenly appeared. Son Gohan nodded. Frieza is coming soon, you guys quickly take me to the Great Elder, and you call everyone here, I'll take you to Earth. Earth? Yes. Then I'll take you to the Great Elder now, Niru, you go and call everyone in the village. Good. Niru nodded. After that, the Nanami Nemesis immediately took Son Gohan to meet the Great Elder. After a while, Son Gohan was brought in front of the Great Elder. Great Elder, Son Gohan is here. The Great Elder nodded. Gohan, are you here to help us eliminate Frieza? Yes, but before I fight Frieza, I'm going to take you to a safe place. Safe place, do you mean Earth? Yes. Okay, I know, I'll let them do what you tell them to do. Son Gohan nodded. Meanwhile, Frieza's spacecraft has landed on Namek. Through the window of the spaceship, Frieza saw the blue sky outside. Is this the Namek star? Yes, King Frieza. Dodoria said. Then in that case, you two will help me find the Dragon Balls of planet Namek. Yes, King Frieza. The other side. The Great Elder had gathered all the Namek people on the planet Namek. Hey! With Son Gohan's teleportation, Nami was sent to Earth in batches. Doria and Sob, who had already begun to prepare to set out to find the Dragon Ball of the planet Namek, immediately showed a hint of surprise on their faces after seeing a large number of powerful combat power disappearing on the combat power detector. Sob, I see that a large number of combat power has disappeared, could it be that someone has found the NA6 Nemesis one step ahead of us? It's a possibility, but who will it be? I don't know, but if someone really finds the Nami Nemesis one step ahead of us, then this person's strength will definitely be above us. Sob nodded. Although the two of them are strong, they are not sure that they will kill so many Nami Nemesis in such a short period of time. But no matter who it is, I think he should not dare to offend King Frieza. Inside a forest on Earth. At this time, a large number of NA Vixians were gathered around. These NA6 Nemesis are none other than the NA6 Nemesis that Son Gohan brought back from NA6. Because Niru's breath was too strong, they quickly attracted Klin and them on Earth. Well! What a lot of bikes! After seeing the hundreds of Namek's people, Klin was immediately frightened and his feet softened, and his body took a few steps back. Uncle Klin! At this moment, Son Gohan walked out from the crowd of Nami Nemesis. Gohan! Son Gohan smiled and nodded. Gohan, are they? They are NA6 and Uncle Bike's people. Klin, then. Vic people. I'll just say how they look so much like Bike. Son Gohan nodded. So Gohan, why did they show up here? Frieza invaded their planet, so I brought them to Earth. You brought it? Klin was taken aback. Yes. At this moment, Sun Wukong and Vic flew down from the sky. The Namek's people around immediately showed a look of surprise on their faces after seeing Bike. Gohan, is he the Uncle Vic you said he is? A Namek's named Nick said. Son Gohan nodded. Gohan, are they? Uncle Bike, they are Namek people from the planet Namek. Namexian. Then how did they show up here? When Son Gohan heard this, he immediately told Visha about his desire to snatch the Dragon Ball of the planet Namek. Frieza? So Gohan, how did you know about the Nami Nemesis? Son Gohan said with a smile. These are all told to me by the grandfather in my dreams. Yes. After Vic listened, he was half convinced in his heart. So Gohan, is this strength called Frieza really strong? Monkey King asked. Very strong. Yes, if I have the chance, I really want to fight him. When Sun Gohan heard this, he seemed to suddenly think of something. Dad, Uncle Bike, will you come with me to meet the Great Elder? Great Elder. Sun Gohan nodded and led the two to meet the Great Elder. Soon, Sun Wuhan brought the two to the front of the Great Elder. Great Elder. The Great Elder nodded. Gohan, are they? His dad Son Goku, he's Uncle Vic Bike. Great Elder. Vic shouted respectfully to the Great Elder. The Great Elder nodded. Could it be that you are a descendant of Kadaz? Kadaz. Yes, when the planet Namek changed, Kadaz left the planet Namek alone, and there was no news later. It turned out that he came to Earth. So it is. The Great Elder nodded. Did you bring him here to tell him about his origins? It's not. Son Gohan shook his head. Great Elder, I want to ask you to help them unleash the potential in their bodies. Monkey King, unleash your potential. Good. After hearing this, the Great Elder quickly agreed. Then Monkey King, you stand in front of me, right? Oh. After Sun Wukong heard this, he immediately stood in front of the Great Elder. After Vic looked at it, immediately to the left of the Monkey King. Seeing this, the Great Elder immediately put his hand on Sun Wukong's forehead, and a white aura instantly poured into Sun Wukong's body. Okay Sun Wukong, you let Vic come over. The Great Elder slowly raised his hand and said. Good. Sun Wukong said, and immediately stepped back. Seeing this, Vic immediately walked in front of the Great Elder. Seeing this, the Great Elder raised his right hand to stimulate Bike's potential. Okay. After listening to this, Vic looked at his hands and found that his strength was much stronger now than just now. Thank you, Grand Elder. The Great Elder nodded. Seeing this, Son Gohan immediately took them back to Klin. Goku, have you seen the Great Elder? Klin asked. See, the Great Elder also helped us stimulate the potential in our bodies. Energized potential in the body. Sun Wukong nodded. Then Goku, can you ask the Great Elder to help me also stimulate the potential in my body? This. You'll have to ask Gohan. Gohan. Klin looked at Son Gohan. At this time, Niru, who was standing in the crowd, suddenly walked out. The Great Elder doesn't have much time now, and I hope you don't disturb the Great Elder anymore. Chapter 024. Not much time left. Klin said with wide eyes. Niru nodded. Then since that's the case, we won't trouble the Great Elder. Klin laughed. Niru nodded. Then Son Gohan, when will you help us eliminate Friesha? Destroy Friesha. After hearing this, Klin immediately looked at Son Gohan with a surprised expression. Gohan, are you going to help them eliminate Friesha? Son Gohan nodded. I have already promised their Great Elder. Friesha can't get the Dragon Balls on the planet Namek, and will definitely consider the Earth's Dragon Balls. So instead of waiting for him to come, it is better to take the initiative. Then Gohan, I'll go with you. Monkey King said. Bike, Gohan, I'll go with you too. Seeing this, Klin wanted to speak. But when I think of my own strength, I still forget it. Good. Son Gohan nodded. But when it comes to Nami, you have to listen to me for everything. The two nodded. Seeing this, Son Gohan teleported and brought the two to Nami Buster. When he left Namisha Star, he sensed Friesha's chi, so he only needs to sense Friesha's chi to come to Namex. After the three arrived at Namex, they soon saw a huge spaceship. This spaceship is none other than Friesha's spaceship. At this time, Friesha was in his spaceship to lecture the two returning Doria. Suddenly, he saw the Vic trio who appeared outside the spaceship. Sob, Dodo Doria, isn't that an Amuxian? When Dodoria and Sob heard this, they immediately followed Friesha's gaze and saw Sun Wukong and them. Nami Nemesis. Not just the Namux people, but also the Scions. Sob looked at the Monkey King hairstyle and said, Scion? But there doesn't seem to be a tail behind him? Probably unplugged. But the Scions, besides Vegeta, aren't there only those Scions left on Earth? Dodoria said. Sob nodded. So there's a good chance he's from Earth. Earth. Doria, Sob, I don't care where he is a Scion from now, the thing I care about most now is the Dragon Ball of the planet Namek. Go and capture the Nami Nemesis and help me ask the whereabouts of the Dragon Ball. Frisia said, sitting in a flying chair. It's King Frisia. After hearing this, the two immediately ran out in a hurry. Soon, the two came out of it and flew in front of the three. Who are you? Are the Namux people on the planet Namek hidden by you? Dodoria looked at the three and said. Vic snorted coldly. We don't have the Namex people, they're just going to other planets now. Other planets? What planet? Vic smiled. Do you think I'll tell you? Damn, you dare to fool me. When Dodoria heard this, she clenched her fists tightly. What about playing you? If you are sensible, get out of this planet, or you will never want to leave here. Yes. Dodoria said, opening the combat power detector he was wearing on his left eye. Did he? 20,000. 2. 20,000. Seeing the value on the combat power detector, Dodoria's face immediately showed a hint of surprise. Originally, he thought that Vic was arrogant in tone, but he didn't expect that he really had some skills. However, Vic has only 20,000 combat power, while his combat power is 22,000 points. So if he gives his all, he should be able to defeat him. 20,000 combat strength. After hearing this, the expression on Sob's face also became a little solemn. Dodoria nodded. What about the other two? I'll take a look. Dodoria said, and aimed the combat power detector at Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan. Did he? 5,000. 5,000. Dodoria immediately breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that the combat power of both of them was 5,000. 5,000. When Sabo heard this, he looked at Sun Wukong's father and son with contempt. Dodoria, you deal with that Namex man, I'll deal with the two of them. After hearing this, Doria immediately looked at Sob with a dissatisfied expression. Dealing with one strong one, he dealing with two weak ones, I have to say that Sob is a real dog. What's wrong? Sob, it's still up to you to deal with that Namux, and I'll deal with those two Scions. How is Doria, are you afraid of that Nami Sien? Who is afraid of that Namux man? I just want to exchange opponents with you. Seeing this, Vic was silent. He actually wants to say now that I am the weakest person. Dodoria, then let's rock and paper scissors. Whoever wins will fight those two Scions. Rock paper scissors is rock paper scissors. Saying that, the two were about to guess their fists, when Vic suddenly fired an energy wave at the two. Seeing this, the two immediately dodged. With a loud bang, energy waves exploded behind the two people. Abominable. Doria clenched her fists and looked at Vic with anger on her face. Sob was also extremely angry about this. Vic snorted coldly. You look down on people less, even if you two go together, you are not my opponents. What do you say? When Dodoria heard this, she immediately became furious. Originally, he thought that Vic would be more troublesome to solve, so he pushed with Sob. But now that Vic said so, he must teach Vic a good lesson. Sob, we don't need rock paper scissors anymore, you hand this guy over to me. Good. Sob nodded. After speaking, Dodoria immediately looked towards Bike. Ha! With a loud gulp, Doria was as fast as lightning and rushed towards Bike. Vic clenched his hands into fists and greeted him. Hey! Soon, the two came to each other at the same time, and their fists attacked each other like force. Seeing this, Sabo quickly slapped his hands forward and launched several energy waves towards Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan. Sun Gohan raised his right hand and slapped out all the energy waves from Sabo's attack. What? Sob was taken aback. As soon as the words fell, Sun Gohan's figure suddenly appeared in front of Sob, and his right fist hit Sob's abdomen hard. Ugh! Sob screamed loudly, and his body flew out upside down, hitting the spaceship behind him hard. With a loud bang, a large hole was knocked out of the underside of the spacecraft, and billowing smoke immediately came out of it. Chapter 025. Lord Sob. Sob. After Dororia and the surrounding soldiers looked at it, their faces immediately showed a hint of surprise. Vic took advantage of this opportunity to send the distraction Doria out. Abominable! Doria stepped both feet and quickly stopped on the ground. Then, he looked at Sob with a combat effectiveness detector and found that Sob's combat effectiveness was now a little low. This? What's going on? The combat power of that little devil is obviously only 5,000, how could he defeat Sob at once? Vic smiled. Your so-called combat power detector should detect the strength of our chi, so you think that Gohan's strength is only 5,000. The strength of the chi. That's right. Vic said, holding his hands hard, and his whole body exuded an incomparably astonishing chi. At this time, the combat power detector worn by Doria in her left eye immediately sounded. Diddy. 21,000. 22,000. 35,000. 3. 35,000. Doria was flabbergasted. His highest combat power is only 22,000, while Vic has a combat power of 13,000 higher than him. Now you should understand. Ming. Got it. A lot of cold sweat broke out on Dodoria's forehead and back. It turned out that all three of them were pretending to be pigs and eating tigers, and he was the only one who was an honest man. That. Whether you can spare my life, King Frisia asked me to kill you. After Vic listened, his right hand immediately condensed a golden energy wave and hit Dodoria. Vic. Seeing this, Sun Wukong wanted to stop it, but Dororia had been wiped out by the energy wave that Vic had beaten. Humph! Vic snorted coldly. Sun Wukong, I won't be as soft-hearted as you, not to mention that these guys are intruders in the first place. I know Vic. Sun Wukong nodded. Nabik, let's go meet that guy named Frisia. Vic nodded. At this moment, Frisia came out of the spaceship with Captain Chu Yi and a large number of soldiers. After Frisia appeared, all three of them looked at Frisia's body. Frisia sneered and said to Chu Yi on the side. Chu Yi, you go and capture that Nami nemesis, and then kill the other two. After Chu Yi listened, his whole body trembled. King Frisia, Doria, and Sob are not their opponents, I'm afraid I'm alone. After hearing this, Frisia immediately stared at him with a cold face. Yes. I will now do as you tell me to destroy those two scions. Chu Yi said, and immediately rushed towards Sun Wukong. Soon, Chu Yi rushed in front of Sun Wukong and punched forward with his right fist. Hey, Sun! Wukong's body stepped back slightly and dodged. After Chu Yi saw it, he continued to raise his fist and attack Sun Wukong. At this moment, Sun Wukong raised his fist with his right hand and hit Chu Yi's abdomen hard. Chu Yi screamed loudly, and his body fell down at once. After Frisia saw it, he immediately said to the surrounding soldiers. What are you doing? Don't give it to me yet? Ha! When the soldiers around heard this, they immediately rushed towards Sun Wukong. After Sun Gohan saw it, he immediately took out the Shadow Tomahawk from the inventory of the system. Shadow Tomahawk, destroy them all for me. The Shadow Tomahawk received Sun Gohan's order and immediately turned into a huge axe and slashed at the rushing soldiers. With a loud bang, a huge ravine was cut out of the ground. and a large number of soldiers fell into this ravine due to the earthquake caused by the shadow tomahawk. Then, the shadow tomahawk danced wildly in the sky, slashing out one after another huge sword momentum and landing on those soldiers. Those soldiers were quickly wiped out by the sword slashed by the shadow tomahawk. Vic was startled and looked at Sun Gohan on the side. "Gohan, where did you get this axe?" "I picked this up on the ground." After Vic listened, his heart was speechless. Before Sun Gohan explained the transformation technique, he also had to make up some mysterious grandfather, but now he doesn't even make it up, and directly said that he picked it up on the ground. "Picked up on the ground? So where did you pick up Gohan?" Monkey King asked. "Right on Bun Mountain." "Yes," Monkey King said, looking at Friday sitting on the stroller. "Frieza, all your men have been defeated by us, I advise you to leave Nami Buster." Frieza sneered. "It's the first time I've heard someone else ask me to leave someone else's planet." Sun Wukong snorted coldly. "This planet is not yours in the first place, is there anything wrong with letting you leave?" Frieza smiled. "Interesting, it's the first time I've seen a funny guy like you, can you tell me, what's your name?" "My name is Monkey King." "Monkey King." After hearing this, Frieza touched his chin with his right hand. "This doesn't seem to be a Scion name." "This is indeed not a Scion name, because I am a Scion who grew up on Earth." "Scions who grew up on Earth, so you defeated Vegeta?" Sun Wukong nodded. "Your name is Sun Wukong, right, so who are the two of them? And who is that little ghost?" Monkey King nodded. "What's his name?" "His name is Sun Gohan." "And what about the Namux man?" "His name is Bike." "Then Monkey King, can you tell me where the Namux people on this planet have gone? If you are willing to tell me, I can let you take over the position of Captain Chu Yi." Sun Wukong snorted coldly. "Who wants to be your subordinate, and even if I knew, I wouldn't tell it." "Yes." After hearing this, Frieza smiled coldly. "Then since that's the case, I have to do it myself and let you tell me." At this moment, Sun Gohan suddenly pointed to Frieza's flying chair. "Uncle Vic, is that a stroller?" "Stroller." After hearing this, Frieza looked at Sun Gohan with an angry expression. Sun Gohan said that his chair is a stroller, isn't that just laughing at his small size? "I want to." "Probably not." Chew. At this moment, Frieza's right index finger shot a death ray towards Sun Gohan. The shadow tomahawk in midair suddenly flew down from the sky and blocked in front of Sun Gohan. "Hey!" The death beam fell on the shadow tomahawk, like rain falling into a river, and was quickly absorbed by the shadow tomahawk. "What?" Frieza was taken aback. His death beam could blow up a mountain at will, only to have it now land on the shadow tomahawk, but nothing happened. Chapter 026. Seeing this, Sun Wukong immediately stepped forward. "So Gohan, can you let me and the guy fight first?" "Good." Sun Gohan nodded. "Anyway, now he can solve Frieza at will." On the Northern King. The king of the Northern Realm was immediately surprised by Sun Wukong after hearing that Sun Wukong was going to challenge Frieza. As a well-known evil emperor in the universe, Frieza is far from what the current Monkey King can defeat. Thinking of this, the king of the Northern Realm immediately transmitted a message to Sun Wukong. "Goku, can you hear me? I am Lord Kai Wang." "Lord Realm." The king of the Northern Realm nodded. "Goku, Frieza's strength is very strong, I think you better not fight him and hand him over to Gohan, right?" Sun Wukong smiled and said. "It's because of his strong strength that I want to fight him even more. But it's okay, Lord Kai Wang, if I can't beat it, won't there be Gohan?" After hearing this, the king of the Northern Realm thought for a moment and said. "Then you must be careful." Monkey King nodded. "Monkey King, what are you talking to yourself? Could it be that I already know that my strength is scared crazy? Frisia laughed when he saw Sun Wukong talking to himself alone. Nothing. I just spoke to Lord Realm King. Sun Wukong said with a smile. Lord Realm King. When Frisia heard this, his laughter stopped abruptly. Yes. Anyway, with you, it is not clear. When Frisia heard this, he snorted coldly and became serious. Seeing this, Sun Gohan immediately said to the shadow battle axe in front of him. Shadow Tomahawk, then you get bigger, let me sit with Uncle Vic and I. Shadow Tomahawk was speechless in his heart after hearing this. Its dignified Shadow Tomahawk was actually used as a mount by Sun Gohan. What's wrong, Shadow Tomahawk? Sun Gohan saw that the Shadow Tomahawk did not move at all and asked. After hearing this, the Shadow Tomahawk had to obediently grow larger and fall to the ground. Seeing this, Sun Gohan immediately walked on the axe of the Shadow Tomahawk and sat down. Uncle Bike, are you coming too? I want to. I still don't have to. It's okay Uncle Bike, wait for us to watch the battle, this Shadow Tomahawk will still protect us. That. All right. After hearing this, Vic hesitated for a moment and flew to the Shadow Tomahawk. However, he did not sit like Sun Gohan, but stood straight on it. At this moment, the index finger of Frisia's right hand was raised, and a purple ray was emitted in his hand, hitting Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's right hand casually slapped it, and the purple ray was immediately shot and flew to the ground on the side and exploded. What? Frisia was startled, and the index finger of his right hand continuously fired death beams at Sun Wukong. Bang bang bang! Rumble! 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 Sun Wukong raised his right hand and slapped all the death beams attacked by Frisia onto the ground around him. The ground soon raised a large cloud of sand, covering the figure of Sun Wukong. Frisia thought that Sun Wukong had been eliminated, and couldn't help but smile proudly. This is the end of going against me, Frisia. Yes. As soon as the words fell, the sand and dust around Sun Wukong gradually dispersed. Sun Wukong stood unharmed. This. How is this possible? Frisia was flabbergasted. The death beam attack just now, even Kainu is difficult to bear. How can Sun Wukong be safe and sound as a scion? Thinking of this, Frisia immediately opened the combat power detector he was wearing on his left eye. Did he? 5000, after the combat power detector was turned on, Frisia quickly saw the value of 5000 combat strength. Only 5000? Could it be that the combat effectiveness detector is broken? Frisia said, immediately taking off the combat power detector he was wearing on his left eye and crushing it. Then, he slowly got out of the flying chair and took a few steps forward. At this time, a breeze blew and blew Sun Wukong's hair up. Frisia chuckled and moved his hands for a moment. Sun Wukong, I haven't killed a person with my own hands for a long time, so you should feel honored. Is it? But with your current strength, you can't beat me. When Frisia heard this, he immediately laughed. Sun Wukong, you are really conceited. To tell you the truth, I have a total of 3 transformation opportunities, and with each transformation, my strength will increase several times. Several times. That's right. Frisia said, holding his hands hard, and his whole body exuded an incomparably amazing chi, quickly ascending upward. Rumble. The ground around them immediately shook violently. Seeing this, Sun Wukong stood quietly in place, waiting for Frisia's transformation. At this moment, a Scion spaceship suddenly landed in the sky. This spaceship is Vegeta's spaceship. After Vegeta's injuries were healed, he learned from Frisia's men that Frisia had come to the planet Namek to snatch the Dragon Balls, so he immediately rushed over on a spaceship. For a long time, Vegeta has been opposed to Frisia, but Frisia's strength is too strong, and he knows that he can't beat Frisia, so he pretends to submit to Frisia. But in fact, his heart has always wanted to kill Frisia. Now the reason why he rushed over was because he was worried that Frisia had collected the Dragon Balls of the planet Namek and made a wish to obtain an immortal body. In this way, he will not be able to take revenge on Frisia for the rest of his life. Vegeta. Sun Wukong glanced up at the sky. He had fought with Vegeta, and naturally he was extremely familiar with Vegeta's breath. Vegeta, who was about to land on the ground at this time, also felt the chi of Sun Wukong. Kakarot's gas, and that imp and Nami nemesis. Ha! At this moment, the ground collapsed under Frisia's feet, and a small deep pit appeared. Immediately afterwards, Frisia's body grew taller and larger, and the black thorns on his head turned into a pair of huge horns. This is the first form of Frisia. After the transformation was completed, Frisia immediately released the chi gathered outside his body. At this time, Vegeta's spaceship also happened to land on the ground. Spaceship. Frisia glanced at the spaceship and was a little curious in her heart, at this time, who would suddenly come to Namek's? Kai. Just as Frisia was thinking this, the spaceship on which Vegeta was riding had already opened. Vegeta. When Frisia saw that it was Vegeta, a hint of joy immediately appeared on her face. Vegeta jumped on both feet and soon jumped from the spaceship to the ground. Vegeta. The Monkey King greeted Vegeta. Chapter 027. Vegeta did not pay attention to the Monkey King and looked at the first form of Frisia. It was also the first time he had seen Frisia transform. Abominable. Kakarot, now he can actually force Frisia to transform. Vegeta clenched his hands into fists and thought to himself. At this time, Frisia suddenly laughed. Vegeta, did you specifically come to help me? Humph. Vegeta snorted coldly. Frisia, don't misunderstand, I was just worried that the Dragon Balls of planet Namek would be snatched away by you, so I came here. Dragon Ball of the planet Namek. After hearing this, Frisia's eyes narrowed. Vegeta, do you want to betray me? Vegeta smiled. I have never been faithful to you, so what betrayal? Frisia sneered. Vegeta, it seems that you, like your father, are superficially loyal to me. But since you have chosen to betray, you should know the fate of betraying me. After hearing this, Vegeta immediately looked at Sun Wukong on the side. Kakarot, how about we join forces for the time being? Join forces? Frisia smiled. Vegeta, do you think you can defeat me by joining forces with Monkey King? If you don't try it, how will you know? Is it? In that case, all of you will die here today. Frisia said, raising the index finger of his right hand and firing a death beam towards Vegeta. Vegeta, get out of the way! Monkey King shouted, quickly came to Vegeta's side, and knocked him to the ground. With a loud bang, an island behind Vegeta was blown flat, and soon a huge white mushroom cloud rose on the island. What? What the? Vegeta looked at the rear with a terrified face. If it weren't for Sun Wukong's hand, he would have died at the hands of Frisia. Boom! Seeing Vegeta being rescued, Frisia immediately let out his distinctive laugh. It's good, Sun Wukong, but I just don't know how many times you can save him. Frisia said, firing several death beams at Vegeta in succession with his right index finger. The figure of the Monkey King flashed in front of Vegeta, shooting Frisia's death beam to the ground around him. The ground was immediately kicked up with sand and dust. When the dust cleared, Monkey King stood in front of Vegeta, unharmed. Vegeta, you retreat to Gohan. Son Gohan. After hearing this, Vegeta immediately glanced at Son Gohan, who was leisurely lying on the shadow battle axe. Good. Vegeta said, and immediately flew in the direction of Son Gohan. Frisia did not make a move this time, but looked at the Monkey King in front of him. Sun Wukong, your strength is good, if you are willing to submit to me, I can give you the position of Captain Chu Yi. Sun Wukong smiled and said. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't want to be your subordinate. Is it? That's a shame. Frisia said with a look of regret. But all this is in my expectation, after all, you scions are a bunch of stubborn guys. So Frisia, let's keep fighting now, shall we? Frisia nodded. Ha! Sun Wukong shouted, his body was as fast as lightning, and he rushed towards Frisia. Soon, Sun Wukong rushed in front of Frisia, and his fists were like lightning, attacking Frisia. Frisia clasped his hands hard and fought with Sun Wukong. Hey! The two moved and attacked each other. Vegeta watched the battle between the two and clenched his fists hard. It's been a long time since I saw it, and Sun Wukong's strength has far surpassed him. However, although Sun Wukong's strength has improved a lot, there is still a great danger for him to stay here now. He betrayed Frisia, and if Frisia eliminated the Monkey King, he would definitely not let him go. Thinking of this, Vegeta immediately glanced at his spaceship. The spaceship was a little far away from him. If he passed now, he might be destroyed by Frisia. Now, he only relies on Sun Wukong and them. Bang! At this moment, Sun Wukong's right fist clenched hard and knocked Frisia out. Abominable! Frisia shouted angrily, and fired a large amount of energy waves at Sun Wukong with both hands. Monkey King jumped back with both feet and dodged these energy waves. Rumble! 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 The ground was immediately bombarded with waves of a large amount of energy. Seeing this, Frisia once again fired energy waves towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong jumped hard with both feet and jumped into the air. Boom! Frisia clasped his hands, and his body emitted a purple aura and flew towards the sky. Soon, Frisia flew in front of Sun Wukong and punched forward with both fists. Ha! Sun Wukong shouted, his fists and feet were like lightning, and he fought with Frisia. Soon there was a violent sound of fighting in the sky. Bang! Sun Wukong's right fist hit Frisia's face hard. But in the next second, his face was also punched by Frisia. The battle between the two men was almost an injury for a wound. After dozens of rounds of fighting, Sun Wukong pushed his right knee towards Frisia. Frisia screamed loudly, and his body immediately flew out upside down. Sun Wukong's figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared above Frisia, and then put his hands together and hit Frisia's body hard. Bang! With an extremely violent sound, Frisia's body was like a ray and fell to the ground hard. The ground immediately kicked up a large cloud of sand. After waiting for a while, the dust on the ground gradually dispersed, and a small deep pit immediately appeared on the ground. And Frisia was lying in this deep pit, and there was still a lot of dirt on his body. Vegeta looked at Frisia, who was knocked to the ground, and immediately opened his mouth in disbelief. Hard! Could it be that Kakarot is now a Super Saiyan? No. Impossible. How can a lower-level warrior of Kakarot be a legendary warrior Super Saiyan? Even if that legend is true, the Super Saiyan should be me. At this time, Vic, who was standing on the side, suddenly spoke. Monkey King, he's not a Super Saiyan now. Isn't it? Yes, because I've seen Gohan transform into a Super Saiyan. Enlightenment. Gohan. Vegeta was flabbergasted. Son Gohan is only 5 or 6 years old, since he can already transform into a Super Saiyan. At this moment, he suddenly felt his dignity and pride being trampled on the ground. He was a Saiyan prince, and he was actually inferior to the son of a lower-level Saiyan. Seeing Vegeta's surprised expression, Son Gohan immediately couldn't help but laugh. Originally, he wanted to keep a low profile, but he didn't expect that Vic would suddenly tell Vegeta that he had cultivated into a Super Saiyan. I really can't keep a low profile. Seeing Son Gohan laughing at himself, Vegeta snorted coldly and wrapped his arms around him. However, since Son Gohan is a Super Saiyan, then he doesn't have to find a way to escape. They run. Chapter 028. Seeing that Vegeta had once again regained his Gaolang Fan, Son Gohan once again looked at Son Goku and them. By this time, Frieza had risen from the ground and gasped. Sun Wukong's body flew down from mid-air and landed in front of Frieza. Frieza, with your current strength, you can't beat me, I advise you to bring out your strongest strength. Abominable! Frieza shouted angrily and clenched his fists hard. For the first time since he was born, he had seen someone so arrogant in front of him, and this person was still a scion he hated. System, do you know what my father's strength is now? Sun Wuhan saw that Sun Wukong was now so confident, and he couldn't help but be curious in his heart. Back to the master, Sun Wukong's current strength is about 3 million. 3 million. Sun Gohan was taken aback. In the original Dragon Ball book, Sun Wukong went through a lot of hard cultivation and hard fighting to reach 3 million combat power. And now Sun Wukong has only been cultivating for 2 weeks, and the Great Elder has stimulated the potential in his body, and he has reached 3 million combat power. It has to be said that the protagonist is the protagonist. Frieza, Sun Wukong, don't be arrogant, once I show my true strength, you will definitely not be my opponent. Monkey King chuckled. Then you can use your full strength. Okay, but don't regret it then. Don't worry, I will definitely not regret it. When Sun Gohan saw the two grinding and chirping, he immediately conjured a doppelganger and asked him to return to Earth to pick some wild fruits. 2. Sun Gohan. Vegeta rubbed his eyes, wondering if he had just read it wrong. Ha! At this moment, Frieza clenched his fists hard, and his whole body exuded an incomparably amazing aura, which quickly rose upward. With a loud bang, the ground around Frieza immediately shook violently. Countless sands and stones rose from the ground and flew into the air. Well! What a strong gas! Vegeta was startled. Ugh! Frieza roared loudly, the muscles of his whole body swelled further, and his body began to develop laterally. This is the second form of Frieza. Boom! When the transformation was completed, Frieza immediately released the chi gathered outside his body. It was at this time that Sun Gohan came back from picking a large number of wild fruits. And these wild fruits have been washed with water by Sun Gohan's doppelganger. Vegeta was stunned. Sun Gohan is also too confident, and at this time, he is still in the mood to eat wild fruits. At this time, Frieza, who had completed the transformation, also noticed Sun Gohan's actions. In front, Sun Gohan was sitting on the Shadow Tomahawk, watching the two of them fight, which had already caused his displeasure. Now he actually looks like he eats. Did he see him like a monkey? Thinking of this, Frieza immediately shot a death beam towards Sun Gohan. However, before the Shadow Tomahawk hit Sun Gohan, it was blocked by a Shadow Tomahawk transformed by the Shadow Tomahawk. X. Vegeta, who didn't know what had happened, was immediately stunned after seeing a small Shadow Tomahawk. Click! Sun Gohan took a bite of the wild fruit, as if nothing had happened. Abominable! Frieza screamed angrily and was about to continue attacking Sun Gohan. Monkey King suddenly shouted at Frieza. Frieza, your opponent is me. When Frieza heard this, he immediately looked towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, since you want to find death so much, then I will fulfill you. Frieza said, his figure flashed, quickly came to the front of Sun Wukong, and attacked forward. Sun Wukong clenched his hands into fists and fought with Frieza. The ground was immediately kicked up with huge sand and dust. Rumble! After the two fought for a while, Sun Wukong clenched his right fist hard and punched Frieza into the mountain behind him. Frieza shouted angrily, and his body immediately flashed out of the mountain, punching Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's body flashed sideways, and his right fist slammed into Frieza's abdomen. Frieza screamed loudly, spitting out a large mouthful of bitter water. Then, Sun Wukong kicked forward with his right foot and kicked Frisia to the mountain in front. The ground was immediately kicked up by a large cloud of sand. When the dust cleared, Frisia's body was nailed to the mountain in a large figure. But... damn it! Frisia shouted angrily and quickly climbed out of the mountain. Frisia, don't you still show your true strength? Frisia snorted coldly. Sun Wukong, then I will show my true strength as you wish. Ha! Frisia said, holding his hands hard, and his whole body exuded an incomparably powerful qi, quickly ascending upward. Around Frisia's body, a circular protective shield soon appeared. The ground with a radius of tens of thousands of miles, affected by the aura of Frisia, immediately violently shook, and countless sand and stones rose from the ground and flew into the air. Well! What a strong gas! Vegeta was flabbergasted. Boom! At this moment, the ground around Frisia shattered, and the sea surface with a radius of tens of thousands of miles rolled violently. A bolt of lightning suddenly slashed down from the sky. Ugh! Frisia roared loudly, and the long thorns of his body slowly disappeared and became very miniature. This is the third form of Frisia. Boom! After Frisia's transformation was completed, he immediately released the qi gathered outside his body. I'm sorry to keep you waiting, because I rarely transform into this form. So it took a little more time. Sun Wukong smiled and said. Frisia, I didn't expect your final form to be quite miniature. Frisia smiled. Sun Wukong, you can be tough at this time. Frisia said, raising the index finger of his right hand, and the fingertip continuously emitted several death beams, hitting Sun Wukong. Here you are doing it again. Sun Wukong raised his right hand and flew Frisia's death beam to the ground. The ground was immediately kicked up by huge sands and dust. Hey! Frisia's figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye appeared behind Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's body quickly turned around, and his right foot kicked forward hard. Frisia blocked with his left hand and took a few steps back. Ha! Sun Wukong shouted, his fists were as fast as lightning, and he attacked towards Frisia. Frisia dodged left and right, dodging Monkey King's attack. After Sun Wukong saw it, he immediately raised his right foot and kicked towards Frisia's head. Frisia dodged while attacking the Monkey King. Hey! Boom! Boom! After a while, the two figures flashed at the same time, flew into the air and fought. Chapter 029. Because the two moved too fast, phantoms of the two moving constantly appeared in the sky. Bang! The two clenched their right fists hard and hit each other hard in the sky. The hands of the two immediately emitted an amazingly strong wind. Then, the two quickly withdrew their right fists and attacked each other. In the sky, the sound of a violent fight between the two sounded again. Hey! Frisia's tail flicked forward, binding Sun Wukong's body. Sun Wukong pushed his hands hard, trying to break free from Frisia's tail. Frisia swung his hands forward forcefully and hit Sun Wukong's face hard. Sun Wukong immediately let out one scream after another. Frisia sneered and suddenly stopped the attack in his hand. Just when Frisia was extremely proud in his heart, Sun Wukong's mouth suddenly bit hard towards Frisia's tail. Click! With a crisp sound, Frisia's tail was immediately bitten red. Frisia screamed loudly and tucked his tail away. Sun Wukong took advantage of this opportunity and hit Frisia's abdomen with his right fist hard. Bang! With a heavy sound, Frisia's body was like a ray and was hit the ground. The ground was immediately set off by a large sand and dust. And a moment later, Frisia got up from the ground with an angry face and rushed towards the Monkey King in the sky. The two fought fiercely in the sky again. Ha-hoo! After a while, the two of them fell to the ground at the same time, gasping for breath. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Frisia's face. Sun Wukong, it seems that your strength is only like this. That's all? Frisia, what do you mean by that? Frisia smiled. To tell you the truth, I just used only 3% of my strength. 3%? That's right, as long as I bring out half of my strength, I can definitely destroy you easily. 3%. When Vegeta heard this, his face immediately became extremely solemn. However, after he saw that Son Gohan's face was still as calm as before, he also let go of his heart. Son Goku is not a Super Saiyan, he can force Frieza to use his final form, then Son Gohan, who can already transform into a Super Saiyan, must be able to defeat Frieza. Then since that's the case, you can use half of your strength. Frieza sneered. Son Wukong, then I will let you see, my 50% strength is good. Frieza said, shook his hands sharply, and his whole body exuded an extremely powerful chi, which quickly rose upward. The surrounding ground immediately shook violently under the influence of Frieza's aura. 4%, 5%, 6%. Frieza said as he raised his breath as he said as he was now a percentage of his strength. Vegeta and Vic couldn't help but clench their hands after feeling Frieza's soaring breath. They were all once enemies of the Monkey King and both had the idea of defeating the Monkey King. Now the difference in strength between them is far away, which naturally makes their hearts unwilling. On the Northern King. The King of the Northern Realm saw that Frieza was ready to use half of his strength, and he couldn't help but feel a little worried about Son Wukong. Namux on the Monix. As Frieza's aura continued to rise, the expression on Son Wukong's face immediately became a little solemn. 484950. At this moment, Frieza raised the aura on his body to 50%. Frieza clenched his fists with both hands and released the chi gathered outside his body. Okay, then Monkey King. Let's move on. After Son Wukong listened, he made a gesture of battle with both hands. Frieza chuckled, his body was as fast as lightning, and he rushed towards Son Wukong. Son Wukong shouted loudly and punched forward with both fists. At this time, Frieza's figure suddenly disappeared and appeared behind Son Wukong. Son Wukong turned back as if perceived, and saw a huge fist hitting him. Son Wukong blocked forward with both hands and took a few steps back. At this time, Frieza's figure suddenly appeared in front of Son Wukong, and a whirlwind kick with his right foot kicked Son Wukong to the ground. Son Wukong did a backflip with his right hand and retreated behind him. Frieza sneered, and a red aura suddenly appeared on his hands towards Son Wukong. Before Son Wukong's body could react, his body was imprisoned by a sphere. Move. Can't move. Frieza chuckled, quickly came to Son Wukong's side, and kicked his right foot up hard. Bang! Son Wukong was like a football, kicked into the air. Frieza's figure flashed, quickly came to the sky above Son Wukong, and kicked towards the sphere that imprisoned Son Wukong. Son Wukong screamed, and his body quickly fell from mid-air. With a loud bang, Son Wukong's body fell heavily to the ground. The ground was immediately kicked up by a large cloud of sand. When the sand and dust cleared, a not small pit immediately appeared under Son Wukong. Frieza chuckled and looked at the molten slurry in the distance. Monkey King, farewell forever. Frieza said, kicking forward with his right foot hard, kicking Son Wukong towards the molten slurry. Seeing this, Vegeta suddenly became extremely nervous. Although he didn't like Son Wukong, he let himself go once after all, and he just saved him again, so he still didn't want him to die. Boom! Just when Son Wukong's body was about to hit the molten slurry, Son Wukong's body suddenly recovered and fled into the air. Son Wukong exhaled a long breath and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead with his hand. It's really a hit. Seeing this, the King of the Northern Realm was also relieved. Then transmitted the message to Son Wukong. Goku, with your current strength, you can't defeat him, I think you better let Gohan go on. I know. But I still want to fight him for a while. That. All right. When Frieza saw Son Wukong escape, he was not surprised in his heart, but looked at Sun Wukong with a smile on his face. Sun Wukong, I know that you hide your strength, but even if you exert all your strength, you will not be my opponent. I know, but I still want to try. Sun Wukong said, his hands clenched into fists, and a red aura rose from his whole body. Tenfold Realm King Fist. With a loud drink, Sun Wukong's body immediately turned into a red flash and rushed towards Frisha. As soon as Frisha's body moved, he appeared behind Sun Wukong, and his fists attacked Sun Wukong's body hard. Sun Wukong screamed, quickly turned around, and attacked forward. Frisha's figure flashed, appeared on the left side of Sun Wukong, and kicked towards him. Hey! Because Frisha's movement speed was too fast, Sun Wukong's tenfold Realm King Fist could not attack Frisha. At this time, Sun Wukong also understood that what Frisha had just said was not a lie. Chapter 030. Bang! With a heavy kick, Sun Wukong was kicked into the sea outside the island. Bike, Gohan, your father has already exerted his full strength, I think you still shot, right? Wait a minute. Wait. Ugh. At this moment, the sea was set off by a powerful momentum, setting off a huge wave. This momentum was exactly what Sun Wukong exuded when he fell into the sea. Whew! Sun Wukong gasped and stood on the surface of the sea with a tired face. Seeing this, Vegeta gritted his teeth tightly. This guy Kakarot actually has physical strength. Seeing this, Frieza let out his unique sneer. Sun Wukong, even if you fight to the death, it is useless, now you are no longer my opponent. I know, but I still want to use all my strength to fight you. Frieza sneered. In that case, you can use all your strength to show me. Sun Wukong nodded, clenched his fists hard, and a red aura rose from his whole body. 20-fold Realm King Fist. With a loud drink, Sun Wukong's body immediately turned into a red flash and rushed towards Frieza. Bang! Frieza was shocked, and before his body could react, he was punched by Sun Wukong and flew into the air. Sun Wukong took advantage of this opportunity, quickly closed his hands back, condensed a blue energy wave in his hands, and shot towards Frieza. At this time, Frieza, who was shot into the air, stopped and blocked Sun Wukong's energy wave with his hand. When the energy wave dissipated, Frieza maintained a raised posture with his right hand, with a layer of charred black substance on his palm, and his eyes looked at Sun Wukong angrily. He was injured, and at the hands of the scion he hated the most. Thinking of this, Frieza immediately raised his index finger and wanted to attack Sun Wukong. Almost. Seeing this, Sun Wuhan's figure flashed and appeared next to Sun Wukong. At this moment, Sun Wukong was gasping for breath, and there was no strength in his body. Gohan. Sun Gohan nodded. Then Dad, leave it to me next. Good. Sun Gohan nodded. Frieza sneered. Little ghost, you are the son of Sun Wukong, right? Yes, what's wrong? It's nothing, it's just that you scions are all gathered together, just enough for me to destroy at once. Sun Gohan smiled and said. Then it depends on whether you have this ability. Abominable! Frieza shouted angrily, and the index finger of his right hand continuously fired death beams at Sun Gohan. Sun Gohan teleported and brought Son Goku to the Shadow Tomahawk. What? Frieza was taken aback. Sun Gohan actually teleported to the Shadow Tomahawk under his nose. Abominable! Frieza shouted angrily, and the index finger of his right hand continuously fired death beams at the Shadow Tomahawk. At this time, hundreds of Shadow Tomahawks immediately appeared in front of the Shadow Tomahawk, forming a circular protective shield. Frieza's death light fell on it, and it was immediately absorbed by the Shadow Battle Axe that was instantly transformed. At this time, Son Gohan moved in an instant and appeared in front of Frieza. Frieza was startled, and the expression on his face became a little solemn. After Son Gohan saw it, he immediately exhaled deeply and spat out 3 white ghosts that looked like him. This is the gum ghost. Seeing this, Sun Wukong was stunned. Bike, what is this? This? I don't know. Seeing this, Frisia was also surprised. It was the first time he had seen such a trick. Sun Gohan, report the numbers. When the 3 gum ghosts heard this, they immediately lined up neatly and counted. 1, 2, 3. Although Frisia didn't know what Sun Gohan wanted to do, he definitely let Sun Gohan get his wish, so his right hand directly condensed a Qigong wave and attacked Sun Gohan's gum ghost. Sun Gohan's figure flashed and dodged. Rumble. The Qigong wave exploded on the ground, and immediately thick smoke appeared on the ground. Sun Gohan's 3 gum ghosts all dodged away, and their bodies rushed towards Frisia like a gust of wind. Frisia sneered, and the figure flashed in front of the 3 gum ghosts, and his right fist hit one of the gum ghosts. Bang! At the moment when Frisia's right fist hit the gum ghost, a smile immediately appeared on the gum ghost's face. Then, the whole body of the gum ghost immediately emitted a golden light and exploded. Seeing this, the other 2 gum ghosts immediately rushed into the explosion and touched Frisia's body. Rumble! Rumble! The 2 gum ghosts exploded, and Frisia soon let out a violent scream. After a while, the smoke from the explosion cleared, and Frisia lay on the ground covered in injuries, with a trace of blood on his mouth. At this moment, he was looking at Sun Gohan with great anger. It was the first time since he was born that he had been injured so badly, and the person who injured him was a scion imp. Thinking of this, Frisia immediately got up from the ground. Frisia, you are not my opponent, I advise you to leave this planet. Not your opponent. When Frisia heard this, he immediately became furious. Leave. Vegeta was startled. Sun Gohan actually planned to let Frisia go. Not only Vegeta, but Vic at this time also thought the same. Namek is his home planet, and Frisia comes to Namek to snatch the Dragon Ball. Naturally Vic dislikes Frisia very much. Moreover, Frisia's strength is very dangerous, and if Sun Gohan lets him go this time, he will definitely make a comeback. But Vegeta and Vic both thought too much, and the reason why Sun Gohan said to let him go was because of Son Goku's benevolent side, and when he said this, Son Goku would definitely feel that he was very kind. However, as a loyal Dragon Ball fan, he knows that Frisia will not accept his kindness. Frisia, like Vegeta, is a man of great self-esteem. Sun Gohan nodded. Hey! At this moment, Frisia squeezed both hands hard and rushed towards Sun Gohan. Sun Gohan's figure flashed, came behind Frisia in the blink of an eye, and kicked him into the air. Immediately, his hands quickly closed back. Turtle Pai Chi Gong Bo. A dark blue aura wave condensed from Sun Gohan's hand and hit Frisia in the sky. Boom! Frisia was shocked, and quickly raised his hand to resist the turtle sect Qigong wave. Ha! Sun Gohan shouted loudly and hit forward with all his hands. Bang! With a huge explosion, the turtle sect Qigong wave exploded in the sky. Nope! Frisia roared loudly, and his body was torn apart by the powerful storm generated by the explosion of the turtle sect Qigong. After waiting for a while, everything in the sky returned to calm. Vegeta stared blankly at sky. Eliminate. Is it wiped out? Chapter 031. Seeing this, Vic was silent. Sun Gohan just said that he would let Frisia go, but he was eliminated in a blink of an eye. What about your kindness? Seeing this, Sun Wukong felt a little pity in his heart. Frisia, although not a good person, is an extremely strong guy. At this moment, Sun Gohan flew over from a distance. Then Daddy, Uncle Bike, shall we go back? Good. Monkey King and Vic nodded at the same time. Wait. At this moment, Vegeta suddenly spoke. What's wrong, Vegeta? Monkey King asked. Kakarot, are you going back to Earth? Monkey King nodded. What about your spaceship? We don't have a spaceship, it was Gohan who teleported and sent us here. Teleportation. Yes, to put it simply, it is a technique to complete teleportation by sensing chi. Kakarot, I heard that Nami Nemesis say that Son Gohan can already transform into a Super Saiyan. Yes, what's wrong? I want to meet Super Saiyan. You want to fight Gohan? Vegeta heard this and was silent. Son Gohan can now give him a second with one finger, he fights with Son Gohan, isn't that purely looking for death? Kakarot, I want to see Son Gohan's transformation. Oh, it turned out that I didn't fight with Son Gohan. Sun Wukong said with a smile. So Gohan, will you transform and show Vegeta? Son Gohan looked at Vegeta. You can watch the Super Saiyan transform, but I have a small condition. What conditions? It's very simple, you can follow me later. Learn. Yes. Son Gohan said, his face suddenly became serious. In order to prevent the world from being destroyed, come to Vegeta, you follow me. 4. To prevent the world from being destroyed. Vegeta said in a stiff voice. To protect the peace of the universe. 4. To protect the peace of the universe. Vegeta blushed shyly. It was the first time he had read such a shameful line, but he endured it for the sake of Super Saiyan. Carry out love and true evil. Through. Carry out love and true evil. Cute and charming decent character. But. Cute and charming decent characters. Son Gohan. Son Gohan. Vegeta, you should have said you Vegeta. Vegeta. Vegeta gritted her teeth. Seeing this, Sun Wukong immediately couldn't help but laugh. Kakarot. Seeing this, Vegeta immediately looked at Kakarot with great anger. We are Team Rocket in the galaxy. We are Team Rocket in the galaxy. White hole, white tomorrow awaits us. White holes, white tomorrows are waiting for us. That's it. Meow. Just. That's it. Meow. But. That's it. Vegeta's face had become extremely red at this time. If Raditz were still alive and heard him just read the lines, he would definitely die of laughter. That's it. That. Son Gohan, you can transform into a Super Saiyan to show me, right? Son Gohan nodded. Ha! With a loud drink, Son Gohan's whole body rose a golden flame, his head turned golden and stood up, and his eyes turned light green. This is exactly the Super Saiyan. Is this a Super Saiyan? Vegeta was flabbergasted. Sun Wuhan's current breath is not known to be many hundred times higher than that of Frieza just now. At this moment, he finally understood why Son Gohan was so calm just now. Because the two are not a rank at all. Seeing this, Son Gohan immediately changed his body back to normal. Then Dad, shall we go back? Monkey King nodded. Seeing this, Son Gohan immediately shrunk the Shadow Tomahawk to the size of his palm, and in an instantaneous movement, he brought Son Goku and Vic over. Kakarot, Son Wuhan, I will definitely cultivate stronger, surpassing the two of you. Vegeta clasped his hands hard and said to himself. Earth. At this time, Sun Wukong and they had returned to the forest where the NAMS gathered. Klin saw the Monkey King and they came back and walked over. Goku, how is Nami Nemesis? Frieza has been wiped out by Gohan. Extinguished. The Nami Nemesis, who was standing not far away, heard this and immediately walked over. Son Gohan, really wiped out Frieza? Yes. Monkey King nodded. When the Nami Nemesis heard this, they immediately surrounded Son Gohan. Son Gohan, you are really powerful. Yes. He defeated Frieza at only 6 years old, and he can definitely become stronger in the future. Nothing. Sun Gohan scratched his head with a smile. Many of the younger NAVIXs also gathered around after hearing this. This also includes every in the original Dragon Ball book. So Goku, did you fight Frieza? Monkey King nodded. That guy's strength is very powerful. If it weren't for Gohan, I'm afraid I would have died at his hands. Is it? It's a pity that my strength is too weak, otherwise I really want to see what that guy looks like. After hearing this, Son Gohan laughed dryly. If Klin had known that he was killed by Frieza's self-detonation with superpowers in the original book, I am afraid he would not have said so. Also, I met Vegeta on Namex. Vegeta? Yes. That guy, I don't know why he suddenly came to Nami Buster. So did he fight you? No, and his strength is not our opponent. It is. After everyone chatted for a while, Sun Wuhan went to see the Great Elder. Sun Gohan, you are here. Sun Gohan nodded. Great Elder, I have already helped you eliminate Frieza, but Frieza has many subordinates, and I am afraid that his subordinates will seek revenge on you, so you better use your Dragon Balls to transfer your planet to another place. Good. The Great Elder nodded. That Great Elder, you have all the Nami Nemesis gathered, and I will use teleportation to send you back. Okay, then it's bothering you. After a while, all the Namazons gathered. Sun Gohan brought them back to NA6 by staying in the NA6 Nemesis doppelganger and teleporting them. Back. It's back. Back in Namux, all the Namux people seemed extremely excited. Seeing this, Sun Gohan teleported and returned to Earth. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The news of Frieza's death had been reported by his men to Frieza's father, King Kurd. However, the Kurdish king did not believe that Frieza would die at the hands of a scion, so he ordered his men to go to Namux. Chapter 032. Earth, on Bun Mountain. Sun Wukong and Vic were fighting in the sky at this time. Sun Wuhan was a little bored because he practiced every day, so he sat cross-legged on the grass alone. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, Sun Gohan took an ancient mirror from the system and came out. This is the Babel mirror. After taking out the Babel mirror, 3 figures soon appeared on the Babel mirror. One is small in stature, with blue skin all over and a small round cap on his head. This person is none other than the villain of the first part of Dragon Ball, Pilaf. The other 2 are his subordinates Axiu and Xiao Wu. At this time, the 3 are working on a combat robot. Although Pilaf has not been able to collect 7 Dragon Balls as he wished, he still did not give up the Dragon Balls and realized his dream of dominating ambitions. After Sun Gohan saw the 3 people, his hand immediately touched the mirror surface of the Babel mirror, and then the whole person was directly teleported to Pilaf in front of them. Pilaf and they were immediately startled when they saw Sun Gohan suddenly appear. You? Who are you? Sun Gohan said with a smile. My name is Sun Gohan. Sun Gohan, why is this name so familiar? Yes, his name is very similar to the one called Sun Wukong. Ashiu touched his chin with his right hand and said. Sun. Monkey King. As soon as the 2 heard this name, they were immediately frightened and changed their faces. Monkey King was a nightmare for the 3 of them. If it weren't for Monkey King, they would have collected Dragon Balls and ruled the whole world. You know my dad? Your dad? When the 3 heard this, they were immediately frightened and took a few steps back. Yes. Sun Gohan said, walking in front of the robot made by the 3. Is this a robot you made? B. So what are you doing with robots? Didn't. Nothing, just do and play. Pilaf laughed dryly. Yes, do it. Xiao Wu followed and said. Is it? Then can you help me make a mobile phone? Cell phone? Yes. Sun Gohan said, picking up a piece of paper on the table and drawing a smartphone. Dragon Ball anime was created in the 80s and 90s, so Akira Toriyama for mobile phones, just mobile phones of his time. So Dragon Ball Z Earth does not have a smartphone, and it is only after the Dragon Ball Super that there is a smartphone. What kind of phone is this? Why don't you even have a key? This is called a smartphone. Smartphone. Yes, it's clickable via touch screen, so no keys are needed. Touch screen. Son Gohan nodded. By the way, I've been talking to you for so long, I still don't know what your name is. My name is Pilaf. My name is Little Dance, Dancing Dance. My name is Axiu, the repair of the air conditioner. Pilaf, Axiu, Little Dance sister. Wait, why do you call Xiaowu sister, but call us our names? Pilaf said with a look of displeasure when he heard this. Son Gohan looked at the two people. You're about the same height as me, and I thought you were kids too. What do you say? When Pilaf heard this, he was immediately a little angry. King Pilaf, calm down. Seeing this, Axiu and Xiaowu quickly grabbed Pilaf. Forget King Pilaf, he's just a child, don't worry about him. Yes. Pilaf snorted coldly and did not speak. Then Pilaf, Axiu, let's continue to talk about mobile phones. Mobile. Yes. In addition to touch screen clicks, I want to tell you about the other functions of this phone. Other features. Yes, this phone has Bluetooth, GPS positioning, and can connect to the internet. Son Gohan said a lot, there are applications about smartphones. Originally, Pilaf wanted to make a mobile phone casually to deal with Son Gohan. But after hearing that smartphones have such a big business opportunity, he couldn't help but feel a little moved. The only problem is that they've never made this stuff before, and it might take more time. If you make this phone, we can promote it and develop a lot of mobile phone software. We can help with mobile phones, but how to solve the problem of mobile phone networks? Don't worry, I'll ask Aunt Boomer for help with this. Boomer, is that the gold of that universal capsule group? Xiaowu said. Yes. So you guys come on, I'll go first? Pilaf nodded. He had long wished that Son Gohan was gone. Seeing this, Son Gohan moved in an instant and disappeared. No. It's gone. Ashiu was taken aback. Xiaowu nodded. King Pilaf, are we really going to help that little devil make a smartphone? Pilaf nodded. Then King Pilaf, aren't we looking for Dragon Ball? Ashu asked. Of course not. Pilaf said, tapping Ashu's head with his hand. The smartphone that the little devil said, if we can make a big profit from the smartphone, we can have a lot of money to use to find the Dragon Ball. Sichu, Boomer's house. Boomer was lying leisurely on a chair in the backyard reading the newspaper at this time, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of Boomer. This man Son Gohan. Aunt Boomer. Boomer heard Son Gohan's voice and immediately looked forward with the newspaper in his hand. Gohan. Son Gohan nodded. Gohan, why did you suddenly come over today? Son Gohan smiled and said. Aunt Boomer, I want you to help me increase the gravity of my gravity chamber to 500 times. 500 times. Boomer was taken aback. But Gohan, I just helped you raise the gravity chamber to 300 times not long ago. It's okay Aunt Boomer, I'm now fully adapted to 300 times the gravity. By the way, Gohan, didn't your mother want you to study well before? Now she doesn't ask you to read? After hearing this, Son Gohan laughed dryly. It's really a pot that doesn't mention which pot. No, I have a doppelganger at home studying for me now. Doppelganger? Yes. Son Gohan said, pulling out a hair on his head and turning it into his own doppelganger. 2 Gohan. Boomer was taken aback. Son Gohan smiled and said. Aunt Boomer, the other one is my doppelganger. Then Gohan, can this doppelganger do anything for you? Yes, but he has a flaw. What disadvantages? It can't be like us, it needs to eat, drink and Lhasa. Boomer was speechless. Is this a disadvantage? This is obviously an advantage. But after thinking about it, if Son Gohan was fed by Kiki when he was studying, wouldn't he be easily discovered? Chapter 033. Then Gohan, you let the doppelganger read for you, don't you have no idea what you are reading? Son Gohan smiled and said. As long as the doppelganger changes back to hair, I can get the memories of the day through the hair. So powerful, then Gohan, can you teach me this doppelganger technique? It can be, but the doppelganger technique requires chi, and Boomer, you haven't even practiced martial arts. I'm afraid I have to start with martial arts practice first. Well, forget it. Aunt Neboma, you have to help me keep the matter of the doppelganger secret. Boomer nodded. So Aunt Boomer, the gravity room thing. I'll rest today, and I'll help you raise the gravity of the gravity chamber tomorrow. Good. Son Gohan nodded. Aunt Nebuma, I'll go back first. Boomer nodded. Seeing this, Son Gohan teleported and returned to Bun Mountain. Gohan. When Vic saw Son Gohan returning, he immediately flew over from a distance. Gohan, where did you just go? I went to Aunt Boomer, and I asked her to help me raise the gravity of the gravity chamber again. After Vic listened, he didn't ask more. Fast forward to 2 weeks. After spending 2 weeks, Boomer finally increased the gravity of Son Gohan's gravity chamber to 500 times. Okay Gohan, I've raised the gravity chamber to 500 times. Son Gohan nodded. Thank you Aunt Boomer. However, the gravity of this gravity chamber is more difficult to raise the higher it goes, so these 500 times gravity, you have to use a little longer. I know, Aunt Boomer. Then Aunt Boomer, if there is nothing else, I will go back first. Boomer nodded. Seeing this, Son Gohan teleported and returned to Bun Mountain. The universe, on a desolate planet. At this time, there was a man doing one-finger push UPS on the ground. This man is none other than Vegeta. 999910000. Vegeta said, and with a force on the index finger of his right hand, his body suddenly rose from the ground. No, just relying on this kind of cultivation now, even if I cultivate for a lifetime, I can't catch up with Kakarot. Vegeta said, immediately looking at his spaceship. Moments later, Vegeta left the planet on his spaceship. Fast forward 2 months. Because the highest of the gravity chamber can already be increased to 500 times, Son Gohan can now increase his combat power by 10 million every day. Now his normal combat strength has reached 2 billion. At this time, Son Gohan was standing on a meadow on Bun Mountain. Sun Wukong and Vic were standing in the distance. Ha! Suddenly, Son Gohan squeezed his hands hard, and his whole body exuded an incomparably astonishing chi. Boom! A golden aura rose from Son Gohan's body, the hair on his head turned golden and stood up, and the pupils of his eyes turned light green. This is the Super Saiyan. With the transformation of Son Gohan, Klin, who was on Earth, soon felt Son Gohan's powerful chi. However, they thought that Son Gohan was cultivating, so they didn't care too much. Ugh! At this moment, Son Gohan shook his hands hard again, and his whole body exuded an extremely powerful chi, which quickly ascended upward. The entire ground of Bunza Mountain immediately shook violently under the influence of Sun Wuhan's breath. The grass under Son Gohan's feet was immediately blown up by the chi emanating from Son Gohan's body, forming a tornado. Well! What a powerful chi! At this time, Klin, who once again felt the breath of Son Gohan, immediately showed a hint of surprise on his face. Ugh! With a loud roar, Son Gohan's whole body breath skyrocketed, the golden flames rising from his body turned into a spitfire, the hair on his head became more erect, and his body was surrounded by lightning when it emitted energy. This is Super Saiyan 2. Boom! After the transformation was completed, Son Gohan immediately released the chi gathered outside his body. This. Is it beyond the transformation of Super Saiyan? Vic said, looking at Gohan. Son Gohan nodded. I named this transformation of mine Super Saiyan 2. Super Saiyan 2. Son Gohan nodded and turned his body back to normal. At this moment, Sun Wukong and they suddenly felt that there was a chi outside the earth, approaching the earth. And this chi is Vegeta's chi. Vegeta. Vic nodded. It seems to be his anger. But how did he suddenly come to earth? I don't know. Vic shook his head. So shall we go and see? Good. After that, the three of them immediately flew towards the place where the Vegeta spaceship was about to land. A moment later, Vegeta's spaceship landed on Earth. Vegeta came out of the spaceship and flew in front of the Monkey King. Long time no see, Vegeta. Monkey King greeted Vegeta with a smile. Vegeta snorted coldly. Did not speak. Sun Wukong saw this, did not care. Vegeta, why did you suddenly come to Earth? Did you come to fight me? No, I came to Earth to cultivate. Earth cultivation? That means you are to inhabit the Earth. Vegeta nodded. So where do you live with Vegeta? I don't know, Kakarot, have you already cultivated into a Super Saiyan? Monkey King nodded. When Vegeta heard this, he immediately raised his fists. If he knew it earlier, he would have figured it out earlier and come to Earth to cultivate. Then Kakarot, can you tell me how you cultivated into a Super Saiyan in such a short time? How to cultivate? Sun Wukong thought about it. I'm just cultivating in the gravity room with Gohan. Gravity room? Yes, this is made by Boomer, and now it can be increased to up to 500 times gravity. 500 times gravity, where is the gravity chamber now? After hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately pointed to the gravity room not far away. That's the gravity chamber. That. Kakarot, where is that Boomer now? Boomer, now in the western capital. Zidu, can you take me to her? Yes, but why are you looking for her? I want her to help me make a gravity chamber. Okay, I'll take you, but you must promise me that you will never hurt Boomer. Okay, I promise you. Without thinking, Vegeta agreed. He just wants to become stronger now and surpass the Monkey King them. After Sun Wukong heard this, he immediately took Vegeta to Boomer's house. Son Gohan and Vic also followed. Chapter 034. Sichu, Boomer's house. Boomer was now lying leisurely on a beach chair, looking at the latest fashion magazine. 4 figures suddenly flew down from the sky. These 4 people are Son Goku, Bike, Son Gohan, and Vegeta. Goku. Boomer. Boomer. Nodded. Goku, is he? He's Vegeta. Vegeta. Boomer startled. He's the Saiyan who wants to invade our planet. Yes. Vegeta snorted coldly when he heard this, looking disdainful. Then since that's the case, you put him. He wants to ask you to help make the gravity room. The gravity room. Boomer immediately became furious. Monkey King, I'm not a worker in your family, and I have no obligation to help you for free. Boomer, it's Vegeta who asked you to help make the gravity room, not us asking you to help make the gravity room. When did he ever be so humble as a Saiyan prince? You. What do you want to do? Boomer saw Vegeta's angry expression, and his heart immediately became a little nervous. When Vegeta heard this, he immediately suppressed the anger in his heart. Woo! Boomer immediately breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. By the way, Aunt Boomer, Vegeta has a spaceship, how about you ask him to give you that spaceship? Son Gohan, yes. Boomer looked at Vegeta. As long as you can help me make the gravity room, I'll give you that spaceship. Then Boomer, if nothing else, let's go first, said Monkey King. Good. Seeing this, Sun Wukong immediately took Sun Wuhan and them back to Bunza Mountain. Only Vegeta remained in Boomer's yard. Seeing that Sun Wukong and they were all gone, but Vegeta was still in his house, Boomer couldn't help but be a little worried about what he just said. Just now there was Monkey King there, so she was not afraid of Vegeta. But now that Sun Wukong and them are gone, how can he be his opponent as a weak girl? Isn't he going to mess with me? Thought to himself. At this moment, Vegeta suddenly spoke to Boomer. Low-level Earth woman, how long will it take for the gravity chamber to be ready? Said Boomer angrily after hearing this. I'm not some low-level Earth woman, my name is Boomer. Boomer knows. Said Boomer pointing his right index finger to Vegeta's chest. When Vegeta heard this, he gritted his teeth angrily. And if you dare to mess with me, I'll call Goku back immediately. I don't care what your name is, I just want to know now how long the gravity chamber will take to be better. Snorted Boomer coldly. If you want me to help you make a gravity chamber, you should be respectful of me, otherwise, even if you kill me, I won't do it for you. Boomer, I'll call you Boomer. It's about the same. It takes about half a month to make a new gravity chamber, and you bring your spaceship to my house, I plan to transform your spaceship into a gravity chamber. In this way, Vegeta settled on Earth. Half a month later, the gravity chamber is ready. Vegeta began to cultivate. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Pirav and his gang, after half a year of research, finally made the smartphone that Son Gohan said. The reason why it took so long was because of the design drawings, and secondly, because of the lack of materials and money. At this time, they were cheering for the cell phone that had just been made. King Pilaf, we made it. Next, we only need to set up a factory. We can make a large number of smartphones and make a fortune. Then King Pirav, are we going to tell Son Gohan the news of the manufacture of smartphones? You are stupid, this is the result of the research of the three of us day and night, why should we share it with Sun Wuhan? Said Ashiu after hearing this, covering his head with his hand. King Pirav, can you not always hit me on the head? If I don't hit your head, can you open this elm head? At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the three. This person is none other than Son Gohan. Son Gohan. The three were immediately startled when they saw Son Gohan. Son Gohan looked around. Pilaf, when did you change places to work and don't tell me? Said Pirav in his heart. I just didn't want to see you, that's why I changed to this place. Pirav thought in his heart, but his face still showed a happy look. We forgot to tell you because of our research. Oh, did the phone make it? So, can you show me your almost mobile phone? This. After hearing this, Pirav immediately felt weak, but still took the mobile phone in his hand to Son Gohan. Give. Son. Gohan opened the mobile phone and found that the touch screen of the mobile phone was very good, and the mobile phone was also very smooth. Pilaf, this phone is pretty good, what's the problem? The horn is not very good. I want to improve it again. It's okay, I take this phone to Aunt Boomer and ask her to help improve it. It's okay Pirav, I'll just show Aunt Boomer that you're still the maker of this phone. Ash, and King Pirav, do you say Gohan will really return the phone? Asked Komei. I don't know. Sichu, Boomer's house. Boomer was walking in the courtyard at this time, and a figure suddenly appeared in midair. This person is none other than Son Gohan. Gohan. Son Gohan nodded and flew down from the sky. Gohan, why are you here today? Aunt Boomer, I'll show you something," said Sun Gohan, pulling out his smartphone. "What is this?" "This is a smartphone." "Smartphone," said Sun Gohan, opening the smartphone. Sun Gohan nodded. "Gohan, where did you get this phone?" Chapter 035. My name is Pilaf. His name is Pilaf. So where is he now? He's in a house on the outskirts of Zidu. Then Gohan, if you give me this phone, shouldn't it just show me? Said Sun Gohan with a smile. Of course not, I want Aunt Boomer to help make this phone on a large scale. Do you mean to let me help produce this phone? Boomer thought for a moment. Yes. If I had money, my mother would not be bothered by money, and maybe she wouldn't have made me a scholar. Good. Also, since I found someone to make this phone for you, if this phone is going to make money, I have to take half of it. Good. Sun Gohan laughed dryly. Aunt Nabuma, I'll go and bring Pirav now. Good. Seeing this, Sun Gohan teleported and appeared in a house on the outskirts of Zidu. Sun Gohan. Sun Gohan nodded. Pirav, Axio, Xiao Wu, I have negotiated with Aunt Boomer, let her help make the mobile phone, if the mobile phone is sold, the three of you can share 25%. 25%, why, this mobile phone is obviously made by the three of us, why can we only get 25%? Do you guys have the money to set up factories? Asked Sun Gohan. When Pirav listened, he immediately fell silent. And Aunt Boomer's company is a big company, if she helps promote it, our mobile phone will definitely sell, even if it is 25%, it will be worth trillions. Trillions. When the three heard this, they immediately imagined in their minds about their lives after they had money. The trio even drooled with fantasy. Ahem. Pirav deliberately coughed after fantasizing for a while, and looked at Sun Gohan with a straight face. Gohan, I didn't think clearly just now, everything is my fault, I apologize to you. Said Sun Gohan with a smile. Nothing. So Gohan, when can the factory start? He can't wait to see the mobile phone he made be mass-produced and become a world-famous entrepreneur, surrounded by beautiful women every day. That's why I came to you because of this. Looking for me? Yes, Aunt Boomer said, she wants to know the materials and parts that make this phone, so she wants to meet you. See me. When Pirav heard this, the look on his face immediately became extremely nervous. He once captured Monkey King and Boomer, so it is very likely that she still knows herself. If Boomer recognized himself, he would probably lose 25%. Thinking of this, Pirav immediately refused to see Boomer because he was unwell, and then told Sun Gohan about the design drawings, materials, and parts of the smartphone. Sun Gohan had no choice but to take away the design drawings drawn by Pirav, as well as the drawings with mobile phone materials and parts, and came to Boomer's house again. Aunt Boomer, he's a little unwell, so he didn't come, but he gave me all the design drawings for his phone. Said Sun Gohan, handing a large amount of paper to Boomer. This way. Boomer listened, and immediately took the drawing and looked at it. Aunt Boomer, how long does it take for this phone to produce energy? There are some parts on it, and they have to be shipped from somewhere else, so it should take a week. Aunt Boomer, is Vegeta practicing in the gravity room now? Yes, this guy is practicing all the time except for eating and sleeping, just like your father. Yes. Said Sun Gohan. Taking out a USB flash drive from the pocket of his pants and giving it to Boomer. Aunt Boomer, this is for you. Gohan, what is this? Said Sun Gohan with a smile. This is a video of Vegeta on Nameko. Vegeta's video. Yes, you can open it with your computer. Computer. Sun Gohan nodded, moved in an instant, and disappeared. Seeing this, Boomer had to enter the house and insert the USB flash drive into the computer. Then, Boomer saw a document and clicked in, which was a video of Vegeta in the Namek ball. The content of the video is Vegeta's line from Son Gohan saying Team Rocket. Boomer couldn't help but laugh immediately after seeing the video, and even looped it several times. Who would have thought that the usually cold Saiyan Prince would actually say such a line to Son Gohan? Western capital, outside the suburbs. Both Ashiu and Xiaowu were puzzled by Pilaf's behavior in not going to see Boomer. King Pirav, why don't you go to see Boomer? You two are stupid, we once caught that woman, if that woman knew that we made this phone, maybe the 25% would not give us. Then King Pirav, what should we do, shall we not want that 25%? Asked Ash. How is it possible, this time Son Gohan suddenly came over and I didn't prepare, but next time, the three of us can put on makeup so that the woman can't recognize us. It's worthy of King Pilaf. Of course, otherwise how can I be your boss? Then King Piraf, do you wear makeup? Xiaowu is a woman, how should she also be able to wear makeup? Midday. Vegeta immediately stopped practicing after hearing Boomer's mother call him to eat, and walked out of the gravity room. When he walked to the courtyard, he suddenly saw Boomer looking at him with a smile on his face. Vegeta snorted coldly and continued to walk forward. At this time, Boomer suddenly said the lines of Team Rocket. In order to prevent the destruction of the world, to protect the peace of the universe, when Vegeta heard this, his steps immediately stopped. Boomer smiled. Vegeta's words are familiar, right? Said Vegeta after hearing this, gritting his teeth. Boomer, who told you this? Chapter 036. Humph! Snorted Vegeta coldly. You don't have to guess, it must be Gohan's kid. Right. That's right, and he gave me a video. Video. That's the video you made on Nami's star. Vegeta said angrily after hearing this. Damn, that guy actually dares to record a video for me, that Boomer, where is that video now? Boomer, you must not show this video to anyone else, if you hear it, otherwise I will kill you. My mom had just watched it. I'm talking about starting now, exclaimed Vegeta. Okay, I'll be kidding you, why are you so angry? Said Boomer with a smile. Vegeta snorted coldly and turned to walk forward. At this time, he had secretly sworn in his heart that when his strength surpassed Sun Wuhan, he would definitely beat him well. Bun Mountain, Sun Wukong's house. What's wrong with you, Gohan? Said Kiki with concern. It's okay Mom. Said Sun Gohan, wondering if Vegeta was scolding him. The next day, after Sun Wukong and Vic practiced for a day, as usual, they took off their sweaty clothes and washed Kiki. Kiki looked at the clothes she threw away, and suddenly looked at the two people with a very unhappy face. Wukong, you know cultivation all day, never know how hard I work for this family, do you know, I went grocery shopping this morning, and I was chased by a wild boar on the way back, and I almost died. But Kiki, don't you know martial arts? I have things in my hands, how do you want me to perform martial arts? Goku, is that the point? Goku, go get your driver's license. Get a driver's license. Yes, after getting a driver's license, you can drive me to Zidu, a couple next door, she is picked up by her husband to buy vegetables. Yes, you eat at my house every day, shouldn't you go together? I just drank some water. Anyway, you two will go to your driver's license from tomorrow. That Kiki, don't we have a somersault cloud in our family, you can let the somersault cloud take you to grocery shopping. I'm afraid of heights, I'm not used to sitting on a somersault cloud. By the way, you can let Gohan's axe take you to grocery shopping. Yes, that axe can be big and small, and it can protect you in danger. Nodded Monkey King. Even if that's the case, I won't sit. Why? You go and ask Bike, will he go out on an axe? Vic is not a normal person, anyway, I will never go out with an axe. Okay then. Sun Wukong reluctantly agreed. Kiki said, turning and walking into Sun Gohan's room. Mom. Kiki nodded. Gohan, I heard Goku say, you have an axe that can get bigger and smaller, right? Mom, do you mean the Shadow Tomahawk? Shadow Tomahawk? Then can you lend me that Shadow Tomahawk? It can be, but what are you going to do? Chop the wild boar. Then, take the Shadow Tomahawk out of the system. This is that the Shadow Tomahawk. Kiki saw that the Shadow Tomahawk was only the size of a thumb, and she had some doubts in her heart that this axe could cut down a wild boar. Sun Gohan nodded. The Shadow Tomahawk has become bigger. As soon as the words fell, the Shadow Tomahawk immediately became much larger. Kiki was taken aback. This axe can really get bigger and smaller. Sun Gohan nodded. From today onwards, Shadow Tomahawk will follow my mother and help me protect my mother, but you can't kill people, and you have to listen to my mother. Kiki was taken aback. Gohan. This axe can still understand people. Son. Gohan nodded. So Gohan, where did you get this axe? Where did you pick it up? On the Bun Mountain. The next day, Kiki goes out with the Shadow Tomahawk, and on her way back she encounters yesterday's boar again. At this time, the wild boar was looking at Kiki extremely fiercely. Seeing this, Kiki looked stunned, and looked towards the shadow battle axe floating on the side. Shadow Tomahawk, cut that wild boar for me, give me today's meal. When Shadow Tomahawk heard this, he immediately emitted a white light, and an axe cut off the head of the wild boar. Seeing this, Kiki smiled slightly, and put the wild boar she had just killed on top of the enlarged Shadow Tomahawk. Seeing this, the Shadow Tomahawk was silent in his heart. It is obviously a murderous weapon, but now it has become a truck. What kind of owner did it meet? Time flickered, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. The assembly line for smartphones has been made, and mass production of mobile phones has begun. Bun Mountain, Sun Wuhan's house. Sun Gohan accidentally missed the battle with Sun Gohan in the morning because Sun Wukong ate a few days ago, which aroused Kiki's suspicion. So in the past 2 days, Sun Wuhan has obediently stayed at home to study. At this time, Sun Gohan was staying in his room with a bored face, turning the pencil in his hand with his hand. Suddenly, there was a knock outside the door. Gohan, I'm in. Sun Gohan heard a knock on the door and immediately straightened up to look at the test questions on the table. At this time, the door was opened, and Kiki carried a plate of fresh apples and placed it on the table next to Sun Gohan. Gohan, it's hard to study, eat an apple, right? Said Kiki, holding an apple to Sun Gohan. That. Mom, I don't really want to eat right now. Said Sun Gohan, learning his usual appearance. You're going to eat a Gohan. All right. Sun Gohan took the apple handed by Kiki and took a bite. Could it be that I'm thinking too much? Said Kiki secretly in her heart, looking at Sun Gohan with a smile on her face. Then Gohan, you just continue to study hard, and Mom will go out first. Good Mom. Seeing this, Kiki immediately walked out of Sun Gohan's room. During this time when Sun Gohan studied for Sun Wuhan, he was almost not stained with water and fruit. That's why Kiki used an apple to test Sun Gohan today. Seeing Kiki leave, Sun Gohan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. In the past 2 days, Kiki has been testing him in various ways. Fortunately, he can read minds and can know what Kiki thinks. It seems that using a doppelganger is not a long-term solution, it's time to find a time to have a showdown with her. Sun Gohan thought to himself. By the way, the system, do you have Sun Tzu's Art of War? What? Master, I am the system, not the library. This way. Master, what do you want this Sun Tzu Art of War? Nothing. Chapter 037. Time flickered, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Smartphones have become a trend among young people through the promotion of Universal Capsule Group companies. Sun Wuhan also let Pirav and them develop some software in this month, such as QQ, WeChat, tomato-free novels and so on in his previous life. Because smartphones have just been sold, Sun Gohan and Pirav have not yet started to get the money to sell mobile phones. But they made a lot of money for them by developing apps. After seeing this huge business opportunity, many rich people want to buy these apps from Sun Gohan. However, they were all rejected by Sun Gohan. The apps developed by Pilaf are all very popular apps in his previous life, and he knows the value of these apps, so naturally it is impossible to sell them casually. Inside a hotel in Zidu, Sun Gohan and Pirav were celebrating the money they had earned this month. Xiao Wu, King Pirav is so good, the app we developed this month has hundreds of thousands of dollars every day. Hundreds of thousands are nothing, when our smartphones are all over the world, tens of millions a day is nothing. Ashu, yes, in this way, we will have a lot of money to collect Dragon Balls. Sun Gohan, Dragon Balls? No, he said glass beads. Ashu, he likes to collect glass beads. Yes, by the way, Gohan, we haven't thanked you yet, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't have made that much money, said Pirav, immediately raising the glass with the juice poured. After Axiu and Xiaowu saw it, they also raised the cup in their hands. Cheers! Said Pilaf, who immediately drank it. Seeing this, Sun Gohan immediately drank the juice in his hand. After that, the trio spent their days developing software and starting a new company. Because they were so busy, the three of them had even forgotten about collecting Dragon Balls. The time flickered, and in the blink of an eye, 3 times passed. 3 months have passed, and Sun Gohan's strength has grown a lot. Today, his normal combat power has reached 4.5 billion. At this time, Sun Gohan was sitting nervously in the living room of his home, ready to showdown with Kiki about the company he and Pirav opened. Gohan, what the hell do you want to tell me about? Mom, I actually started a company. Gohan, don't joke, you're only 7 years old, how can you start a company? At this moment, there was a sudden knock outside the door. Wait, I'll open a door, said Kiki, immediately running to open the door. When the door opened, Kiki saw 2 men in suits and shoes, carrying a black box in their hands. Hello, may I ask who you are? Hello, we are all employees of Sun General Company, and today President Sun asked us to come over. Mr. Sun. After hearing this, Kiki looked at Sun Wuhan with an incredulous expression. When you talk about Mr. Sun, shouldn't you mean Gohan? Yes. The man nodded. After Kiki listened, she still didn't believe it in her heart, and squeezed her left hand with her hand. It hurts, it's not a dream. You just said that Gohan called you here, what did Gohan ask you to do? Mr. Sun told us to come and deliver money. Yes. The man said, putting down the box in his hand and opening it, which contained a large amount of money. Well, there are 50 million here, the man said. 50 million. Kiki exclaimed. Then he raised his right hand and pinched his face. It hurts. It doesn't look like it's really a dream. Is it all Gohan's? The man nodded. After Kiki heard this, she immediately looked at Sun Gohan and said, No. Mom, I just worked with someone to help him make some mobile phones, and then developed some mobile phone software and made some money. But Gohan, don't you read every day? Kiki said with her eyes glued to him. No. I just got someone to make a cell phone in my free time. That. Mom, then these 50 million. Kiki snorted coldly. Gohan, although our family is poor, we have never stolen or robbed, so if you don't tell me where the money comes from, I will never accept this money. After hearing this, Son Gohan helplessly took out his mobile phone from his pants and called Boomer. Soon, the other end of the phone was connected. Gohan, is there something wrong with you? Aunt Boomer, my mother doesn't believe I started a company, so I want to find and talk to her. Kiki is me, Boomer. Boomer. Yes, it's true that everything about Gohan is true. The latest smartphone launched by Universal Capsule Group Company is made by Gohan and his friends. Recently, Zidu has indeed had many more smartphones, but the mobile phone is too expensive, and Kiki did not buy it. Unexpectedly, this mobile phone was actually made by Son Gohan and his friends. However, Son Gohan is only a 7-year-old child. How can he have the ability to make mobile phones? This is not quite right. Gohan, you honestly tell me that you really made this phone with your friends? No, I just told my friend about the function of smartphones, and he and his companions are responsible for research and manufacturing. Yes, several of them are adults, and after listening to my ideas, they all appreciated my ideas, and then made a smartphone. After hearing this, Kiki was half convinced in her heart. After my friend made smartphones, I cooperated with Aunt Boomer to produce a lot of mobile phones, and then my friend and I started a company together. Gohan, don't lie to me, be careful that you are deceived by those strange friends of yours. No, Mom, don't worry. Yes, Kiki, Gohan is very smart and clever, and I have also seen his company, very legal and compliant, everything is fine. Yes. Kiki heard this, and relaxed a little. Then Mom, you should believe me now, right? Snorted coldly. Gohan, even if you really open a company, you can't trust strangers casually. Good. Son Gohan nodded. Then Mom, can I? Don't read so many books. Kiki arranged for him books and test questions that were n times that of children of the same age. Chapter 038. You can read less, but you still have to study. Good. Son Gohan nodded. As long as Kiki doesn't care so strictly, his doppelganger can handle it casually. That Mom. These 50 million. Cough. Kiki coughed, looking at Son Gohan with a straight face. Gohan, you are still a child, I will keep this money for you for the time being. The man standing on the side laughed dryly after hearing this. Although Son Gohan is a child, but he has been the lifelong pursuit of these migrant workers. Then Mr. Sun, if there is nothing else, we will go back first. Son Gohan nodded. Seeing this, the two men immediately left Sun Wukong's house. Then Gohan, go back to your room and read. Oh! Said Son Gohan and walked back to his room. 50 million. After Kiki saw it, she immediately counted the money in the box with a look of wealth. With so much money, I can buy a house in Zidu and let Gohan study in the city. Universe, where the original planet Namek is located. At this time, there is a spaceship like Frisha, parked in the universe. This spaceship is the universe of Frisha's father, King Kurdish. At this moment, the Kurdish king is standing in the main control room of the spaceship, looking out of the universe. A staff member in the main control room suddenly reported to the Kurdish king. The library. Kurdish king, the Namux is gone. Gone. Based on our observations, the planet Namek didn't explode because there was no debris from the planet's explosion all around, I think. It may have been transferred to another place by the Dragon Balls of the planet Namek. Yes. Where is the scion who killed Frisha? Back to King Kurd, it seems to be Earth. Then go to Earth. It's King Kurdish. Time flickered, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. Since Sun Gohan's showdown, his life has greatly improved, and Kiki has become more gentle with their father and son. At this time, Sun Wuhan was cultivating on Bun Mountain, and suddenly the three of them felt an extremely powerful aura. This breath is the breath of the Kurdish king. Well! What a powerful chi! Said Vic with a solemn expression. And this breath is very similar to Frisia's, said Monkey King. Vic nodded. But isn't Frisia supposed to have been wiped out by Gohan? I don't know. Vic, then let's go take a look. Good. Said the Monkey King, and led the two to the place where the Kurdish king was about to land. Meanwhile, Klin, who was on Earth, also felt the Kurdish king's chi. Well! Such a powerful chi, can it be said that some powerful guy is coming to Earth? The turtle immortal nodded. Okay. Wushan sensei, said Klin, and left Turtle Immortal Island. The other side. Sun Wukong and Vic came to a big mountain outside the western capital at this time. The three glanced up at the sky and saw a spaceship that looked like a disc. This spaceship is the Kurdish king's spaceship. At this time, the Kurdish king's spacecraft has broken through the atmosphere and is about to land on Earth. A spaceship like Frisia, said Vic with a serious look. The Monkey King nodded. It was at this moment that Vegeta flew over from a distance. As soon as the words fell, Vegeta immediately fell to Sun Wukong's side. Vegeta. Vegeta nodded, looking at the Kurdish king's spaceship that was about to land. A minute later, the Kurdish king's spacecraft successfully landed on the ground. At this time, Klin also rushed over. Long time no see, Goku, Gohan. Goku, who the hell is the guy who came this time? I don't know. But his spaceship seems to be exactly the same as Frisia's spaceship, and his breath is very similar to Frisia. Frisia, that's the guy who can't even beat Goku. I couldn't win before, but now I'm absolutely sure I can beat him. At this moment, the Kurdish king's spaceship opened, and many soldiers wearing Scion combat uniforms came out of it, neatly lined up in two columns. Step, with a heavy footstep, a man who looked very similar to Frisia's first form walked out of the spaceship. This man was none other than Frisia's father, King Kurdish. Who is this guy and how does he look so much like Frisia? Said Vegeta as he clenched his hands into fists and clenched his teeth. Before, he thought that Frisia was not killed by Son Gohan. I have seen the Kurdish king. At this moment, the soldiers standing on both sides respectfully saluted the Kurdish king. The Kurdish king nodded. Kurd. Vegeta heard this, and immediately learned the name of the Kurdish king. At this time, the Kurdish king suddenly looked over and said, I ask you, which one of you is Son Gohan? Are you Son Gohan? Did my son Frisia die at your hands? Frisia's dad. Vegeta was shocked when they heard this. I killed him. When the Kurdish king heard this, his expression immediately became extremely cold. Before he came, he had a glimmer of hope for Frisia's survival. Now that he heard Son Gohan admit it himself, then this trace of his expectation was gone. Kill them for me. The Kurdish king commanded to the soldiers behind him. It's King Kurd. All the soldiers replied. Then all the soldiers immediately took up their weapons and rushed towards Son Gohan. Seeing this, Son Gohan and Klin quickly slapped their hands forward, emitting a large amount of golden energy waves in their hands. With a huge explosion, Son Gohan wiped out all the soldiers. What a useless bunch of guys. The Kurdish king looked at the corpses on the ground with an indifferent expression, and walked forward a few steps. It's really a bit of skill. If you hadn't killed Frisia, I really wanted to take you as my subordinate. Son Gohan snorted coldly, quickly came to the Kurdish king, and hit the Kurdish king hard with his right fist. Ah! The Kurdish king screamed, spitting out a mouthful of bitter water. Chapter 039. The Kurdish king covered his stomach with his hands and looked at Sun Gohan in front of him with a look of fear. Although it was just a punch, the feeling that this punch gave him was incomparably painful. Sun Gohan snorted coldly, and his right fist hit the Kurdish king hard, and the Kurdish king flew into the air with one punch. Immediately, his hands quickly closed back. Turtle Pai Chi Gong Bo. A dark blue gas wave condensed from Sun Wuhan's hands and hit the Kurdish king. No! The Kurdish king roared loudly, regretting his coming to earth this time. The turtle sent Qigong waves to hit the Kurdish king and exploded in the sky. An incomparably huge storm appeared, tearing the Kurdish king's body to pieces in an instant. After waiting for a while, after the explosion disappeared, some black dust fell in the sky, but with a gust of wind, the black dust immediately disappeared without a trace. Eliminate. Have you eliminated it? Said Kling, looking blankly at the sky. The Kurdish king was so powerful that he was killed by Sun Wuhan all of a sudden, and Sun Wuhan didn't even change the Super Saiyan. The Monkey King nodded. Vegeta, who was standing next to Sun Wukong, saw this and gritted her teeth tightly. The stronger Sun Gohan's strength is, the more difficult it will be for him to catch up with Sun Gohan. Thinking of this, Vegeta immediately flew towards the sky. He can't continue to waste time here now, he wants to go back to cultivation and then become stronger for anyone. Klin was stunned after seeing it. Why didn't you leave without saying hello? I think he must have been stimulated by Gohan, said Ma Sakika. Speaking of which, Vegeta is also a Saiyan, do you say he will be as strong as Goku in the future? At this moment, Sun Gohan flew down from the sky and landed in front of Victhem. Gohan, you're really good now, you can wipe out such a powerful guy at once. Klin happily praised Sun Gohan. Sun Gohan nodded. Subsequently, Sun Wukong and they chatted with Klin for a while, and then each returned to their place of cultivation. Fast forward to 3 days. On the Northern King. The king of the Northern Realm was lying leisurely on a chair at this time, drinking the tea that had just been brewed. A figure suddenly appeared in front of the king of the Northern Realm, so frightened that he vomited all the tea he had just drunk. And this figure that suddenly appeared, this person is Sun Wukong. Lord Realm King, are you all right? Ahem. The Northern Realm King's throat was a little choked by tea, and he coughed a few times. Goku, why did you suddenly appear on my planet? Said Monkey King with a smile. Lord Realm King. I'm here to cultivate here. Cultivation. Yes, Lord Realm King, your planet is more suitable for cultivation. Goku, my planet is not your gym. I know, Lord Realm King, I'll be cultivating here for a while. By the way, Goku, you just teleported, right? Did Gohan teach you? Yes, it took me nearly a year to learn. Then you came here to cultivate, does Gohan know? You know, he said let me go home every day after cultivation. Time flickered, and 4 months passed in the blink of an eye. For 4 months, everything was calm. The Monkey King family bought a house in Zidu and moved in. Because of the money. Kiki now asks Boomer to go shopping together every day in addition to washing and cooking for Sun Wuhan and them, when she is fine. On a large mountain outside the western capital, a yellow machine that looked like a rocket suddenly appeared. This machine is the time machine of the Dragon Ball world. After the time machine appeared, it quickly descended from the sky. A boy with purple hair and a long sword behind him flew out from the top of the time machine. This person is none other than the Trunks of future time and space. After Trunks came out, he quickly received the time machine into the universal capsule and flew towards the front. A moment later, Trunks arrived at the place where the Kurdish spaceship had landed 4 months earlier. But the surroundings were empty, there was nothing. After Trunks glanced around, a trace of doubt rose in his heart. Strange, according to what my mother said, Frisia they should have reached Earth, but why didn't they see him? Is it because they traveled back in time and changed the past, or is it not 20 years ago at all? After waiting for 10 minutes, Trunks still did not see Frisia and their arrival, so he got up from the big rock and went to the western capital. Sichu, Boomer's house. Boomer was lying on a chair in the backyard with a white mask on his face. At this time, a figure suddenly flew down from the sky and landed on the grass of the yard. This man is none other than Trunks. Seeing the sudden appearance of Trunks, Boomer subconsciously stood up from the chair. Hello, I'm not a bad person, I'm from the future, and I'm here to find Mr. Monkey King. Gaku. When Boomer heard this, his heart slightly lowered his vigilance. Yes, what year is it, what day? Because she felt that the Trunks in front of her was not a bad person. Today is August 3rd, 764. August 3rd. Yes, what's wrong? Nothing. Trunks shook his head, touched his chin with his right hand, and thought in his heart. It seems that I have indeed returned to 20 years ago, but the history here seems to be different from the history I know. At this moment, Boomer took the mask on his face and said, "Who are you, and why are you wearing clothes with the Universal Capsule Group logo?" "I can't tell you for the time being, the only thing I can tell you now is that I'm from the future, and I'm here for a very important thing that I want to tell Mr. Gaku." "Yes, I still want you to keep this matter a secret for me." "Okay, but what the hell is going on when you are looking for Gaku?" "I'm really sorry, I can only talk to Mr. Gaku about this matter. I want to ask you something." "What's going on?" "Do you know about Frisia? So did he come to Earth? Didn't he be wiped out by Gohan in Nami's star?" "He was wiped out by Gohan," Trunks exclaimed. "Frisia, wasn't he eliminated by Mr. Gaku?" "No, he was eliminated by Gohan." "What the hell is going on here? It's completely different from the history I know." "It's different." "Yes." Trunks nodded. Chapter 040. I don't seem to feel his chi on Earth. I heard Gohan say that he seems to be cultivating at the Realm King. The Realm King? Boomer nodded. What about Vegeta? Trunks finally came to the past, naturally wanting to meet his real father. In the future, Vegeta died when he was very young, so Trunks has only seen pictures of Vegeta and never seen him in person. Vegeta. He's practicing in the gravity chamber right now. Why are you looking for him? At this moment, a figure came from a distance. This man is none other than Vegeta. Daddy. Trunks said in his heart. Vegeta. Startled Boomer. Vegeta is a Roll King of Roll Kings, how could he suddenly come out at this time? Vegeta did not take Boomer, but looked at Trunks in front of him. Who are you? How can there be a Scion breath on you? Scions. Boomer startled. Trunks turned out to be a Scion. I'm from the future, but I can't tell you who I am right now. From the future? Vegeta immediately thought to himself when he heard this. No, Kakarot's hair is black, and Son Gohan's hair is black. Miss Boomer, do you know where Gohan is? I want to meet him. I don't know, he may be at home, he may be at Bun Mountain. Well, then I will go to his house to find him first. Do you know where his house is? Asked Boomer. Isn't his family on Bunza Mountain? It used to be in Bunza Mountain, but his family recently bought a house in Zidu, so now they live in Zidu. Live in the western capital. Trunks was stunned. This is completely different from what his mother in the future time and space said. Well, I'll give you a call to Gohan and ask where he is. Seeing this, Boomer immediately took out his smartphone and called Son Gohan. After a while, the phone was connected. Aunt Boomer. That Gohan, where are you now? I have someone here who wants to see you. Okay, I see, said Boomer and hung up. Seeing this, Vegeta suddenly lost interest and returned to the gravity room to continue cultivating. The reason why he came out of the gravity chamber was only because the chi on Trunks was the chi of the Scions. As far as he knows, there are no other Scions in the universe other than him and Sun Wukong. That's why he was curious about Trunks. But when he learned that Trunks was not a purebred Scion and was from the future, he was not interested. Gohan, he's in Bun Mountain now. Okay, I know, then I'll take my leave. Seeing this, Trunks immediately left Boomer's house. Bun's on the mountain. Son Gohan was sitting cross-legged on a grassy field at this time, cultivating. Although Son Gohan's current strength is very strong, his control of power is not very good. In the Dragon Ball Super theatrical version, Vegeta once said in the Super Artificial Man chapter, their strength is actually similar to Jillian's, except that their control of power is not as good as Jillian's. This was also affirmed by Weiss. A moment later, a figure suddenly fell from the sky. This man is none other than Trunks. Trunks? When Son Gohan saw Trunks, he recognized him at a glance and said in his heart, "Are you?" asked Trunks with a serious look. "Hello, I. From the future." Trunks nodded, looking at Son Gohan sitting cross-legged, thinking to himself, "Is this the brother Gohan when he was a child?" As soon as the words fell, Son Gohan immediately stood up from the ground. "I'm looking for me. I've heard Miss Boomer say, you eliminated Frieza. Are you looking for me for something?" "I actually want to find your father, Mr. Sun Wukong, but I heard Boomer say that he is cultivating at the Realm King, so I came to you. I want to know when Mr. Sun Wukong will return. I have something very important I want to find him. Dad's words will probably come back at night, but if you have something to find him, I can call him back now." "No. It's gone." Trunks startled. "This is teleportation," said Vic. "Teleportation? Vic nodded. As soon as the words fell, Son Gohan's figure appeared again, and there was another person beside him. This person is none other than Sun Wukong. "Sun Mr. Monkey King." Trunks shouted at Monkey King with an excited look. "You know me?" Trunks nodded. "I'm from the future. As for my name, it's not convenient for me to reveal it for the time being. Mr. Monkey King, can I talk to you alone?" Seeing this, Trunks immediately flew into the distance with Sun Wukong. Seeing this, Sun Wukong immediately followed. With a soft sound, the two arrived thousands of miles away from Son Gohan. Sun Wukong glanced at Vic, who was far away from them. "Okay, my name is Trunks, from the future in 20 years. Yes, because Gohan is here, so I don't really want to say my name. It's because I'm afraid that if I say my name, I might change history. But the history here seems to have changed long ago. It has long changed." Sun Wukong looked puzzled when he heard this. "Trunks, what do you mean by that?" "I'm from the future, so naturally I know what happened in the past, but..." "Yes, according to what my mother told me, 20 years ago, you should have defeated Frieza, but what I know from my mother in this time and space is that Gohan defeated Frieza." "Your mother?" "My mother, it's Boomer." "Boomer, the..." Monkey King exclaimed. "Boomer is not married yet, and will be in 20 years. There is such a big sun." Chapter 041. "Yes. So who is your dad?" "No, my dad is Vegeta." "Vegeta, are you saying that Vegeta and Boomer are together?" "Yes." Trunks nodded. "No. Because Uncle Yamcha was too careful, so her mother broke up with him, and later she saw her lonely father, and she couldn't help but be with him, but her father didn't get a license with her mother. Well, 3 years later, 2 very powerful artificial humans appeared on Earth, and both of them have unlimited physical strength. The 2 of them were created by Dr. Gro of the Red Ribbon Legion that you defeated in the first place. Yes, after the Red Ribbon Legion was dismantled, Dr. Gro continued his research on artificial humans, and then created the 2 artificial humans I just mentioned, but Dr. Gro was also killed by those 2 artificial humans. Yes, those 2 artificial humans are simply killing machines, and our future world is like hell because of the 2 of them," said Trunks, angry. "So I came from the future, just hope that Mr. Sun Wukong, you can defeat the 2, thus changing the tragic fate of our future world. But Trunks, why don't you look for Gohan? Gohan. Yes, Gohan's strength is now far above me. Gohan's strength is above you. Yes, what's wrong? No, in our future world, Gohan Go will not control the Super Saiyan until after you die. No, Mr. Monkey King, you didn't fight them, but died of viral heart disease. Yes, this is a disease that cannot be cured in this era, but 20 years later, with the development of medicine, someone has made a special medicine that can cure this disease," Trunks said, pulling out a bottle of medicine from his clothes. "This is the special medicine I brought from the future. As long as you take this medicine, you can cure viral heart disease," Trunks said, and immediately gave the medicine to Sun Wukong. "Yes, thank you so much," said Sun Wukong. "By the way, Mr. Monkey King, I just forgot to tell you that 3 years later, those 2 artificial humans will appear on a small island 9 kilometers south of the western capital at about 10 o'clock on May 12th. 10 o'clock on the 12th of May. Well." Trunks nodded. "By the way, Mr. Monkey King, do you know Free Shaw's father, Kurd?" "You know, what's wrong?" "No, according to the original history, he should have taken Free Shaw to Earth today to seek revenge on you, but I didn't see him today." "No, according to the original history, you let Frisia go on the Nami star, and then Frisia was saved by his father Kurd, and then the 2 of them came to Earth to seek revenge on you. Mr. Monkey King, can you tell me everything that happened in your world?" Then, he started with his encounter with Boomer. After a long time, Sun Wukong finished his growth experience. "What Mr. Monkey King said earlier is similar to what I know, but since my father invaded Earth, everything has been different." "Different?" Trunks nodded and looked at Sun Gohan in the distance. "Then Mr. Monkey King, shall we go over?" "Oh, good." After that, the 2 quickly flew in front of Sun Gohan. "Dad." Sun Wukong nodded. "That's Sun Gohan. Can you fight me?" At this moment, Trunks suddenly opened his mouth to Sun Gohan. "Fight?" "Yes," said Trunks, clenching his fists hard and transforming into a Super Saiyan. Ultra Super Saiyan was a startle to Vic behold. Although he knew that Trunks was Vegeta's son, he did not expect that he could also transform into a Super Saiyan. With Trunks' transformation, the Dragon Ball Z warriors who are on Earth soon feel Trunks' chi. Well, what a powerful chi, this is Super Saiyan chi. Vegeta, who was cultivating in the gravity room, immediately had no intention of cultivating after feeling Trunks' chi. "Yes. Did that kid just now?" said Vegeta, immediately leaving the gravity room. Buns on the mountain. After Trunks transformed, he immediately put away the golden aura of his body. "Son Gohan, I've transformed into a Super Saiyan, and you're also transforming into a Super Saiyan to fight me, right? In that case, you're going to attack?" startled Trunks. "Don't you change into a Super Saiyan? I don't need to transform into a Super Saiyan to defeat you." "Ha!" With a loud gulp, the long swords in Trunks' hands were as fast as lightning, slashing forward. Sun Gohan raised his right index finger and blocked the long sword that Trunks had chopped. Trunks was startled, quickly raised the long sword in his hand, and quickly slashed forward again. All of Trunks' attacks were blocked by Sun Gohan's right index finger. Seeing this, Trunks withdrew his sword and returned his body to normal. It's so powerful, I didn't expect that. Sun Wuhan, your strength is really far above Mr. Sun Wukong. Well, it's not too early, I should almost go back, we'll have a date later, said Trunks as he said goodbye to the three. Good. The Monkey King nodded. Seeing this, Trunks immediately flew towards the distance. Just as Trunks left, Vegeta immediately appeared from the distant sky and flew down. Vegeta snorted coldly. Monkey King, did a purple-haired guy just come here? Yes, but he's gone now. So did he just transform into a Super Saiyan? So where did he go now? Go back. Did you go back to the future? So what is the matter with him looking for you from the future? This, after listening to it, Sun Wukong didn't know what to start with for a while, and he also forgot a lot of what Trunks had just said. Let me say it, said Vic on the side. Chapter 042. Bike. The Monkey King looked at Bike. We Na Maxi have a very sensitive sense of hearing, so I just overheard your conversation. Don't worry, I won't say something I shouldn't. Okay then. Seeing this, Vic immediately repeated what Trunks had just said. However, there is nothing about Trunks' identity, but he does not say a word. After Vegeta listened, a hint of excitement immediately appeared on his face. Interesting, Kakarot, in 3 years, none of you can make a move, I alone can clean them both. Humph! Snorted Vegeta coldly. Kakarot, although my current strength is not as good as yours, in 3 years, my strength will definitely surpass you. Seeing this, Vegeta immediately turned and left. Shortly after Vegeta left, Klin also rushed over and asked what had happened. So Sun Wukong told Klin what had just happened. After Klin and they listened, they all said to practice well. After all, no one wants to die. Future space-time. Trunks has now traveled back to future time and space in a time machine. Trunks glanced around, and after finding that the future time and space were still the same as before, he immediately returned to his future home. Boomer in the future time and space saw Trunks return, and his face immediately showed a hint of joy. Trunks, have you gone back in time? So have you seen Sun Wukong? Yes, I also met Dad, Mom, Gohan brother, and Uncle Bike. See Vegeta? Trunks nodded. Mom, the past I went back to is different from the past you said. Yes, I don't know if it's because I'm back in the past. Tell me about it. Then, he told the things he knew from Sun Wukong and the future space-time Boomer. Trunks, you're talking about Gohan differently than the Gohan I know. The Sun Gohan of future time and space is his master, so he naturally knows Sun Gohan as well. Mom, could it be that the time machine took me back in time to other places? I guess that's unlikely, right? So what's going on? Could the problem be with Gohan? Gohan. Do you think he'll be a reborn? After Trunks listened, he laughed dryly, and for a while he didn't know how to answer. That Mom, if the past changes, can we really change in the future? Probably not, said future space-time Boomer silent for a moment. Originally, I did think that if we change the past, we can change the future, but from the perspective of your trip, our future world, I'm afraid I'll have to find Goku from the past. Trunks nodded. However, because the energy of the time machine is not enough, he can only go back to the past to find Sun Wukong and them 3 years later. Time flickered, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Since Sun Wukong and them learned about the artificial human, everyone began to cultivate hard. Future space-time. Trunks is in an abandoned city, collecting energy that can activate the time machine. A palm suddenly appeared behind Trunks, pulling him into an invisible ripple. By the time Trunks reacted, he had appeared on a large mountain. In front of him, stood a masked man in a black robe. When Trunks saw the man, he immediately became extremely vigilant. "Who are you, and where is this place?" The man did not answer him, but his feet suddenly bounced into the sky. Seeing this, Trunks immediately chased after him. At this time, the man suddenly landed quickly downwards and landed in a forest. After Trunks saw it, he also fell. By the time Trunks landed in the forest, the man's figure had long since disappeared. "No. It's gone." Trunks startled. He then searched around and made sure that he did not find the man, so he gave up looking for the man. "I don't seem to have seen this place before," said Trunks, suddenly feeling Vegeta's anger. This is Daddy's anger, can it mean that I have gone back in time?" Buns on the mountain. The black-robed man Trunks had just chased was standing in front of a large tree at this time. In front of the man, there was a child standing. This person was none other than Son Gohan. However, he is not Son Gohan himself, but a doppelganger transformed by Son Gohan. Suddenly, a white mist appeared on the black-robed man, and when the white mist cleared, the appearance of the black-robed man immediately changed into Sun Wuhan. And the reason why Son Gohan turned into a black-robed man was mainly because he didn't want to expose his Babel mirror. The Babel mirror can travel through the past, the future, and can also spy on the whole king at will, which is a very heaven-defying treasure. Sun Wuhan naturally didn't want such a treasure to be known by others. Pif is not guilty, he is guilty. System, this Babel mirror is really powerful, even the future Trunks can pull it over. "Of course," said Son Gohan with a smile. "Then this heavenly mirror, isn't it convenient to steal things?" "I'm just kidding, can't you take it seriously?" "But Master, why did you pull Trunks from the future?" said Son Gohan with a smile. "I want to take him as an apprentice." "Master, how old are you? You actually want to take Trunks as an apprentice?" Son Gohan snorted coldly. "I'm just relatively small in body, but my mental age has long surpassed Trunks. Besides, isn't there a saying that the master is a teacher? My strength is stronger than Trunks, why can't I teach him martial arts?" Sichu, Boomer's house. Trunks came to his home for the first time after learning that he might go back in time. "It's you." Boomer recognized Trunks at a glance when he saw him. Because Trunks could not reveal his real name to Boomer, for fear of affecting his birth, he did not say his name to Boomer before. "It seems that I really went back 20 years, but why did the man in black bring me here?" Seeing that Boomer knew him, Trunks nodded, thinking to himself. Chapter 043. Aren't you going back to the future? Trunks nodded. "I did go back, but for some reason I came again, Miss Boomer, you can call me." Trunks nodded. "Miss Naboomer, I have other things to do first," Trunks said, and left immediately. Buns on the mountain. Sun Wuhan had already come to a grassy field to cultivate at this time, and a figure suddenly flew down from the sky. This man is none other than Trunks. Soon, Trunks fell to the ground in front of Sun Gohan. "Trunks?" Trunks was stunned when he heard this. Then he quickly remembered that he had told Sun Wukong his truth. Thinking of this, Trunks immediately nodded and said, "What about Mr. Monkey King?" "Dad, now cultivate at the Lord of the Realm." "Is it at the Lord of the Realm King again?" "Trunks, aren't you going back?" "Why are you coming again?" "Because something happened, that's why I came again." "So, do I need to call my dad over?" "I guess I shouldn't use it for now." "Yes, because the energy to start the time machine is gone, I may have to stay with you for a while." Trunks nodded. "I don't know, as long as I collect the energy of the time machine, I'll go back. Then Trunks, can you tell me about what will happen in the future? Okay. Trunks nodded and told Son Gohan what happened in the future time and space. That Trunks, have you ever thought about defeating those two artificial humans yourself? Yes. I have thought about it, but the strength of the two of them is too great, and I am not his opponent at all. Then you can cultivate, my father can't even beat Raditz before. By the way, Gohan, do you usually practice here? No, I basically practice in the gravity room. Or Trunks, the two of us will cultivate together in the future. Together. When Trunks heard this, his mind immediately recalled the future time and space of Son Gohan. Good. Trunks nodded in agreement after thinking for a moment. The next day. Sun Wukong, they all know about Trunks' cultivation in their time and space. Buns on the mountain. Son Gohan and Trunks were cultivating in the gravity chamber under 300 times gravity at this time. Because Son Gohan didn't let Trunks transform into a Super Saiyan cultivation, Trunks didn't say cultivation, and it was difficult to even stand. Son Gohan chuckled and easily did one finger push UPS. Abominable. Trunks gritted his teeth and struggled to do push UPS. Son Gohan smiled and said, Trunks, you can't beat those two androids. I know. Trunks said, speeding up his push UPS. The morning passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was already noon. Trunks had long been exhausted by the morning cultivation, and his stomach was constantly gurgling. Then Trunks go to my house for dinner. After hearing this, Trunks wanted to refuse, but his stomach rang unarguingly, and he had to agree. Afternoon. After Trunks woke up from his nap, he followed Son Gohan to a grassy field on the Bun. Gohan, didn't you go to the gravity room to practice in the afternoon? I'll teach you teleportation this afternoon. Teleportation, is that the technique that Mr. Son Goku used to go to Lord Realm King? When you learn this technique, if you have an enemy that you can't win in the future, you can use this technique to escape. It sounds good, but it always feels a little weird. Son Gohan nodded. Later, Son Gohan teaches Trunks how to learn to teleport. Under the guidance of Son Gohan, Trunks learns to control Chi. To learn teleportation, the main thing is to control Chi. After teaching teleportation, Son Gohan handed over Son Goku's Realm King Fist to Trunks. Originally, he taught Trunks 20-fold Harmless Fist, but considering that the difficulty of 20-fold Harmless Realm King Fist was not much more difficult than ordinary Realm King Fist, he also changed to teach him Realm King Fist. After that, in addition to cultivation, Trunks learned teleportation and Realm King Fist every day. Time flickered, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. Trunks has been taught by Son Gohan for a year and has learned to teleport and the Realm King Fist. Because Trunks has been in the main time and space for too long, he is very worried about his future mother. However, because the energy of the time machine has not yet been collected, even if he is worried, he can only continue to stay. Son Gohan immediately comforted Boomer after knowing that Trunks was worried about Boomer in the future time and space. It's okay Trunks, Aunt Boomer, you'll be fine. Trunks nodded. At this moment, the sound of the system suddenly came from Son Gohan's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the Master for reaching 10 billion combat power. Reward the Master with the primary self-extreme skill, the Seed of the Universe, the Angel Staff, including shuttle blocks, the invisibility technique, and 999 immortal beans. As soon as the words fell, Son Gohan's mind immediately had more memories of his own extreme intention skill and invisibility technique. After the reward is completed, please ask the Master to continue to cultivate. What's wrong? Gohan, asked Trunks when he saw Son Gohan suddenly stunned. That's nothing. Then Gohan, let's continue to cultivate. Son Gohan nodded. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Zidu, Sun Wukong's house. At this time, Sun Gohan was using his computer to check whether Dr. Gro's artificial human number 17 and artificial human 18 were manufactured. Through the computer, Sun Gohan found that Cyborg 17 and Cyborg 18 were almost manufactured. Is it almost finished? Muttered Sun Gohan, and suddenly thought in his mind that Dr. Gro had said that the cyborg number 17 and number 18 had actually woken up a long time ago, but the two of them were disobedient, so they returned the two of them to the furnace to transform. After a while, Sun Gohan saw the artificial human number 19 that had just started construction, so he modified the instructions for Dr. Gro's supercomputer, changing the original instructions of Dr. Grosh to kill Dr. Gro. Dr. Gro probably never imagined that all the artificial humans he created were going to kill him. Chapter 044. After changing the instructions, Sun Gohan immediately quits Dr. Gro's supercomputer. Inside a detached villa in Zidu. At this time, there is a girl with a double ponytail, playing with the latest mobile phone. This girl is none other than Bidalai. After a while, Bidalai failed. Now she really wants to beat up the person who came out of this game. In the past 2 days, she has been playing the game of sheep and sheep. Originally she was full of confidence that she could pass the second level, but unexpectedly, this game is surprisingly difficult, the pictures are irregular, and always fool her into the trap. Afternoon. After Sun Gohan and Trunks practiced for a while, they suddenly came to a meadow on Bunza Mountain. Gohan, what are you going to do? I want to try a new transformation. New transformation? Sun Gohan nodded, clasping his hands vigorously. Ha! With a loud gulp, Sun Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan. Well! What a powerful gas! Trunks startled. Although Trunks had also seen Sun Gohan's transformation when he was cultivating with Sun Gohan, it was only a few months ago. And Sun Gohan's current strength is much stronger than I didn't know at that time. Ha! At this moment, Sun Gohan clenched his fists hard, and his whole body exuded an incomparably powerful aura, quickly ascending upward. With an incomparably astonishing momentum, Sun Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Trunks was flabbergasted. It was also the first time he saw Sun Gohan transform into Super Saiyan 2. Gohan, is this what you said, Super Saiyan 2? Siju, Boomer's house. Vegeta, who was cultivating in the gravity room at this time, showed an extremely shocked look on her face after feeling Sun Gohan's chi. Immediately, he gritted his teeth angrily and left the gravity room. Kamizan Island. Klin, who was cultivating at this time, had already felt Sun Wuhan's chi. Well! Such a powerful chi, such a powerful chi. Even if I cultivate all my life, I'm afraid I can't cultivate so strongly, right, and that kid from Gohan is only 8 years old now. It's already that strong, said Klin to himself with some frustration in his heart. At this moment, he suddenly understood how important it was to be born and talented. Some people stand at the top of the pyramid at birth, while some people work hard all their lives and cannot climb the second level of the pyramid. On the Northern King. At this time, the king of the Northern Realm and Sun Wukong had also felt Sun Wuhan's powerful chi. Although Sun Gohan is now simply transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, because his current normal combat power has reached tens of billions, his combat power has reached trillions after transforming into Super 2. You know, in the original Dragon Ball book, Sun Wukong's first transformation into a Super Saiyan 3rd order is only 900 billion combat power. That is to say, Sun Gohan's combat power has now transformed into Super 2, and has reached the level of Majin Buu. King of the Northern Realm, Goku, you said. Will those 2 androids who appear in 2 years be Gohan's opponents? No, but I want to fight those 2 androids. Realm King God Realm. Because Sun Gohan's breath was too strong, the Eastern Realm King God and Jebet, who were on the realm King God realm, also felt Sun Gohan's chi at this time. Well, it's such a powerful chi. And this breath still comes from the earth that is very far away from us, said Jebit with a shocked look. The Eastern Realm King God nodded. And the person who exudes such a powerful aura is just an 8-year-old. Scion. Scion. Scion, haven't the Scions heard that they have been exterminated by Freesha? On Earth. Ha! After Sun Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 2, he did not stop there, but continued to raise his chi upwards. Also, can it be improved? Exclaimed Trunks. Super Saiyan 2 was enough to shock him, and as a result, Sun Gohan's chi could actually continue to rise. At this moment, the ground of the entire earth suddenly shook violently, and the originally slow-moving clouds in the sky quickly moved in the sky. Ah! Sun Gohan roared loudly, the golden hair on his head grew to his waist, his eyebrows disappeared and his brow bone was close to the eye frame, dark blue pupils appeared in the originally single light green eyeballs, and the golden aura on his body turned into light and fixed. This is the third tier of Super Saiyan. After the transformation was completed, Sun Gohan immediately released the chi gathered outside his body. After Trunks saw Sun Gohan's Super Saiyan third order, he was immediately surprised and couldn't close his mouth. Enlightenment. Gohan, is this the new transformation you are talking about? Said Sun Gohan with a nod. I named this new transformation Super Saiyan Third Order. Super Saiyan Third Order. As soon as the words fell, a figure suddenly appeared beside the two. This person is none other than Sun Wukong. Dad. Sun Wukong nodded and looked at Sun Wuhan. Gohan, is this your newly mastered transformation? Said Sun Gohan with a nod. This is called Super Saiyan Third Order. Super Saiyan Third Order. At this moment, Vegeta and Vic also rushed over. After they saw Sun Wuhan, their faces all showed surprise. Gohan, are you the new Super Saiyan transformation? Asked Tianjin. Sun Gohan nodded. This is Super Saiyan Third Order. Super Saiyan Third Order. Vegeta gritted his teeth tightly. He doesn't even control the Super Saiyan yet, and Sun Gohan actually controls the third tier of the Super Saiyan. Fortunately, Sun Wukong's strength is not much to surpass him now, otherwise, he is afraid that he will not even have the self-confidence to cultivate. Thinking of this, Vegeta immediately turned and left. Vegeta was stunned by Klin. Leave him alone, he should not be able to accept that Gohan's strength is so much stronger than him, so he went back to cultivation. In fact, Klin's heart is the same as Vegeta, and he can't accept that Sun Gohan is so much stronger than him. But he is Sun Gohan's elder, and he wants. At this time, Sun Gohan exhaled softly and changed his body back to normal. Because they hadn't seen each other for a long time, Klin and Sun Wukong chatted for a while before leaving. After Klin and them all left, there were only 4 people left on Bun Mountain: Sun Wukong, Sun Wuhan, Bic, and Trunks. Gohan, I haven't fought with you for a long time, how about fighting today? After that, the two immediately flew up into the sky. Chapter 045. So let's get started, said Monkey King. Sun Gohan nodded. Seeing this, Sun Wukong immediately shouted and rushed towards Sun Wuhan. Hey! Ro, soon! Sun Wukong rushed in front of Sun Gohan, and attacked Sun Gohan with both fists like lightning, but they were all dodged by Sun Gohan. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and punched forward with both fists with all his strength. Sun Gohan flashed sideways, and his right knee pushed hard towards Sun Gohan's abdomen. Sun Wukong screamed loudly, and a mouthful of saliva immediately spat out of his mouth. At this time, Sun Gohan clenched his right fist hard, and his right fist hit Sun Wukong's face hard. Sun Wukong's body immediately flew out upside down. Sun Wukong clenched his fists with both hands, quickly stopped in mid-air, and wiped the abrasions on his face with his hands. Immediately, both hands clenched firmly. Ha! With a loud gulp, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan. Hey! After Sun Wukong transformed, his figure flashed, and soon came to Sun Wuhan's body, and attacked forward with both fists. Sun Gohan raised his fists with both hands and fought with Sun Goku. Soon there were amazing winds in the sky. Ha! After the two fought for a while, Sun Wukong suddenly shouted and kicked forward with all his right foot. Sun Wuhan flashed sideways, grabbed Sun Wukong's right foot with his left hand, and flew out, and Sun Wukong's body flew out with him. Ah! Shouted Sun Wukong, and his body quickly stopped in midair. At this time, Sun Gohan's body suddenly appeared behind Sun Gohan, and a flying kick with his right foot kicked Sun Wukong to the ground. With a loud bang, the ground was immediately kicked off by a huge layer of sand. Hey! At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Sun Gohan, and his right fist hit forward hard. This person is none other than Sun Wukong. Teleportation startled Trunks. As soon as the words fell, Sun Wukong's right fist passed through the body of Sun Wuhan. Not good. Sun Wukong seemed to sense something, and his body suddenly turned around quickly. At this time, Sun Wukong suddenly saw a small fist coming towards him. Because the distance was too close, Sun Wukong was directly hit by this punch and flew to the mountain behind him. Seeing this, Vic couldn't help frowning. Originally, he also wanted to fight with Sun Gohan. But judging from the current situation, if he really fights with Sun Wuhan, it is estimated that he will be killed by Sun Wuhan in seconds. After a while, when the dust on the ground cleared, Sun Wukong gasped and slowly climbed up from the mountain. Gohan, you are so powerful now, I am not even your opponent for transforming into a Super Saiyan. Dad, how about you go with Trunks and Uncle Vic and them? Bike, Trunks. Monkey King looked at the two. I have no problem. Trunks said with a serious face. I don't have a problem either. Although Vic was reluctant to fight Sun Gohan, he couldn't let Sun Goku know them, he provoked. Well, then the three of us will go together. After that, the three of them rushed towards the sky together. Soon, the three of them came in front of Sun Gohan and attacked forward with both fists. Sun Gohan dodged while attacking the three. After a while, Sun Gohan clenched his right fist hard and knocked Vic out with one punch. Seeing this, Trunks immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan and fought with Sun Gohan. After a long time, Sun Gohan defeated the three in a normal way. This also made the three thoroughly understand the gap between them and Sun Gohan. Trunks, Gohan, we lost. It's okay Trunks, as long as you practice well, you can become as strong as me in the future. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Sun Gohan is still practicing with Trunks on Bun Mountain today as usual. Ding! The system has been upgraded successfully, and the system has added walking to increase combat effectiveness. Walking. Yes, the master, this means that the master can increase the combat effectiveness even if he walks now. Then how much combat power can I increase when I walk? Under normal gravity, the master increases the combat power by 10 in one step. If it is in 100 times gravity room, it will increase the combat power by 100, if it is 500 times is multiplied by 5. Can you run? 20. Compared to the original double, if the master is now cultivating under 800 times gravity, then a one-finger push-up is probably an increase of 1600 combat effectiveness. If you do 10,000, that's 16 million. 16 million. Yes master. Looks like I have to ask Boomer to help upgrade the gravity room. Trunks saw Sun Gohan froze and asked. I just suddenly felt that the gravity of this gravity chamber was too light to be raised. Trunks heard this, silent. 500 times the gravity chamber is indeed too light for Sun Gohan, but for him, it's heavy. The next morning, Sun Gohan comes to Boomer's house early in the morning and asks her to help upgrade the gravity room. After hearing this, Boomer said with a reluctant look, "Gohan, you want me to help you upgrade the gravity room again?" "Yes, Aunt Boomer begs you." Although Boomer was reluctant to help Son Gohan upgrade the gravity room, in his heart, he saw Son Gohan begging for himself, and he didn't refuse too much in his heart, so he agreed. "Okay then, but I'll help you raise the gravity chamber to 800 times this time, and you can't come to me again for 3 years, no, 5 years. "Yes, Aunt Boomer," said Son Gohan with a smile. "Then you give me the gravity chamber." Son Gohan listened, and immediately handed the universal capsule of the gravity chamber to Boomer. "Aunt Boomer, how long will it take you to help me raise the gravity chamber to 800 times? I don't know much about this, anyway, I'll call you when I'm done." "Then trouble you, Aunt Boomer." Boomer nodded after hearing this. Seeing this, Son Gohan immediately left Boomer's house. At this moment, a huge explosion suddenly came from the gravity room where Vegeta was cultivating. "This guy is here again." Boomer looked helplessly in the direction of Vegeta's gravity chamber. Since Vegeta knew about the artificial human, he was like a crazy cultivation in the gravity room, often creating a lot of explosions in the gravity room. Several times, Vegeta almost blew himself up. Chapter 046. Buns on the Mountain. Trunks was cultivating at this time, and a figure suddenly appeared from the sky and flew down. This person is none other than Son Gohan. "Gohan, you're back." Son Gohan nodded. "Then Gohan, how long will it take for the gravity chamber to be raised to 800 times? "I don't know, but she said that when it's done, she will call me." "That Trunks, shall I take you to my father's place to cultivate?" "Gohan, Trunks." Son Wukong, who was cultivating, immediately stopped cultivating after seeing the two. Son Gohan nodded. At this time, the king of the Northern Realm and Barbless also walked over. "Are you Lord Realm King?" asked Son Gohan. He was also coming to the Northern King for the first time. "That's right, I'm the king of the realm." "Realm King," said the Northern Realm King as he scratched the tickle. Son Gohan and Trunks froze. "I don't know what the king of the Northern Realm is doing." "Ahem," the Northern Realm King coughed, and his face quickly returned to seriousness. "Gohan, Trunks, why did you two suddenly come over?" This. Trunks didn't know how to speak for a while after hearing this. At this time, Son Gohan on the side suddenly spoke. "Lord Realm King, we are here to cultivate." Sun Wuhan can now kill him in seconds with one finger, and actually came to him to cultivate. "Yes, Lord Realm King," said Sun Gohan with a smile. "Gohan, you didn't cultivate on Earth, why did you suddenly bring Trunks to cultivate here with Lord Realm King?" asked Sun Wukong. Yes. The Northern Realm King actually wanted to ask in his heart. "Because I took the gravity chamber to Aunt Boomer." "I took the gravity chamber to upgrade." Sun Wukong looked towards the king of the Northern Realm. "Lord that Realm King, can you let Gohan also cultivate here?" This. After hearing this, the Northern Realm King immediately hesitated in his heart. The Scion is so capable of tossing and turning, just one Monkey King, he almost demolished his Northern King star several times. If Son Gohan and Trunks also practiced here, it was estimated that they would have to toss him to death. At this moment, Sun Wukong suddenly smiled towards the Northern Realm King. "Lord Realm, you just let Gohan and them cultivate here for a while, anyway, as long as Boomer finishes raising the gravity chamber, they will go back." "All right." After hearing this, the king of the northern realm reluctantly agreed. "Thank you, Lord Realm King." Trunks thanked the northern realm king after hearing this. The king of the northern realm nodded slightly. "I hope that Son Gohan and Trunks will not tear down his northern king star like Son Goku." But this hope in the heart of the king of the northern realm is obviously unlikely. In this way, Son Gohan and Trunks stayed on the northern king star to cultivate. Time flickered, and 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. 2 weeks passed, and Boomer finally raised Son Gohan's gravity chamber to 800 times. At this time, Son Gohan was standing in the backyard of Boomer's house. "Okay Gohan, I've raised the gravity of the gravity chamber to 800 times. Thank you, Aunt Boomer." "Nothing." "Then Aunt Boomer, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first." Seeing this, Son Gohan teleported and returned to Bun Mountain. "Gohan, you're back," Trunks said happily when he saw Son Gohan return. Son Gohan nodded, turned on the universal capsule switch in his hand, and threw it to the ground. With a loud bang, a house appeared on the ground. "This house is the gravity room. Let's go in." "Good." Soon, the two walked into the gravity room and saw the renovated gravity room. It seems that Aunt Boomer has also renovated the gravity room. "Yes." "Then let's start cultivating with 500 times gravity, right?" "Good." Trunks nodded. Seeing this, Son Gohan immediately increased the gravity of the gravity chamber to 500 times. With 500 times the gravity pressing, Trunkton felt a little breathless. "Are you all right, Trunks?" "It's okay," Trunks said, clasping his hands hard and transforming into a Super Saiyan. After Trunks transformed, he immediately felt much more relaxed. At this moment, Sun Wuhan clenched his hands into fists, and his whole body suddenly emitted an extremely powerful qi. The ground of the entire gravity chamber immediately shook violently. Trunks was taken aback. At this time, the hair on Sun Gohan's head turned purple and stood up, his eyebrows disappeared and his eyebrow bones were close to his eye sockets, and the pupils of his eyes also turned purple. And this is the primary self-extreme work. Unlike Beerus's divine technique, Sun Gohan's primary self-extreme skill can be used even by mortals who do not have divine qi in their bodies. Although its power is not as powerful as the real self-extreme skill, it is also very powerful. Moreover, Sun Gohan's primary self-extreme skill can also destroy everything in the world like a god of destruction. Even when using this move, it may consume a lot of physical strength. "This? What is this?" Trunks exclaimed after seeing Sun Gohan's appearance. "This is called self-extreme effort. Self-extreme skill." Sun Gohan nodded. "Then Gohan, can I transform into this too?" said Sun Gohan with a smile. "Yes, but you have to cultivate to the 3rd level of Super Saiyan first." "Super Saiyan? 3rd order?" Trunks heard this and immediately gave up. He doesn't even control Super Saiyan 2 yet, let alone Super Saiyan 3rd tier. That Gohan, this self-extreme skill and Super Saiyan 3rd order are so powerful. Self-extreme skill is not a transformation, but a divine imperial skill. Yes, it can be superimposed on the basis of the Super Saiyan 3rd order, but there is no need for this. Because the transformation of the 3rd order of the Super Saiyan is too physically consuming, if you superimpose this state on the basis of the 3rd order of the Super Saiyan, I am afraid that you will have no physical strength after not fighting. In this way, it's a pity that my strength is too weak now, otherwise I really want to see how strong this self-intention skill is." After hearing this, Sun Gohan smiled and did not speak. Chapter 047. On the Northern King. The king of the Northern Realm also felt the qi emanating from Sun Wuhan's use of the primary self-extreme intention skill at this time. "This? What's going on? How is the breath on Gohan's body now so similar to the breath of Lord Beerus?" Lord Beerus. Monkey King, who was cultivating, heard this and immediately walked over. Lord Beerus, who is Lord Beerus? Lord Beerus is the god of destruction who is specifically responsible for destroying the planet. God of destruction. My planet wasn't that small in the beginning, and it was because I accidentally offended Lord Beerus that it became as small as it is now. Oh, is he strong? Of course, even if Frisia is in front of him, he doesn't dare to be presumptuous. So how long will it take for him to wake up? How do I know this? At least it will take decades to sleep. 4 decades, this Lord Beerus can really sleep. Lord Beerus is a god, the lifespan of a god is very long, and a few decades is nothing to him. Do you know how old Lord Beerus is now? At least 1 or 200 million years old. 1 or 200 million years old. Yes, like you Scion's life to be more than 100 years old at most, not even a fraction of Lord Beerus. Said Sun Wukong with a smile. Lord that realm king, where is Beerus now? Don't tell you. Don't be like this, Lord Realm King. Said Sun Wukong with a flattering look. Anyway, I'll tell you, you don't know, that place is very far away from us, even if you can teleport, you can't get to that place. The 7th universe, on the realm of the god of destruction. A man with blue-green skin, extremely tall figure, long white curly hair on his head, pupils and purple lips, was holding a magic staff at this time, looking in the direction of the northern galaxy of the universe. This man is none other than the angel Ves of the 7th universe. Just now, he also sensed the aura emitted by Sun Wuhan's use of the primary self extreme skill. Although the aura emitted by Sun Gohan is much different from the destructive aura emitted by the true god of destruction. But the fact that a human can exude an aura similar to that of the god of destruction makes Ves a little curious. Sun Gohan. Y slowly withdrew his gaze after looking at the North Galaxy for a while, chanting Sun Gohan's name in his mouth. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, another year passes. A year passed, and Trunks finally collected the energy of the time machine. Zidu, Sun Wukong's house. Trunks is now saying goodbye to the Monkey King and preparing to go back. Gohan, thank you so much for the past 2 years, if it weren't for you, my strength wouldn't have improved so fast. It's nothing, Trunks, you go back to the future to destroy Cyborg 17 and Cyborg 18, don't forget to cultivate, I guard the present, you guard the future. In my heart, I couldn't help but think of Son Gohan, who died in the future time and space. Then Uncle Goku, and everyone I'll go back. Trunks said goodbye to everyone. Klin nodded after they listened. Okay. Uncle Klin, said Trunks, immediately riding on the time machine, waving goodbye to everyone with tears in his eyes. As the time machine kicks in, the time machine quickly brings Trunks back into the future. The future time and space of the Earth will still be the same as before, full of ruins. Trunks got down from the time machine and rushed home as soon as possible. Saw the future space-time boomer sitting at home. Trunks. Future time boomer saw Trunks return, and immediately ran over with tears in his eyes and hugged him tightly. Mom. Hearing this, future time boomer immediately slowly released his hand. Trunks, where have you been in the past 2 years? Trunks listened, and immediately told the future time and space boomer about the events he was transported to the past. Yes, Mom, thanks to this man in black, I was able to cultivate in the past, and now my strength has completely surpassed Cyborg number 17 and Cyborg no 18. Then Mom, I'm going to destroy Cyborg 17 and Cyborg 18 now. Okay, but you have to be careful. Trunks nodded, and soon left the house to find Cyborg 17 and Cyborg 18. The man in black. After Trunks left, future space-time boomer suddenly said to himself. When Trunks first disappeared, she had also seen what Trunks called the man in black. The man in black told her that Trunks was fine, but had been taken to a place to cultivate, and told her not to tell Trunks that he had seen him. In the future, in a city that has been reduced to ruins, a man and a woman are slaughtering the survivors of the city. These two people are the artificial man 17 and the artificial human 18 of the future time and space. Ah! With one terrified voice after another, one human after another was killed by two people. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. This man is none other than Trunks. Trunks? Cyborg 17 saw the sudden appearance of Trunks, and immediately said with a sneer. Long time no see, Trunks. I thought you were afraid to fight us, ready to hide for the rest of your life. I'm here today to destroy you for Daddy, Gohan Go, and all the innocent humans you killed. Destroy us. Cyborg number 17 laughed out loud as if he had heard a joke like heaven. Trunks hasn't seen you in 2 years, and you're already telling jokes. Trunks looked stunned when he heard this. Whether it's a joke or not, you'll find out soon. Ha! Said Trunks, clasping his hands hard and transforming into a Super Saiyan. Immediately, he pulled out the long sword behind him and rushed towards the two. Cyborg number 17 clenched his hands into fists and also rushed towards Trunks. At this moment, Trunks' figure suddenly disappeared and appeared behind Cyborg number 17. Cyborg number 17, be careful. Cyborg number 18 was startled, and quickly reminded Cyborg number 17. What? Cyborg 17 heard and immediately turned away. At this time, Trunks' right hand suddenly condensed a golden energy wave towards him. With a loud explosion, Cyborg 17 was wiped out. Number 17. The Cyborg 18 exclaimed. Cyborg 17 was eliminated by Trunks in less than a round. Seeing this, Trunks looked at her indifferently. Now it's your turn. Chapter 048. When the Cyborg number 18 heard this, he said with a look of fear. This? What the hell is going on here? How did your strength become so strong? I went back in time, and I was still cultivating for 2 years under the guidance of brother Gohan. Gohan, son Gohan. Trunks nodded, and quickly rushed towards Artificial Man 18. Cyborg 18 was startled and quickly raised his hand to shoot energy waves at Trunks. Hey, Trunks! Figure flashed, quickly came to the body of Cyborg number 18, and pierced the body of Cyborg number 18 with a sword. Poof! Cyborg number 18 screamed loudly, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. At this time, Trunks pulled back the long sword with his right hand, and condensed a golden energy wave with his left hand, hitting Cyborg 18. With a huge explosion, Cyborg 18 was wiped out. Trunks looked at the eliminated android number 18 and suddenly recalled what Son Gohan said to him when he returned to the future. I guard the present, you guard the future. Brother Gohan. Trunks glanced up at the sky, and he seemed to see the past and future Son Gohan appear in front of him at the same time. Brother Gohan, I will definitely take good care of the future. Time flickered, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. An uninhabited island in the south of the western capital, with a research institute of hundreds of square meters, hidden on this small island. This institute is Dr. Gro's institute. Cyborg 17 and Cyborg 18 were already manufactured yesterday. It's just that Dr. Gro is worried that after the two start, they will not be under their control, so they do not start for the time being. At this time, the two were lying quietly in their respective sleeping cabins. Dr. Gro looked at the two sleeping in the sleeping cabin, and he was very hesitant in his heart, whether to start the two of them now. After a long time, Dr. Gro finally made up his mind and pressed the switch on the sleeping cabin. With the opening of the sleeping cabin, the two immediately slowly opened their eyes and got up from the sleeping cabin. Drive. Gro. Cyborg 18 immediately showed incomparable hatred on his face after seeing Dr. Gro. If it weren't for Dr. Gro, she wouldn't have been transformed into a human being. People. Cyborg. No 18. Dr. Gro saw that Cyborg No 18's face was not quite right, and his heart suddenly became very nervous. That's right, I'm Dr. Gro, I created you too, so you have to listen to me for everything. After hearing this, Cyborg 18 snorted coldly and said with a look of disdain. You old fellow, you arrested the two of us, and transformed the two of us into artificial humans, and now you actually want us to obey your orders. At this moment, Cyborg number 18 clenched his hands into fists and rushed towards Dr. Gro. Seeing this, Dr. Gro hurriedly pressed the prepared emergency stop button, so that Cyborg number 17 and Cyborg number 18 both stopped their ability to move. Whew! Seeing this, Dr. Gro immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that transforming humans into artificial humans under my orders is not as simple as I thought. Zidu, Sun Wukong's house. At this time, Sun Gohan was bored listening to Pirav report the current situation of the company to him. Gohan, our company is now in the top 10 companies in the Western capital. Yes, but there are quite a few companies imitating our apps recently. It's okay, we just need to do our own apps. Then Gohan. If there is nothing else, I will go back first. Seeing this, Pirav immediately left Sun Gohan's house. After Pirav left, Sun Gohan suddenly remembered the cosmic seed placed in the inventory. The seed of the universe is a spar used to create a new universe in Dragon Ball Heroes. After collecting full energy, the cosmic seed can grow into a cosmic tree, thus creating a new universe. In addition, the seed of the universe can also allow people to have some superpowers and can also merge with people. Thinking of this, Sun Gohan immediately took the cosmic seed out of the system. A 7-colored square soon appeared in Sun Gohan's hand. System, how to use this cosmic seed. Back to the master, the cosmic seed has not been activated yet, so it needs energy to activate it. Energy. It needs to absorb the energy generated by the collision of two energies to activate it, that is, it needs to fight to activate it. After Sun Gohan heard this, he immediately went to find Bike. After a while, Sun Gohan came to Bike's cultivation place to discuss with Bike. You want to fight me? Said Sun Gohan with a nod. Don't worry, Uncle Bike, I won't give my all. Okay. After listening to this, Vic agreed with some reluctance in his heart. Then Uncle Bike, shall we start? Said Sun Gohan when he saw that Vic agreed, and immediately fell to the ground far away from Bike. Good. Vic nodded. Seeing this, Sun Gohan made a gesture with both hands and rushed towards Bike. Soon, Sun Gohan rushed in front of Vic and fought with him. However, because Sun Gohan's strength is too strong, Vic can basically only defend. After a while, Sun Gohan knocked Vic to the ground. Sun Gohan looked at the cosmic seed held in the palm of his hand, and suddenly saw it flash. System, is this activated? Yes, Master, the cosmic seed has collected 0.01% of the energy at present. 0.01. This is the little energy generated by the Master just fighting Vic Chi. If the Master gathers the cosmic seed full of energy, he can evolve the cosmic seed into the cosmic tree, and can also pour the energy of the cosmic seed into the Master's body, so that the Master has unprecedented power. Oh, but on Earth, there is no opponent for me now. That Master can find people from other universes, or other time and space. Other universes. After Sun Gohan listened, he touched his chin with his right hand, and suddenly thought of Herd in the 6th universe, but with his current strength, I am afraid that he is not necessarily Hit's opponent. That system, if I watch the battle, can I also allow the cosmic seed to absorb the energy generated by their battle? Yes, Master. After hearing this, Sun Gohan immediately took out the heavenly mirror and came to Hell. At this time, Frisha, King Kurdish were standing in front of a group of small soldiers with high spirits. Chapter 049. Son Gohan. Seeing the sudden appearance of Son Gohan, Frisha's face immediately showed a hint of surprise. Son Gohan smiled and said, "Long time no see, Frisha." Frisha exclaimed, clasping his hands hard. Then, he burst out laughing. "No. I'm just idle and bored today, come and see you too." When the Kurdish king heard this, he immediately knew that Son Gohan was talking about himself. "Frisha, this guy is too presumptuous, I think we will join forces later and teach him a lesson." "Good dad," said Frisha, and let the soldiers behind him rush towards Son Gohan. Son Gohan's figure flashed, and in a blink of an eye, he knocked down those few small soldiers. Frisha sneered, and his body suddenly rushed towards Son Gohan. Seeing this, the Kurdish king also rushed forward. Son Gohan clenched his hands into fists and fought with the two. Frisha saw that he and the Kurdish king had joined forces and could draw with Son Gohan, and a faint smile immediately appeared on his face. At this moment, Son Gohan's figure disappeared and appeared behind the two. Before the two could react, they were punched and kicked by Son Gohan and flew into the pool of blood. "It's heavy," said Son Gohan, looking at the two people in the blood pool. Originally, he wanted to fight with the two for a long time, but as soon as he saw the smile on Frisha's face, he couldn't help but beat him into the pool of blood. After speaking, Son Gohan immediately looked at the energy collected by the cosmic seed. 0.03, then hit the two of them, only to increase 0.02. "Yes, master." After hearing this, Son Gohan immediately left Hell and returned to Earth. After returning to Earth, Son Gohan took out the Babel mirror again and saw a planet that looked like glass. This planet is called Glass Star, and it is a glass planet. The glass family, with vitrification and glass generation capabilities, has been strictly cultivated since childhood because of this precious ability, and its combat effectiveness is very high. It is precisely because of this that many people want to capture the glass people and train them to become their own warriors. However, it was resisted by the glass people. Ragus in Dragon Ball Heroes is a member of the Glass clan. However, Glass Star is not a planet in the main space-time, but a planet in other space-time. After seeing the tragic state of Glass, Son Gohan immediately used the Babel mirror to come to Glass. He wants to save Ragus and let her join his camp. After coming to Glass, Son Gohan immediately saw a tall and burly man who wanted to grab a girl with blue skin and a double ponytail on her head. This girl is a member of the Glass family. "Stop!" Seeing this, Son Gohan immediately shouted at the man. After hearing this, the man immediately looked towards Son Gohan. "You don't need to know, because you will soon die at my hands. Speak loudly," the man said, and his right hand immediately condensed a wave of chi and hit Son Gohan. Son Gohan stood motionless in place. Soon, the gas wave hit the body of Son Gohan. The man sneered, with a look of disdain. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the man, and his right fist hit the man's chin hard. The man's body was like a ray and was shot into the air. Immediately afterwards, a purple destructive energy emanated from Son Gohan's right hand and hit the man in the sky. With a loud explosion, the man was wiped out. But it was this huge explosion that attracted other invaders on the planet. Son Gohan glanced at the girl, and after sensing that there was no other Glass clan on this planet, he immediately flashed in front of the girl and brought her back to the Earth of the main time and space. The girl looked around, and her face showed a dazed look. "Who are you? Where is this?" "My name is Son Gohan, and this is Earth." "Earth? Yes, what's your name?" "Ragus," said Ragus, looking at Son Gohan with a wary expression. Son Gohan smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. Lugus looked incredulous after hearing this. That bad guy will write on his face that he is a bad person. Do you want revenge? Ragus nodded. Then if I can let you take revenge, how can you thank me? You said, as long as I can do it, I promise. You worship me as a teacher. Worship you as a teacher. Lugus said, looking at Sun Gohan, who was not much taller than himself. Yes, after worshipping me as a teacher, you have to help serve tea and pour water, and do your homework by the way. Well, as long as you can let me take revenge, I will worship you as a teacher. Sun Gohan smiled with satisfaction after hearing this. And there's something about you, you can't say it to anyone. If someone asks you, you say, you've always lived on Earth. Will you fly? Said Ragus, and immediately flew off the ground. Then can you condense glass? After hearing this, Lugus immediately condensed a palm-sized diamond-shaped glass in her hand. It's so small. The largest glass I can condense now can only be so big. It's okay, you cultivate well, you will definitely be able to condense bigger glass than this in the future. Lugus nodded. At this time, a gurgling sound suddenly came from her stomach. Shall I take you to dinner? Seeing this, Sun Gohan immediately took Ragus back to his house. After returning home, Kiki looked at the Ragus brought back by Sun Gohan, and suddenly said with a curious look. Gohan, who is she? Mom, her name is Ragus, she's my new friend. Friend? Yes, Mom, I'm a little hungry, can you help me prepare something to eat? Said Kiki, immediately running into the house to prepare food for Sun Gohan. After a long time, Kiki brought the prepared food to the large table in the dining room. Okay, Gohan, Ragus, the food is ready, you can eat it. Sun Gohan. And Ragus immediately started after hearing this. After Ragus tasted Kiki's chicken leg, a hint of surprise suddenly appeared on her face. Auntie, this chicken leg you made is so delicious. Lugus nodded. After eating, Sun Wuhan took Ragasi to the gravity room of Bun Mountain to cultivate. Chapter 050. Gohan. What is this place? Oh, Master, what is this place? This is the gravity room, where you will practice in the future. Yes, cultivate here, I can increase the gravity of the gravity chamber to a maximum of 800 times. 800 times. Sun Gohan nodded, increasing the gravity of the gravity chamber to 10 times. Suddenly, a heavy gravity weighed on the two. Well, it's so heavy. Sun Gohan chuckled. 10 times gravity is still light, like I usually practice under 800 times gravity. 800 times. Ragus exclaimed. 10 times gravity is already crushing her, if 800 times gravity, wouldn't it be possible to crush her in minutes? Yes, so you have to cultivate well, and strive to be able to cultivate under the 800 times gravity chamber as soon as possible. After hearing this, Lugus nodded with some uncertainty in his heart. Seeing this, Sun Gohan immediately took out the seed of the universe. System, can this cosmic seed exert gravity on people? Yes, Master. Can it exert gravity on itself? Yes, Master. You can exert gravity on you as long as you let the cosmic seed fly above you. After hearing this, Sun Gohan immediately let the colorful square in his hand fly above his head. Suddenly, a colorful light emitted from the cosmic seed and shone on Sun Gohan's body. Master, what is this? Said Ragus. Looking at the light emitted by the cosmic seeds. This is to increase gravity, don't you touch it. Increase gravity. Lugus was immediately startled when he heard this. She had just wanted to touch the light emitted by the cosmic seed. 100 times gravity. Said Sun Gohan as he looked at the cosmic seed. As soon as the words fell, the cosmic seed immediately exerted 100 times the gravity on Sun Gohan. Because the gravity chamber has 10 times the gravity, if the cosmic seed exerts 100 times the gravity, it becomes 1,000 times gravity. Well, it's so heavy. Sun Gohan gritted his teeth and directly transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Change. Transformed, but it's becoming so handsome. Was taken aback by Ragus. After the transformation, Sun Gohan immediately relaxed a lot. Immediately, with a hint of doubt, he asked the system. System, I let the cosmic seed increase 100 times gravity, why is it heavier than 800 times the gravity? Master, you forgot, you have now turned on 10 times gravity, and 100 times the 10 times gravity is 1,000 times. Master, you think too much, let's not mention whether your gravity chamber can withstand 80,000 times the gravity, and the cosmic seed can't bear 800 times gravity while applying 100 times gravity to you. This is also, then how much gravity can this cosmic seed exert at most? 1,000 times, that is, under normal gravity. But if you collect full energy, you can increase it to 1,500 times gravity. He beat the Frisia father and son to increase the energy by 0.02, and if he wanted to gather the energy of the cosmic seed, I am afraid that he would have to wait until he cultivated into Super Saiyan 4 and fought others. At this moment, Ragus walked over. Master, what kind of transformation are you? Said Sun Gohan with a smile. This is called Super Saiyan 2. Super Saiyan 2. That master, why do you call this transformation Super Saiyan 2? Not Super Saiyan 1. Because this is the second transformation of Super Saiyan. That master, what is the transformation of Super Saiyan 1? That's called Super Saiyan, not Super Saiyan 1. Said Sun Gohan, and changed his transformation back into Super Saiyan. This is Super Saiyan. Nodded Ragus. Then Ragus, are you going to start cultivating? Evening. After today's day of cultivation, Sun Wuhan said goodbye to Ragus and prepared to go home for dinner. Master, do you want to go back? Sun Gohan nodded. There is food in the refrigerator, what you want to eat, just make it yourself. Master, I'm afraid. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid that those people will come here during the day. Master, can you live here at night? Ragus, you don't have to be afraid, it's safe here. Master. After hearing this, Ragus looked at him with a pitiful look. Okay, I'll leave a doppelganger with you. Doppelganger. Sun Gohan nodded, pulling out a hair of his own from his head and turning it into his own doppelganger. 2 masters. Said Sun Gohan with a smile. It's not 2 masters, it's a doppelganger. It's so powerful, master, can you teach me this trick too? Said Sun Gohan with a smile. Wait until you overcome 100 times gravity first. Snorted coldly. Tomorrow I will use 100 times more gravity to cultivate. Said Sun Gohan with a smile. The cows on the ground are about to be blown apart by you. Said Ragus's face red when she heard this. That master, is your doppelganger very powerful? No, he only needs 1,000th of my strength. Yes, if he doesn't become a Super Saiyan, he will have tens of millions of combat power. Tens of millions, master, are you so strong? Son. Gohan looks about the same age as her, and his strength is actually so much stronger than her. And she actually didn't even have 1,000th of Sun Gohan's strength. Sun Gohan nodded. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Seeing this, Sun Gohan teleported and returned home. After Sun Gohan left, Ragus immediately looked at Sun Gohan. Master, I can't cook, will you cook? Time flickered, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. After a year of cultivation, Laguth can already cultivate under 50 times the gravity. At this time, Ragus was standing in a place full of glass. glass. With a soft drink, a diamond-shaped glass about the size of Ragus's body appeared on the ground. With so much glass, you should be able to open a glass factory, right? Said Sun Gohan, looking at the condensed glass around Ragus. Master, look, the glass I condensed this time is much bigger than the last time. Chapter 051. Sun Gohan nodded. That master, when will you teach me the doppelganger technique? Let's wait until you overcome 100 times the gravity first. Said Ragus. Master, I will overcome 100 times gravity after all, you better teach me first, right? I will teach you eventually, but only after you overcome 100 times gravity. Stinky master. After hearing this, Ragus couldn't help but secretly curse in her heart. What did you say? I forgot that the master can read minds. Ragus's face immediately changed when she heard this. Without master, I didn't say anything. Dr. Grow Institute. Because Cyborg 17 and Cyborg 18 disobeyed his orders, Dr. Gro sped up the creation of Cyborg 19 and transformed himself into an artificial man. At this time, he was in front of the Android 19 sleeping module, and he looked at the Android 19 in the sleeping capsule with some nervousness. Since he studied artificial humans, a total of 19 human beings have been created, and if you add his own, it is 20. Number 1 to number 7 failed, and although Cyborg 8 was successfully manufactured, Cyborg number 8 was kind-hearted and eventually became friends with Monkey King. Numbers 9 to 12 also failed, and numbers 13 to 15 are currently in another research institute, built by supercomputers. Although Cyborg number 16, number 17, and number 18 were successful, they did not obey their orders, and Cyborg number 17 and number 18 even wanted to kill him. This means that except for the artificial humans 13, 14, and 15 that are still being manufactured, no one of the artificial humans successfully created by Dr. Gro obeys his orders. That's why he was particularly nervous about the newly created artificial man number 19. After watching Cyborg 19 for a long time, Dr. Gro finally activated Cyborg 19. With the opening of the sleeping capsule, Cyborg 19 quickly opened its eyes. Dr. Gro. The android number 19 gave Dr. Gro an expressionless look. Soon after, he came out of the sleeping cabin. Chang. Did it work? Dr. Gro saw that Cyborg 19 was not unusual, and immediately walked forward. At this moment, the figure of Cyborg number 19 flashed and suddenly launched an attack on Dr. Gro. Dr. Gro was shocked, and before his body could react, he was knocked to the ground by the sudden rushing Cyborg number 19. Cyborg number 19 you. Dr. Gro looked angrily at the Cyborg number 19 in front of him. He thought that he was finally going to create an obedient artificial human, but he didn't expect to fail. After hearing this, Cyborg number 19 did not pay attention to him, but raised his fist again and hit Dr. Gro. Seeing this, Dr. Gro fled with him. Seeing this, the android number 19 immediately chased out. After coming outside, Dr. Gro immediately took out the emergency stop button from his body and stopped the android 19. Wu, seeing that the body of the android number 19 was not moving, Dr. Gro immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then, with an angry face, he walked back to the institute. What the hell went wrong and why didn't the artificial humans I created listen to me? 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Zidu, Sun Wukong's house. Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong were sitting on the sofa in the living room eating fruit at this time, and Kiki suddenly walked out of the kitchen. Goku, Gohan, I heard Boomer say that Zidu will hold the world's first martial arts conference tomorrow. The world's first martial arts conference. Yes. Since we got married, the world's first martial arts conference has not been held for a long time. How about you two go to the world's first martial arts conference tomorrow? Participate in the world's first martial arts conference. Ah Kiki, Gohan doesn't make enough money. You know something, of course, the more money, the better. But Kiki, there are no powerful guys in the world's first martial arts conference now. There are no powerful guys, you won't call Klin and them to participate? In short, you two must give me the world's first martial arts conference tomorrow. Okay. After hearing this, Sun Wukong reluctantly agreed. Seeing this, Sun Gohan had to nod along. After that, Sun Wukong immediately went to Klin and asked them if they wanted to have the world's first martial arts conference together. Originally, Klin was not very willing to participate in the world's first martial arts conference, but for the sake of Sun Wukong's face, they agreed. In the afternoon, in a hospital in Zidu, a baby with a little purple hair on his head was born. This baby is none other than Trunks. At this time, Drive and Mrs. Brive were looking at their newborn grandson with joy on their faces. Boomer, the child is cute, it's a boy. Mrs. Briff nodded. Boomer, have you come up with a name for this child? No need, Dad, I've already thought of the name of this child, and this child's name is Trunks. After hearing this, Boomer rejected Dr. Brive's offer without thinking. Dr. Brive had never been very reliable, and she didn't want Dr. Brive to give her son a messy name. Trunks? Dr. Brive immediately looked at Trunks when he heard this. Boomer, the name Trunks is good, but I think the name Butero, Taelang, is also good. Daddy. Boomer listened and looked at Dr. Briff with an angry expression. Okay, I know, it's called Trunks. The next morning, after eating breakfast, Sun Wukong's family arrived at the venue of the world's first martial arts conference early. Kiki looked at the familiar world's first martial arts, and suddenly felt a little nostalgic in her heart. It was here that she and Sun Wukong announced their marriage. Gaku, do you remember, you agreed to marry me here, and then you had Gohan. As soon as the words fell, a green figure descended from the sky. This man is none other than Bike. Bike. Seeing this, Sun Wukong greeted Vic with a smile. Uncle Vic. Vic nodded. This guy Bike, it's really not the right time to appear. Kiki couldn't help but complain a little when she saw Vic disturbing the two to relieve the things of the year. Chapter 052. Gohan, have you signed up? Not yet. Son. Gohan shook his head. So let's go sign up first. Good. Son Gohan nodded. After that, Sun Wukong and they went to sign up together. Because there were many people who signed up this time, Sun Wukong and they lined up for a long time before they lined up. Name: Monkey King. Age: 29 years old. Where does your family live? Zidu. Okay, next one. Name: Age: 10. Is it only 10 years old? The staff asked. Yes. Then according to the regulations of the world's first martial arts conference, you can only participate in the competition of the junior group. Yes, this is the new rule of the world's first martial arts conference. Anyone under the age of 15 can only participate in the competition of the junior group of the world's first martial arts conference. After Sun Wuhan heard this, his heart was speechless. He is obviously the strongest among them, but he can only participate in the junior competition. Seeing this, Sun Wukong smiled and said, Then Gohan, you might as well go to the junior competition, right? Sun Gohan nodded and walked to the side. Although participating in the junior competition was a bit boring, he originally walked around casually. Because there were not many people who participated in the junior competition, Sun Gohan quickly signed up. Suddenly, Sun Gohan saw several familiar figures. They were none other than Klin. Uncle Klin, said Klin with a smile. Long time no see, Gohan. This moment, Son Goku and Kiki came from a distance. Klin, Tianjin rice, Yamu tea, dumplings. Goku. Klin, have you just arrived? Yes, Goku, have you signed up? Yes. Yes, let's go finish the registration first, and then talk when the name is finished. After a while, Klin and they finished signing up and got together with Sun Wukong again. At this moment, the sound of the junior competition preparing to start suddenly sounded in the venue. Junior. Klin remembered that he didn't have any junior competitions before. Sun Wukong nodded. In this new competition set up by the world's first martial arts conference, anyone who is less than 15 years old can only participate in the junior competition. Isn't that Gohan? Sun Wukong nodded. So Dad, Uncle Bike, I'm going to the race. The Monkey King nodded. Then Gohan, you have to work hard and win the junior championship, said Kiki. Son Gohan laughed dryly and nodded. If he hadn't been too old to win the championship in the adult category, he would have won it casually. Because the opponents were all children, Son Gohan reached the finals almost effortlessly. Advancing to the finals with her is a little girl, who is none other than Mr. Satan's daughter, Bidalai. The current Bidai is only 10 years old, and she is about the same height as Son Gohan. Audience friends, after a morning of competition, we finally reached the finals of our junior category, and the finalists who advanced to our finals were the 10-year-old Son Gohan player and the Bidalai contestant. The champion of the last world's first martial arts conference. Mr. Satan, who was sitting in the audience watching the game, couldn't help but worry about Bidalai when he heard this. The son of a champion. When Bidalai heard this, her heart immediately became interested in Son Gohan. So the two of them, who will you support? The host asked the audience. Son Gohan. Bidalai. The audience cheered to the stage. Okay, then I will officially announce now, the junior finals competition has officially begun. Ha! After hearing this, Bidalai immediately shouted and rushed towards Son Gohan. Son Gohan stood motionless in place. System, you say it's better for me to defeat her in a few moves. Master, you can decide this kind of thing yourself. As he spoke, Bidalai had already arrived in front of Son Gohan, and with a horizontal kick with his right foot, he kicked towards Son Gohan. Son Gohan moved back slightly and dodged. Bidalai gritted her teeth, her fists were like the wind, and she attacked towards Son Gohan. 1 move, 2 moves, 3 moves. Son Gohan dodged while counting the number of Bidai's attack moves. After waiting for the 10th move, Son Gohan swung his right fist forward hard, and a strong wind emanated from his hand, directly flying Bidalai Zhen under the competition stage. The host on stage and the audience below were stunned. Originally, they thought that this match would be a dragon and tiger fight, but they didn't expect it to end so soon. However, although they were a little disappointed in their hearts, they could still understand it. After all, both of them were just small children. It hurts. After Bidalai landed, she quickly got up from the ground and patted her butt. Bidalai player fell off the stage. Son Gohan player won. Congratulations to Sun Wuhan player for winning the championship, and he won a prize of 1 million in the junior category. Great, Gohan won. Kiki, who was sitting in the audience, happily stood up from her seat. Klin laughed dryly after they listened. With Son Gohan's strength, not to mention the champion of the junior group, even if it is the champion of the adult group, it is casual. Bike, Gohan's game is over, and it's almost time for us to go to the game. With that, Klin and they left the audience. On the stage. After Son Gohan won, he quickly jumped off the stage and walked in front of Bidalai. Are you all right? It's okay, but how the hell did you beat me just now? Asked Bidalai. That's a fist. Fist. Simply put, it's the strong wind I emit when I throw my fist. The strong wind emitted by the punch? Believe it or not. Snorted coldly. The next time we meet, I will definitely not lose to you again. When Bidalai saw the smile on Sun Gohan's face, she immediately felt a little angry in her heart. Sun Gohan, what are you laughing at? No, I'm just happy to win the championship. When Bidalai heard this, she didn't say anything more. Chapter 053. At this moment, Mr. Satan came from the audience to the audience. Dad. Mr. Satan nodded. Bidalai, although you failed to win the championship this time, don't be discouraged, Dad believes in you, you will definitely win the championship next time. Dad, when the meeting comes to your game, you must also cheer up, said Mr. Satan with a smile. Bidalai, don't worry, Dad will definitely show you a championship. Mr. Satan said, looked to the side, and found that Sun Gohan, who had just stood here, did not know when he had disappeared. After a while, the competition for the adult category begins. Sun Wukong and they easily advanced to the quarterfinals, and Mr. Satan was very lucky not to meet the Monkey King and them, and also advanced to the quarterfinals. In the first game of the quarterfinals, Mr. Satan vs Spabike. Mr. Satan won the first game with great difficulty. The second match of the quarterfinals, Tianjin Rice vs Yamcha. Tianjin Rice easily defeated Yamcha. The third game of the quarterfinals, Sun Goku vs Dumpling. Sun Wukong defeated Dumplings very easily. In the fourth game of the quarterfinals, Vic vs Kling. Vic defeated Klin without suspense and advanced to the semifinals. In the first game of the semifinals, Vic vs Mr. Satan. Mr. Satan lost to Vic without surprise. Bidalai was a little surprised after seeing Mr. Satan lose to Bike. However, the competition will eventually be won or lost, so she quickly accepts this fact. After Vic wins, Sun Goku fights Tianjin Rice. Of course, Sun Wukong defeated Tianjin Rice without accident. Sun Wukong and Vic entered the finals. Audience friends, after an afternoon of competition, we have finally arrived at the finals of this competition. Next, let's invite the Monkey King players and the Vic players to the stage, said the host, and his heart was a little hot. After 11 years, he didn't expect that he could actually see Sun Wukong's game. I think at the beginning, the most exciting game he had seen was the Monkey King and their match. Monkey King, isn't that Sun Gohan's father? Asked Bidalai to Mr. Satan on the side. Mr. Satan nodded. Seeing this, Bidalai immediately looked towards the field. Since Sun Wukong is Sun Gohan's father, Sun Gohan should also come to see this game. Bidalai, what are you looking at? I'm looking for Sun Gohan. Song Gohan? Isn't that the kid who just defeated you? His wife is dead, and now only he and his daughter are dependent on each other, and he doesn't want his daughter to be abducted by another kid at such a young age. Dad, what do you say? I just look at that guy, it's not here now. After scanning, Bidalai did not find Sun Gohan. It's not that Sun Gohan is not there, but the venue of the world's first martial arts conference is too big, crowded, and Sun Gohan is not tall, and he is easily blocked by others. I didn't see Sun Wuhan, and Bidalai's heart was slightly lost. I already knew that she had just asked Sun Wuhan's address, and if she had time in the future, she could also talk to him about it. On the stage, the battle between Sun Wukong and Vic has begun, because the movement speed of the two is too fast, and the audience in the audience cannot see the battle between the two at all. Seeing this, the host was also confused. However, although the host could not see the battle between the two, he could clearly feel the strong wind generated by the battle between the two, and the two fists were fighting together, like thunder. Bidalai, Daddy, what the hell is going on? Why can't I see where the two of them are? Trick, it's all a trick. Yes, the two of them must have secretly prepared a cloth the same color as the ring bricks in advance. Yes, while we were not paying attention, they picked up the cloth and covered their bodies in order to achieve the effect of disappearing from our sight. Hey! At this moment, the figures of the two appeared in mid-air at the same time. Heavens! Heaven, the two of them are in the sky, an audience member said excitedly to the people around him. Heavenly! Bidalai listened, and also looked up at the sky. Father, what's going on here? Projection. The two of them must have used projection, otherwise they used some fishing line to tie to their bodies. How could normal people fly in the sky? In fact, what he just said, he didn't even believe himself. But in order to establish a strong image of him in front of his daughter, he can only say. He could not always say, he knew nothing, saw nothing. If he really said that, then his powerful image in Bidalai's heart would definitely be ruined at once. Projection, fishing line. Bidalai looked at a few hundred meters above the competition table. It is basically impossible to project the projection at that high. As for fishing lines, it is even more unlikely. Because if they're using fishing line, hang them both. That would definitely have to use an airplane. The movement of the plane is very large, even if it is a few hundred meters above the ground, they should be able to hear some of the sound of the plane. But since just now, she has not heard the sound of spray planes at all. At this moment, Vic was like a ray and was knocked down from the sky. Just as Bike's body was about to fall to the ground, Vic rolled over and stepped the competition table with both feet. Suddenly, the ground of the competition table cracked like a spider's web. At this moment, Sun Wukong moved in an instant and suddenly appeared behind Bike. Vic seemed to move forward a few steps with a feeling, but he was still hit by Sun Wukong's right fist and flew outside the competition table. Vic player is out, Sun Wukong player wins. Congratulations to Sun Wukong player for winning the world's first martial arts conference again, and he will get $1 million prize money for this competition. 1 million. Kiki immediately stood up from the audience with great joy after hearing this. After Sun Wukong heard this, he immediately flew to the stage. Are you okay with Bike? It's okay. Vic patted the dust on his body with both hands. Then let's go find Gohan and them, and I'll treat you all to dinner. I'm a Nami nemesis, I just need to drink water. It's okay, you can get together and talk with everyone if you don't eat. Okay then. After hearing this, Vic wanted to refuse, but when he thought of Son Gohan, he agreed. Chapter 054. Seeing that Vic agreed, Sun Wukong immediately took Vic to find Klin and them. Because it was already dark, Sun Wukong took Klin and them to a nearby restaurant to eat. This restaurant is the restaurant where Sun Wukong participated in the world's first martial arts conference for the first time, and the Turtle Immortals invited Sun Wukong to eat them. Klin, do you remember this restaurant? Of course, I remember that this restaurant is the same restaurant that Teacher Wushan invited us to eat in the first place, and you ate Teacher Wushan's bonus in one meal. Yes, it's a pity that Grandpa Turtle Immortal didn't come with you this time, said Monkey King with a slight emotion in his heart. Okay, Gaku, what do you want to eat? I'll order it for you, asked Kiki. After Sun Wukong listened, he immediately reported a large number of dish names. At this moment, a father and daughter walked in outside the restaurant. This father and daughter are Mr. Satan and Bidalai. Bidalai, what would you like to eat? Asked Mr. Satan. After hearing this, Bidalai wanted to say what he liked, but suddenly saw Son Gohan who was sitting with Bic and them. And she also found that all those who advanced to the quarterfinals today were sitting with Son Gohan. Dad, didn't that guy beat your Bike? Mr. Satan followed Bidri's gaze and sure enough saw Bike. And he also saw Klin them. Son Gohan. Although Bidiri said that he didn't like Son Gohan, as an old father, he was still a little worried that Bidai would be abducted by Sun Gohan. Bidai nodded and walked towards where Sun Gohan was sitting. Bidri. Mr. Satan saw this and immediately chased after him. Bidai. Sun Gohan saw Bidai walking towards him, and immediately spoke. When Klin heard this, he immediately followed Sun Gohan's gaze and looked towards Bidai. Gohan, do you know this girl? She's the runner-up in the junior category. Runner-up, so you beat her. At this moment, Bidai had already walked in front of Sun Gohan. We met Sun Gohan again. Sun Gohan nodded. As soon as the words fell, Mr. Satan immediately walked to Bidai's side and said, Bidai, why are you here? After hearing this, Bidai was about to answer, but heard Sun Wukong. I don't call that guy, my name is Mr. Satan. I just couldn't remember your name for a moment, said Monkey King with a smile. Mr. Satan snorted coldly. In his heart, he was still a little angry at what Sun Wukong had just called him. That uncle, your Sun Gohan's father, right? At this moment, Bidai suddenly asked Sun Gohan. Sun Wukong nodded. Uncle, where is your home? Where is your home? As soon as these words came out, Kiki's faces showed a hint of shock. Bidai came over, and actually came specifically to ask Sun Wuhan's address. Are all the young people now so precocious? Bidai. When Mr. Satan heard this, he immediately drank softly at Bidai, feeling a pang of shame in his heart. Usually it is only boys who ask where the girl's home is, and his daughter is good and directly asks where Sun Gohan's home is. Although Bidai is still young and does not understand this, he still feels some shame in his heart. What's wrong, Dad? Mr. Satan didn't know what to say for a while. After Sun Wukong listened, he didn't think much about it, and directly said the address of his home. Our family is in Zidu XXXX. Thank you, uncle. Your name is Bidai. Right. That Bidai, what are you going to do when you ask our home address? Klin on the side was speechless when they saw this. Although Sun Wukong is now almost 30, his mind is still as simple as before. The address of the home was actually said casually. Because I want to compete with Sun Gohan. Yes. Because I lost to Sun Gohan in the junior division today, I want to beat him in the next match. Sun Gohan's current strength is the strongest among them. Bidai, who is not even as strong as Mr. Satan, actually said that she would defeat Sun Gohan. Yes. At this moment, Mr. Satan suddenly took Bidai's hand. Okay, Bidai, we should almost order food. Bidai was pulled away, and Sun Wukong immediately sat down and waited for the food to be served. After a while, a waiter brings plates of dishes to the table. Then Kiki, can we eat? Said Monkey King, who was already gurgling with hunger, looking at the roasted suckling pig on the table. Kiki nodded. After Sun Wukong listened, his hands quickly grabbed the food on the table and ate it. Collapse, because Sun Wukong's eating movement was too large, it quickly attracted the attention of other customers in the store. This also includes Mr. Satan's father and daughter. After Sun Wukong started, Sun Wuhan also started. Although Sun Wuhan eats more elegantly than Sun Wukong, he still eats much faster than ordinary people. Mr. Satan was immediately a little stunned when they saw it. This. Boss, there's no food. At this moment, Sun Wukong shouted to the boss in the store. After hearing this, the boss hurried over to close the dishes and serve the dishes. Hiccup. After a long time, Sun Wukong gave a big burp. The boss and waiter are already burdened. Because Sun Wukong's appetite was too great, they had just served 6 tables full of dishes. And because Sun Wukong and their eating speed is too fast, they not only have to serve the food, but also take back the plate on the table. Boss, settle the score! Shouted Kiki at the boss. Okay, please wait a moment, said the boss, then picked up the long bill that had fallen to the ground and calculated it. Are they monsters? Mr. Satan, who had been sitting in the shop with Bidalai to eat, couldn't help but complain in his heart after seeing it. After a long time, the boss finished calculating the account, and then showed the long bill in his hand to Kiki. Hello guest, you have spent a total of 130,000. Is that much? Can you get a discount? No, guest, but I can give you a discount of 10,000, the boss shook his head. Okay then, said Kiki as she listened and immediately handed the card to her boss. At this moment, the bonus is half gone. Chapter 055. Sun Wukong smiled and said, isn't there still half of the bonus? Kiki listened, not bothering to take care of Sun Wukong. For people like Sun Wukong who don't care about money, even if she says more, it is useless. After settling the bill, Sun Wukong and they left the restaurant. Because it was not early, Clin and they stayed at Sun Wukong's house for one night. Time flickered, and 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Today has come the day when artificial humans appear. Clin and they came to the western capital early in the morning, ready to search for artificial humans with Sun Wukong and them. However, what Sun Wukong didn't know was that Dr. Gro had no plans to appear because Cyborg 19 was not controlled by himself. Although he is very confident in his current strength, he does not want to try the risk alone. After all, there is only one life. At almost 10 o'clock, Monkey King and they came to the location Trunks said. However, because there are too many islands in the location mentioned by Trunks, they do not know which island Cyborg 17 and Cyborg 18 will appear on, so they can only act separately. Gaku, there are too many islands here, I think we should go our separate ways. As soon as one of us finds those two artificial humans, we will immediately raise the chi in our bodies to the highest to tell the others that we have found artificial humans, and then you will quickly come to support. Good. The Monkey King nodded. But for safety, let's work in pairs. Clin, you and Yamcha are in a group, Tianjin Rice and Dumplings are in a group, and as for me and Vic and Gohan, just a group of people. After speaking, the 7 people immediately flew to the island in front of them, looking for artificial humans. After a long time, the 7 people searched all the small islands and converged again. Gaku, didn't you all find an artificial human? Do you say it was Trunks' appearance that changed the original history and those 2 artificial humans were not created? Said Yamcha. I don't know. Clin shook his head. But even if those 2 androids hadn't been created, Dr. Gro would have created other androids to take revenge on Gaku. At this moment, a figure flew over from a distance. This man is none other than Vegeta. Vegeta. As soon as the words fell, Vegeta immediately stopped in front of the Monkey King. Kakarot, what about the 2 artificial humans? Said Sun Wukong after hearing this, touching the back of his head with his right hand. Those 2 artificial humans, we don't know where they are. I don't know. Yes, the 2 of them didn't show up here, as Trunks said. So in that case, how about the 2 of us fight one battle? Laughed Vegeta. Fight me? That's right, in fact, I want to defeat you more than defeat those artificial humans. After hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately glanced at Sun Wuhan beside him. Good. Seeing Sun Wukong agree, a faint smile immediately appeared on Vegeta's face. Later, Vegeta took Monkey King to an uninhabited island. Sun Gohan also followed and landed in the distance between the 2. Kakarot, what do you think of the battle in this place? Said Vegeta with a smile. Kakarot, I've been waiting for this day, I've been waiting for this day. That's right, Kakarot, as a Scion I, since birth, have been a Scion genius. It can be said that before I met you and Son Gohan, I was absolutely confident in my own strength. But when I came to Earth and lost to you, the son of a low-level warrior, I felt completely lost my dignity and pride, proving that I am better than you. Compared to Vegeta, he didn't think so much. In his mind, losing is losing, winning is winning. Seeing the smile on Sun Wukong's face, Vegeta immediately couldn't help but grit his teeth. What he hated the most was seeing the smile on Sun Wukong's face, because that smile seemed to be saying that he couldn't beat him. Good, said Monkey King, gesturing in battle with both hands. Vegeta chuckled and rushed towards Monkey King. Sun Wukong clenched his hands into fists and also rushed towards Vegeta. Soon, the two came to each other at the same time, and they fought fiercely together. The ground immediately raised a large cloud of dust. With a heavy punch, Sun Wukong's body was knocked to the ground, and Vegeta took the opportunity to raise his right foot and step Sun Wukong's body. Sun Wukong's body rolled to the side, his right hand forcefully supported the ground, and his body got up from the ground and fell to the ground behind him. Vegeta snorted coldly, and his hands suddenly clenched hard. Ha! With a loud gulp, Vegeta's body suddenly exuded an incomparably powerful aura. After they felt this breath, a look of surprise immediately appeared on their faces. At this time, the ground on the entire island suddenly shook violently, and a large amount of sand and gravel suddenly flew up from the ground. Could it be? Klin startled. Without waiting for Klin to finish speaking, the hair on Vegeta's head turned golden, the pupils of his eyes turned light green, and his whole body exuded a golden aura. And this is exactly the Super Saiyan. Is it really a Super Saiyan? Said Klin. After listening to this, Vic gritted his teeth and felt a little angry in his heart. At the beginning, he and Sun Wukong's strength was not far apart, and now with Sun Wukong and they both control the Super Saiyan, his strength can be said to be far away by Sun Wukong. Although Vic is not a Saiyan, he has also practiced very diligently every day during these 3 years. Super Saiyan, said Monkey King, clasping his hands hard and transforming into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta snorted coldly, his body was as fast as lightning, and he rushed towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong clenched his hands into fists and greeted him. With the sound of fierce fighting, the two of them fought together on the ground like lightning speed. The ground was immediately raised in a large cloud of dust. Ha! With a loud shout, Vegeta clenched his right fist hard and knocked Sun Wukong out with one punch. Sun Wukong stepped on the ground with both feet and gasped. Vic saw that Sun Wukong's state was not quite right, and a trace of doubt immediately rose in his heart. Sun Wukong obviously didn't use much physical strength, how could he breathe so much? Chapter 056 Kakarot. At this time, Vegeta also noticed the strange condition of the Monkey King and stopped preparing to attack. Could it be the viral heart disease Trunks said? Said Son Gohan. Viral heart disease. Everyone's eyes turned to Son Gohan. But didn't Trunks give the medicine to Goku? Asked Klin. But Dad has always been healthy, so he didn't take that medicine. Trunks? Vegeta heard this, and soon thought of her newborn son. Not only do the two of them have the same name, but the color of their hair is the same. At this moment, Sun Wukong suddenly rolled on the ground in pain, and his body became normal. Goku. Seeing this, Klin and they all walked over. Vegeta snorted coldly and turned his body back to normal. Oh. Good. Then I'll take my dad back. Said Son Gohan. Vic nodded. Son Gohan can teleport, and it is indeed much faster than them. Gohan, go back, what if the artificial human suddenly appears? Asked Masakika. Although there are many of them, in Yamcha's heart, the only ones who can defeat artificial humans are Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan. When Vegeta heard this, he said with a look of anger. Without Kakarot and Son Gohan, isn't there still me, and now I have completely surpassed Kakarot. Looking at Vegeta with an angry face, Yamcha's body involuntarily took a few steps back. Although Vegeta is no longer an enemy now, he still has some fear of Vegeta in his heart. Then Uncle Yamcha, how about you go back with me? Said Son Gohan. Good. Yamcha said after hearing this, looking at Klin and them. Although it is a bit humiliating to go back with Son Gohan, he and Klin can't beat artificial humans, but it's not as important as going back with Son Gohan, saving your life. Humph. Vegeta snorted coldly after hearing this, and his heart was even more disdainful of Yamcha. Seeing this, Son Gohan teleported and brought Yamcha and Sun Wukong back to his home. At this time, Kiki was preparing lunch at home, and when she heard Sun Wukong's painful scream, she immediately ran out of the house. Goku! Shouted Kiki, then immediately said to Son Gohan on the side. Gohan, what's wrong with your dad? Dad, a viral heart attack. Viral heart disease, is it the disease that the future teenager said? Then Mom, where did you put the medicine for this disease? In the house, I'll go get it now. Said Kiki, quickly running into the house and taking the medicine out. Vegeta's side. After the Monkey King and them left, Vegeta immediately asked Klin about the artificial humans. Little bald head, what did he just say that artificial humans will appear? I'm not called Little Bald Head, my name is Klin. He has a bald head to recruit whoever messes with whom, they all like to call him with a bald head so much, and even if they are called bald, they have to add a small word. This is obviously mocking him for his small size. Okay Klin, what happened when that guy just said that artificial humans would appear? Vegeta, you should know that the two artificial humans that Trunks is talking about were created by Dr. Gro of the Red Ribbon Legion, who was defeated by Monkey King, right? Even if the 18th doesn't show up today, they should show up later. Said Vegeta with a smile. You mean, those two androids haven't been created yet? I don't know, but I'm sure that Drive Gro will definitely not give up his revenge on Goku. This also needs to be said, of course, to ask him if the artificial humans are made, and then I will personally defeat those artificial people. Yes, in the past 3 years, I have been constantly cultivating in order to defeat Kakarot and those two artificial humans. Today I originally thought that I could finally defeat Kakarot and those two androids, but I fought Kakarot halfway, Kakarot suddenly had a heart attack, and those two androids did not appear today as Trunks said. He just wanted to regain his self-esteem. Why was it so difficult? I just want to put on AB, why is it so hard? There is a way to find Dr. Gro, but this is with the help of the power of Dragon Ball. Yes, we only need to make a wish to the dragon, we should be able to know the whereabouts of Dr. Gro, but isn't it a bit wasteful to use Dragon Balls to find Dr. Gro? Or wait for the androids to appear on their own? Anyway, with Gohan's strength, you can definitely defeat those androids. Vegeta snorted coldly. Where are the Dragon Balls now? The Dragon Balls are now scattered around the earth, and you have to use Boomer's Dragon Ball radar to find the 7 Dragon Balls. Just then, a jet plane flew down from the sky. When the plane landed, Archie Loeb came out of the plane with Boomer holding Trunks in his hand. Boomer! Said Klin to Boomer. Boomer nodded. Goku had a heart attack, Gohan and Yajika took him back. Boomer, why did you suddenly come over? No, I'm just curious about what Dr. Gro's artificial human looks like. They are afraid of the artificial man is afraid to die, and as a result, this Boomer is not only not afraid, but also curious about what the artificial human looks like. I have to admit that Boomer's boldness is really big. At this moment, Vegeta, who was standing on the side, suddenly spoke. Boomer, where's the Dragon Ball radar? I left the Dragon Ball radar at home, what's wrong? Vegeta wants to find Dr. Gro through the Dragon Ball, said Kling. The android didn't appear today, so Vegeta wanted to find Dr. Gro through the Dragon Ball and ask the whereabouts of the android. Chapter 057. Klin nodded. Well, if you really want to know Dr. Gro's whereabouts, you don't have to use Dragon Balls, because I know where that guy is now. Yes. Boomer nodded. Then since you know, why didn't you tell us earlier? Said Klin a little speechless when he heard this. But you didn't ask me, and I didn't say anything about Vegeta saying that he would defeat those two androids with his own hands. Of course it matters, I saw Vegeta's lifeless cultivation at the beginning, so I suggested that he take advantage of the fact that those two artificial humans had not yet been created, and directly find Dr. Gro and eliminate him. This way. Klin smiled awkwardly when he heard this. It's really like Vegeta's style. Vegeta snorted coldly. So Boomer, where is Dr. Gro now? Boomer listened, and immediately said the location of Dr. Gro's institute. Vegeta immediately flew towards Dr. Gro's institute after learning the location of Dr. Gro's institute. Boomer, how do you know where Dr. Gro's institute is? Said Klin, looking at the distant Vegeta. This is mainly Gohan's company. Gohan's company? Yes, an employee of Gohan's company was running business when he accidentally discovered Dr. Gro's research institute. Running business. Mobile phones and mobile phone software promotion. This way. So Bike, shall we go over and see it too? Asked Klin. Vic nodded. I'll go with you too, said Tianjin. After that, the four of them immediately left the island. Inside the Dr. Gro Institute. Dr. Gro was examining the brain of Cyborg 19 at this time. Suddenly, he found that his instructions had been changed over to the Cyborg 19 brain command. Eliminate Dr. Gro, obey Son Gohan. Dr. Gro immediately became extremely angry in his heart after seeing the above instructions. He now finally understands why Cyborg 19 disobeyed his orders and wanted to kill him. It turned out that all this was the hands and feet of Son Gohan. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of footsteps outside the institute. Dr. Gro quickly became alert. At this time, the door of the institute was suddenly blown open. Dr. Gro was immediately frightened by this scene and looked out the gate. I saw a proud figure, standing outside the gate. This man is none other than Vegeta. Vegeta. Seeing that it was Vegeta, Dr. Gro's face immediately showed a look of panic. He is not afraid of Vegeta, but the artificial people he created, none of them listen to him, and dare not start the artificial humans. If Vegeta had ruined his institute, all his years of hard work would have been in vain. Vegeta snorted coldly. I'm not Dr. Gro, I'm an android created by Dr. Gro, Cyborg No 20. I don't know. Drive. Gro shook his head. Then do you know where Cyborg number 17 and number 18 are? Dr. Gro was startled. I thought to myself. It's strange, how did Vegeta know about Cyborg number 17 and number 18, could it be that Son Gohan told him? I don't know. Dr. Gro shook his head. So what's behind you? Said Vegeta, looking at the sleeping pod behind Dr. Gro. He is not stupid, and he can be fooled by Dr. Gro. This. Dr. Gro listened, not knowing how to answer for a while. At this moment, 4 people suddenly flew down outside the door of the institute. These 4 are none other than Klin. Klin. Dr. Gro saw that Son Goku and Son Gohan did not come with Klin and them. And a trace of doubt immediately rose in his heart. At this moment, Vegeta suddenly bypassed Dr. Gro, wanting to see if it was Cyborg 17 and 18 in the sleeping capsule. Seeing this, Dr. Gro immediately raised his hands and grabbed Vegeta, he couldn't let Vegeta activate Cyborg number 17 and number 18. Because once activated, his opponents will be more than Vegeta. Vegeta sensed Dr. Gero's attack and immediately turned around, dodging Dr. Gero's attack and laughing. Anyway, you are also a human being, I will play with you. No, you can't fight him here. Well, in that case, how about the two of us go outside and fight? Well, the place is up to you. Laughed Vegeta. When Dr. Gero heard this, he immediately flew towards the outside of the institute. Seeing this, they immediately made way for Dr. Gero. Bike, Vegeta just said he's an artificial human. Asked Klin as soon as Dr. Gro left the institute. Vic nodded. Maybe Dr. Gero, another artificial human. Nobik, we're going to go over and watch the two of them fight, right? After that, the four of them chased towards the two. Dr. Gro was immediately relieved to see Klin and them following. Originally, he was still a little worried that Klin would enter the research institute and start the Android 17. Now it seems that the heavens are the one who cares for him. Step, drive. Gero flew with Vegeta for a while before landing on a nearby island. When Klin and the others saw it, they followed and landed on the island. Is this the grave you chose for yourself? Said Vegeta, looking around. Dr. Gro snorted coldly. Oh. It seems that you are very confident in yourself, but the more confident a person is, the easier it is to die a worse death. Vegeta, are you talking about yourself? Who am I talking about? You'll find out later. Ha, said Vegeta, clasping his hands hard and transforming into a Super Saiyan. This? What is this? Startled Dr. Gero. Among the information he collected, there was no information about the transformation of Super Saiyan. Vegeta smiled. This is called Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. Chapter 058. Vegeta nodded. Okay, let's get started now. Ha! Drive! Gero gritted his teeth and quickly rushed towards Vegeta. Vegeta chuckled, clenched his hands into fists, and also rushed towards Dr. Gero. Soon, the two rushed in front of each other, their fists like a gust of wind, fighting hard together. Wherever the two passed, the rocks around them were shattered. With a heavy blow, Vegeta's right fist slammed into Dr. Gero's face, knocking him out. Dr. Gro gritted his teeth and quickly stopped on the ground. At this moment, Vegeta's body suddenly appeared in front of him, and his right foot kicked hard towards his face. Dr. Gro screamed loudly, and his body was kicked and flew 1,000 meters away. Vegeta took advantage of this opportunity to quickly put his hands together and shot a golden Qigong wave at Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero was startled and quickly raised his hands to absorb Vegeta's Qigong waves. What? Startled Klin. Seeing this, Vegeta also showed a hint of surprise. Seeing Klin's surprise, Dr. Gero couldn't help but smile proudly. Vegeta, thank you for the energy you just sent. Absorb the energy. Said Vegeta. That's right, Vegeta, so your Qigong attacks are ineffective against me. Looking at the confident Vegeta, the look on Dr. Gero's face immediately became serious. Although he had just absorbed Vegeta's Qigong waves, before this, the battle between him and Vegeta did not have the upper hand in the slightest. Ha! Just. As Dr. Gro was thinking, Vegeta had already rushed towards him again. Dr. Gero heard Vegeta's voice and immediately came to his senses and greeted him. They. Two fists and feet were like lightning, striking together hard. Moments later, Vegeta slammed his right fist hard and hit Dr. Gero the abdomen. Dr. Gero screamed loudly, spitting out a large mouthful of bitter water. At this time, Vegeta lifted his right foot hard and kicked Dr. Gero out. With an explosion, Dr. Gero's body was like a ray and slammed into the mountain behind him. The ground was immediately kicked up by a huge cloud of sand. After waiting for a while, after the dust on the ground cleared, Dr. Gro gasped and climbed out of the mountain with a embarrassed face. After Vegeta's blow just now, the chi on Dr. Gro's body suddenly became much weaker. Vegeta chuckled and walked slowly towards Dr. Gro. Dr. Gro gritted his teeth, feeling a little afraid of Vegeta. After the battle just now, he now fully understood that his odds against Vegeta were not high. The only way to defeat Vegeta now is to absorb Vegeta's energy and make him return to his normal state. But this is also a big risk for him. After all, he was not sure that he would definitely be able to absorb the energy from Vegeta's body. So his safest plan now is to escape. After thinking about it, Dr. Gro immediately looked at Klin and them. Although escaping is his best option at the moment, it is not a very simple task to escape from Vegeta. So he plans to take Klin and them hostage in order to escape from Vegeta. What's wrong? What about your momentum just now? Vegeta saw that Dr. Gro had begun to fear, and his heart immediately became a little proud. Humph! Dr. Gro snorted coldly. You are less proud of Vegeta. Your Qigong waves don't work for me, but I can use Qigong waves, so it's hard to say the victory or defeat of the two of us now. Qigong waves! Ha ha ha! After hearing this, Vegeta immediately couldn't help laughing. Even if I don't use Qigong waves, I can still kill you. When Dr. Gro heard this, his hands immediately condensed a large amount of chi waves and shot towards Vegeta. The ground around Vegeta soon exploded into huge amounts of sand. Vegeta dodged as he approached Dr. Gro. Abominable! Dr. Gro saw that none of the gas waves hit Vegeta, and immediately wanted Klin to rush them. Just then, Vegeta suddenly appeared in front of him, raised his right leg and kicked Dr. Gro hard in the jaw. Dr. Gro screamed and his body was kicked several meters into the ground. At this moment, Vegeta's fists hit Dr. Gro's abdomen like a gust of wind. Under Vegeta's successive attacks, Dr. Gro immediately let out a scream. Ha! At this moment, Vegeta clenched his right fist hard and punched Dr. Gro's body through. Dr. Gro saw his body being pierced, and his face immediately showed a look of great horror. He now regretted fighting Vegeta in his heart. If he had known that Vegeta's strength was so strong, he would not have fought Vegeta. Vegeta snorted coldly and withdrew his hand from Dr. Gro's body. At this time, although Dr. Gro's body was pierced, his body was no longer a human body, so there was still a trace of breath. Vegeta! Dr. Gro gritted his teeth and suddenly grabbed Vegeta's body with both hands, absorbing the energy from him. Vegeta sneered. It's all this time, do you still want to absorb my energy? Then in that case, I'll let you suck it enough, said Vegeta, gathering a burst of energy with his right hand and firing it towards Dr. Gro. Dr. Gro screamed loudly, and his body was blown apart. After Dr. Gro died, Vegeta took down the hands that were clinging to him, looked at it, and saw the absorption device on it. Vegeta sneered. It really absorbs energy from his hands, said Vegeta, immediately turning his body back to normal. Although Dr. Gro's strength is not strong, he just fought with Sun Wukong, and then he was absorbed by Dr. Gro, so his current physical strength is not much left. After solving Dr. Gro, Vegeta immediately glanced at Klin and them. Immediately, it flew again in the direction of Dr. Gro's institute. Vegeta, are you going back to Dr. Gro's institute? Asked Klin. I think it is. Vic nodded and flew towards Dr. Gro's institute. Seeing this, Klin and they immediately followed. Inside the Gro institute, Vegeta had already come to the institute again at this time and saw androids 17, 18, and 19 in the sleeping capsule. Well, 3 androids, said Vegeta, looking at the numbers on it. At this time, Klin also rushed over. Chapter 059. Klin, Vegeta, what are you going to do? But Goku, they're not there now. The smile on Vegeta's face immediately disappeared when he heard this. Even without Kakarot, I can defeat them alone. Vegeta took it with his right hand and ate the fairy bean. Vegeta's injuries and strength quickly recovered. Vic, you said. Vegeta, he should be fine, right? I don't know. At this moment, Vegeta opened the sleeping capsules of Cyborg 17 and 18. As the sleeping cabin opened, the two quickly woke up and looked at Vegeta Deo, who was standing in front of them. Vegeta! Vegeta! Chuckled. You two are awake. It's you. Will you open this sleeping pod? Asked Cyborg 18. That's right, but don't think I'm kind enough to wake you up, I just want to defeat you and then destroy you. Oh. Cyborg 17 said lightly, glancing around. I didn't see Dr. Gro, but I eliminated an artificial human called Cyborg No 20. Could it be that Dr. Gro has also transformed himself into a human being? That guy is Dr. Gro. Yes, no wonder he's so weak. Laughed Vegeta. Although you woke us up because you wanted to defeat us, I still want to thank you Vegeta, because if it weren't for you, I'm afraid we wouldn't know how long we would have slept here. Do you still think you can kill me? The android number 17 listened, not bothering to argue with him. Why didn't he come with you? Snorted. Coldly. Kakarot can't come now, but my strength now has surpassed Kakarot. So in that case, let's go out and fight. At this moment, Cyborg 18 looked at Cyborg number 19 sleeping pod next to her. Originally, she wanted to open the sleeping cabin, but when she saw the scary appearance of Cyborg 19, she gave up the idea. There's another android here, I think he should be Dr. Gro's newly created android, but this guy is too ugly, don't care about him. At this time, Cyborg 18 suddenly saw a sleeping cabin that was far away from them. This sleeping capsule is the sleeping capsule of Cyborg 16. Number 16. Cyborg 18 walked over, and through the glass on the sleeping cabin, Cyborg 18 quickly saw what Cyborg 16 looked like. Although the Cyborg number 16 is not handsome, it is much more pleasing to the eye than the Cyborg number 19 just now. After thinking for a while, the Cyborg 18 opened the sleeping capsule. Cyborg 16 soon woke up and walked out of the sleeping capsule. And another cyborg. Klin startled. Vegeta snorted coldly and flew out. Cyborg 17 glanced at Cyborg 16 and flew out. What's your name? Asked Cyborg 18 to Cyborg 16. Cyborg No 16. So you were also created to kill the Monkey King. Shall we get out of here then? Nodded Cyborg 16. Seeing this, Cyborg 18 immediately left the institute with Cyborg 16. Waiting outside the research institute, the right hand of Cyborg 18 immediately gathered a gas wave and destroyed Dr. Gro's research institute. Vic Kerr, shall we go back to Gohan? Said Klin with some fear when he saw that the number of people on the other side suddenly became so large. Although Vegeta's strength is strong, but the other party is 3, they can't help much, so in his heart, he is still very worried that Vegeta can't beat them. Good. Vic nodded. Naklin, are you going back to Gohan? Me. Okay, I see. Said Klin, and immediately turned to leave. Cyborg 18, did you escape? Maybe you went to move the rescuers. Laughed Cyborg 17. You mean the Monkey King? They. Android number 17 nodded. Okay, let's get started. Said Vegeta with a determined look in his eyes towards Cyborg 17. After hearing this, Cyborg 17 nodded. Seeing this, Vegeta immediately shouted and transformed into a Super Saiyan. What is this? Seeing this, Cyborg number 17 showed a slight surprise. In his profile, there is no information about the Super Saiyan. This is called Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. So that's it, no wonder you have so much confidence. Ha! After hearing this, Vegeta was too lazy to talk nonsense with Cyborg number 17, and rushed directly towards Cyborg number 17. Cyborg number 17 stood motionless in place. Soon, Vegeta rushed to Cyborg 17, and his fists were like lightning, attacking Cyborg number 17. Cyborg 17 dodged while raising his fists to fight Vegeta. Soon, the ground around the two of them rose up one after another of sand. With a heavy blow, Vegeta's right fist hit Cyborg number 17 in the face, knocking him back hundreds of meters away. Cyborg number 17 shouted angrily, and quickly rushed towards Vegeta. Originally, he just wanted to play with Vegeta, but he didn't expect that Vegeta's strength was a little beyond his expectations, so he also decided to be serious. Soon, the Cyborg number 17 came in front of Vegeta, and his fists and feet were as fast as lightning, knocking Vegeta's body back continuously. Vegeta gritted his teeth and quickly reached forward with both hands, grabbing the double fists that Cyborg number 17 had struck. Chapter 060. Ha! The android number 17 gritted his teeth and pushed his hands forward hard. Seeing this, Vegeta pushed forward with both hands equally hard. The surrounding ground immediately shattered under the hard pedaling of the 2 feet. After holding each other for a while, the two of them shook each other out with both hands. Whew! The two gasped, their eyes looking at each other tightly. Cyborg number 18 snorted coldly, and a trace of unhappiness rose in his heart. No 17, haven't you and he had fought enough? It's almost my turn, right? Said Cyborg number 17 with a smile. Don't worry, number 18, the battle has only just begun. Then you hurry. Abominable. Vegeta saw the two of them contemptuous of him, and suddenly felt a little angry in his heart. Ha! With a loud gulp, Vegeta's body was as fast as lightning, and he rushed towards Cyborg 17. Cyborg number 17 was startled, and quickly raised his hand to attack Vegeta, who rushed towards him. They two of them struck together with their fists as fast as lightning. Moments later, Vegeta clenched his right fist hard and knocked Cyborg 17 out. Without waiting for the reaction of Cyborg 17, Vegeta's body quickly came to Cyborg 17, and his right hand condensed a golden energy wave and shot towards Cyborg 17. The artificial human number 17 body subconsciously raised its arms to resist. The energy wave in Vegeta's right hand was like flames, spraying on the body of Cyborg 17. The body of Cyborg 17 was immediately covered by a golden wave of energy, rising a puff of smoke. When the smoke cleared, Cyborg No 17's hands still maintained a defensive posture, but the clothes on his body were indeed scorched by half. Seeing that the clothes on his body were scorched, the face of artificial man number 17 immediately showed a trace of extreme anger. This is a dress I like very much, you actually broke it, said Cyborg 17, and immediately rushed towards Vegeta extremely quickly. Soon, Cyborg 17 rushed in front of Vegeta, his fists were as fast as lightning, and attacked Vegeta. Probably because of the anger inside, the strength and speed of Cyborg 17 are much stronger than just now. Vegeta dodges while fighting Cyborg 17. At this moment, the impatient artificial man number 18, who had been waiting for a long time, suddenly flew towards the two who were fighting. Soon, Cyborg 18 came to Cyborg 17 and attacked Vegeta with Cyborg 17. I don't need your help, I can solve him alone. Cyborg number 17 looked at Cyborg number 18, who suddenly made a move, and a trace of displeasure immediately rose in his heart. Cyborg number 18 snorted coldly. I'm not here to help you, it's just that you've been fighting for too long, and now it's my turn. At this moment, two figures suddenly appeared. These two are none other than Son Gohan and Klin Vic. Gohan. Son Gohan nodded and looked at the Cyborg number 17 and number 18. Isn't it too unfair for you two to bully the less? When they Artificial Man number 18 heard this, he immediately stopped the attack in his hand and looked at Sun Wuhan. Since you feel unfair, then I'll attack you. Ha, said Cyborg number 18, and immediately turned around and rushed towards Sun Gohan. Sun Gohan chuckled and stood motionless in place. Soon, the Artificial Man number 18 rushed in front of Sun Gohan, and his fists were as fast as lightning, attacking Sun Gohan. Hey! Row! Sun Gohan's body shook, and he easily dodged the attack of Cyborg 18. Abominable! The Cyborg number 18 shouted angrily, and his right fist hit forward with all his might. Sun Gohan raised his right hand and blocked this punch. The Artificial Man number 18 was shocked, quickly raised his right foot, and kicked towards Sun Gohan. Sun Gohan's figure flashed and appeared hundreds of meters behind him. Sun Gohan yawned and said as if he was a little bored. I see that all of you are better off together, so that you may be able to fight a little longer. Sun Gohan. Cyborg number 18 heard this, and his hands immediately clenched. She was actually looked down upon by a child. Artificial Man number 16 heard Sun Gohan's words, and his face moved slightly. But still did not shoot. At this time, the Cyborg number 17, who was at war with Vegeta, heard this and immediately sent Vegeta flying. Vegeta's strength has been greatly weakened because of the battle just now, so now he is no longer the opponent of Cyborg 17. Sun Gohan. Vegeta saw everyone's gaze and looked at Sun Gohan, and immediately gritted her teeth secretly in her heart. He knew that Sun Gohan's current strength was far beyond him, but he still wanted to prove that his strength was stronger than Sun Wukong and stronger than artificial humans. Thinking of this, Vegeta immediately exerted his strength and rushed towards Cyborg 17. Cyborg number 17 snorted coldly, dodged Vegeta's attack, and circled behind Vegeta. Vegeta was startled and quickly turned around. At this time, Cyborg No 17's right hand slapped Vegeta's neck hard, knocking him unconscious. Vegeta! Klin startled, a look of concern immediately rising on his face. Although he doesn't like it, Vegeta is now Boomer's husband after all. If Vegeta died, it would be difficult for him to deal with Boomer. Just when Klin thought that Cyborg 17 would kill Vegeta, Cyborg 17 suddenly flew towards Cyborg 18. Hey! Tread! Cyborg number 17 fell beside Cyborg number 18. Sun Gohan smiled and looked at the artificial man standing in the distance on Road 16. Aren't you going to fight me with them? Said Cyborg 16, shaking his head. No, anyway, even if I strike with them, I am not your opponent, and I was created to kill Sun Wukong. Said Sun Gohan with a smile. You're such a funny guy. Cyborg number 16 immediately looked up after hearing this. As if everything that is happening now has nothing to do with him. After speaking, Sun Gohan immediately hooked his finger at the artificial man number 17 and number 18. Abominable! Cyborg number 17 saw Sun Gohan's provocation and immediately rushed towards Sun Gohan angrily. Seeing this, the android number 18 also rushed towards Sun Gohan. Soon, the two rushed in front of Sun Gohan and attacked Sun Gohan. Sun Gohan put his hands on his back and easily dodged all the attacks of the two. Chapter 061. The artificial man went to number 17 and was shocked, and he couldn't believe that he and the artificial man number 18 joined forces to attack, and he couldn't even touch Sun Gohan's body. At this moment, the figure of Sun Gohan suddenly appeared behind the artificial man number 17 and knocked him unconscious with a palm. No 17. They. Android number 18 was startled, quickly turned around, and kicked back hard. Sun Gohan's figure flashed, and in a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of artificial man number 18, and his right hand emitted an amazing momentum towards artificial man No 18's body. Cyborg number 18 shouted, and his body suddenly fell back dozens of steps. Do you want to continue fighting? Said Cyborg number 18 when he heard this, gritting his teeth tightly. I can't beat you, Son Gohan, but I also ask you to let go of No 17. Did I say I want to kill you? If you don't kill us, aren't you afraid that we will kill Sun Wukong? If you have the ability, just kill it. Son Gohan, are you really going to let us go? Asked Cyborg 18. Gohan! Shouted Big to Son Gohan. Yes, didn't you kill Vegeta too? At this time, Cyborg 16 suddenly walked over and carried Cyborg number 17 on the ground. Let's go. No 18, the Cyborg number 18 was stunned. Fight, you don't come, go, you are the fastest. That android number 18, how old are you? At this moment, Son Gohan suddenly spoke. How old? Yes, your name is number 18, is that 18? Then his name is number 16, isn't he 16? This. And you should never ask what a woman's age is. Why? You'll know this when you grow up. After that, Cyborg 18 immediately left with Cyborg 16. At this time, Vic, they flew from a distance. Gohan, why did you let them go? Asked Vic. Because I don't think they're as heartless as Trunks says. Said Son Gohan, immediately looking at Vegeta, who had fallen to the ground. Uncle Klin, do you have fairy beans on you? Said Klin, and flew over to Vegeta's side and fed the fairy beans to Vegeta's mouth. Vegeta quickly woke up after taking the fairy beans. What about Cyborg numbers 17 and 18? They're gone. Gone. Abominable. Vegeta immediately became angry when he heard this. Originally, he wanted to defeat the Cyborg number 17 and number 18 and prove his strength. As a result, he not only did not defeat Cyborg number 17 and number 18, but was defeated by Cyborg number 17, making him lose face. Uncle Klin, shall we go back? After that, Klin and they flew towards the sky together. Vegeta was alone, standing in place. Vegeta, said Kling, turning his head and glancing at Vegeta behind him. Bike, it's okay, just let him calm down. Klin nodded. The other side. After Cyborg 17 was taken to a small river, he was fed into the water by Cyborg 16 and came to his senses. What about Son Gohan? Said Cyborg 17 after waking up and quickly looking around. No, Son Gohan is not here. Said Cyborg 16. Not here. Yes, he let us go after defeating you and Cyborg 18. At this time, Cyborg 18 was leaning against a tree with his hands wrapped around him. Number 18, did he knock you unconscious too? Cyborg number 18 said lightly. No. The android 17 startled. Son Gohan only knocked him unconscious. Why, I'm not stunned, you're disappointed. Seeing this, Cyborg number 18 looked towards Cyborg number 17 with a somewhat cold gaze. No, I'm just curious to ask. Said Cyborg number 17 after hearing this. So no. 18, where are we going next? I don't know, let's go around the nearby town first, shall we? 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After 3 days of battling viral heart disease, Monkey King finally began to recover. In the past 3 days, Kiki has taken care of Sun Wukong almost inseparably. Kiki. Son. Wukong looked at Kiki lying on his quilt, and his heart was a little moved. Kiki heard Sun Wukong's voice and immediately woke up. Gaku. Son. Wukong nodded slightly. Gaku, are you okay? It should be okay already. Said Monkey King and got out of bed. It's been a hard few days. It's nothing, all this is what I should do as a wife. What about Gohan? He's in the living room now. Dad. Said Monkey King with a nod. Gohan, did you find the androids? Did you get rid of them? No. Why, are they better than you? It's just that they don't seem to be the same androids, Trunks said, so I just let them go. At this moment, a doorbell suddenly sounded in the room. Sun Gohan opened the door and saw a girl with a double ponytail. This girl is none other than Bidalai. Bidalai, chuckled Bidalai. Sun Wuhan, this is really your home. At this time, Sun Wukong also walked over from the living room. Hello. Uncle, my name is Bidalai, I met last time at the restaurant. I'm here to find Gohan. Gohan. Yes, I want to compete with him in martial arts. Then Gohan, since Bidalai is coming to you, you can talk to her. Thank you, uncle, said Bidalai, and immediately looked at Sun Gohan with a grin. Then Gohan, how about we go to your yard and have a discussion? Sun Gohan looked at Bidalai's smiling appearance, and suddenly felt as if he had met a female hooligans. Good. Although Sun Gohan was not interested in the competition, but Bidalai took the initiative to come to the door, how could he not agree? Chapter 062. After hearing this, Bidalai immediately took Sun Gohan's arm and walked towards the courtyard. When she arrived at the courtyard, Bidalai walked dozens of meters in front of Sun Wuhan, and made a battle gesture with both hands. So, Gohan, let's start now, shall we? Ha! When Bidalai heard this, she immediately shouted and rushed towards Sun Gohan. Soon, Bidalai rushed in front of Sun Gohan, and her fists were like the wind, attacking Sun Gohan. Sun Gohan's body moved, and he easily dodged Bidalai's attack. Bidalai's attack may be fast in the eyes of ordinary people, but in his eyes, it is as slow as a snail. Abominable! Seeing that the attack could not hit Sun Gohan, Bidalai immediately raised her right foot and kicked towards Sun Gohan. Sun Gohan stepped back and dodged Bidalai's attack again. Bidalai, you can't beat me, I advise you to give up. Sun Gohan, don't be too proud, I will definitely become stronger and defeat you. Oh, then do you have anything else? I have one more thing I want to ask you. That Sun Gohan, your father's match in the finals of the world's first martial arts conference, appeared in the sky, that trick. Sun Gohan was speechless after hearing this. This is what her foolish father told her. Yes, because how can a normal person fly in the sky? As soon as the words fell, Sun Gohan's body floated upwards and flew up in the sky. After seeing it, Bidalai was stunned. Is she dreaming now? It hurts. Bidri pinched her face with her hand, and soon felt some pain. She didn't dare to really pinch her face. At this moment, Sun Gohan flew down from the sky and landed in front of Bidalai. Sun Gohan, you can fly too. Yes, not only me, Uncle Klin, they can fly. Who is Uncle Klin? Asked Bidalai. It's the one in the restaurant who is about the same height as me and doesn't have hair on his head. Oh, that Sun Gohan, how the hell do you fly? Simply put, it is to fly through the chi on the body. This is chi, said Sun Gohan, quickly letting the chi in his hand dissipate. Oh, that Sun Gohan, can you teach me how to fly? Can't. Why? No time. Don't be like this, Sun Gohan, anyway, we're friends too. At this moment, a figure flew down from the sky. This man is none other than Ragus. Master. Ragus. Ragus nodded and looked at Bidalai. Her name is Bidalai, and she is the runner-up of the junior group of the world's first martial arts conference. Said Ragus with a smile. My name is Ragus, and I'm Sun Gohan's apprentice. Apprentice? Bidalai startled. Sun Wuhan is only 10 years old, and he has already accepted an apprentice. Yes, my master is amazing, the whole earth is not. Ragus was halfway through speaking, and suddenly Sun Gohan covered his mouth with his hand. Nothing. Nothing, laughed Son Gohan. After hearing this, a hint of suspicion immediately rose on Bidari's face. Then Son Gohan, since she worshipped you as a teacher, why don't I also worship you as a teacher? Yes, anyway, you are so powerful, it's nothing for me to worship you as a teacher. When Ragus heard this, her face immediately became a little unhappy. If Sun Wuhan took one more apprentice, he would definitely not have so much time to teach her. This. Sun Gohan immediately hesitated in his heart after hearing this. If you don't agree, I'll come to your house every day to find you. All right. Lagatha's face immediately pouted with anger when he heard this. I already knew that she would not come to Zidu to find Sun Wuhan today. Then Sun Gohan, can you teach me how to fly in the sky? Said Sun Gohan immediately after hearing this. What shall you be called? Master. Sun. Wuhan smiled faintly after hearing this. That master, can you teach me how to fly in the sky now? Then Ragus, you teach her the art of air dancing. Yes, what's the problem? No. When Ragus listened, she had to teach Bidali the art of dancing. Seeing this, Sun Gohan strode back to the house. Ragus, how old are you? What's wrong? With 9. No, I'm just curious to ask. How long has Ragus been studying with Sun Gohan? It's been a year. Yes, don't look at the young age of the master, but his strength is very strong. Although she didn't know how strong Ragus said, she was definitely stronger than her. That Bidali, do you know what gas is? In a city in the south of the earth. At this time, a blonde woman and a handsome boy in a red scarf were walking on the side of the street. These two people are the artificial humans number 17 and 18. Behind the two, there was also a tall man. This man is Cyborg 16. Since the two were defeated by Sun Gohan, they went to the city of Earth to buy some beautiful clothes and mobile phones. And the money they buy is snatched from some notorious gangs. At this moment, the two of them were still carrying a lot of clothes on their hands. No 18, now the technology of the Earth is really convenient, buy anything, you can use a mobile phone to pay. Yes. They. Artificial man number 18 nodded. Then number 18, what are your plans next? Drive. Grow is now dead, and they don't have to obey anyone, they just have to live according to their own ideas. I haven't thought about it yet. Then do you have plans to fight with Sun Wukong? Can you beat Sun Wuhan? Sun Wukong's strength is not necessarily as strong as Sun Wuhan. I'm not interested, wait until you can beat Sun Wuhan first. They. Artificial man number 17 snorted coldly. When I get stronger, I will definitely defeat that guy. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After 3 days of teaching by Ragus, Bidali can already make her body float. Chapter 063. Zidu, Sun Wukong's house. Bidali is now in the courtyard of Sun Wukong's house, practicing air dancing. After practicing for a long time, Bidali was a little tired from practice, so she sat down on a chair in the courtyard. A moment later, the doppelganger who was reading for Sun Gohan walked out of the house. Master! Called out to Bidali as she shouted to the doppelganger. Sun Gohan nodded and walked over. Bidali, how are you cultivating? I can fly in the sky now. Yes. By the way, Master, why don't you study at school, but ask a tutor at home to study? Because asking for a tutor won't have as many rules as the school. Master, yesterday the school asked us to write a sign for traffic safety, can you help me think of one? There are thousands of roads, safety first, driving is not standardized, and relatives have 2 lines of tears. Sun Gohan said. Master, you think so well about this slogan. That master, do you have any words you like in particular? If I want to have, the sky does not allow nothing, if I want nothing, the sky does not allow to. Have. Master, this is so domineering. That by diary, do you have any special favorites? Yes, my favorite sentence is that humility makes people progress, and pride makes people backward. Sun Wuhan was stunned after hearing this. I didn't expect Bai Dili to be so young, but she had such a great consciousness in martial arts. But it's a pity that she is just an earthling after all, and at most she can cultivate like Klin. Time flickered, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Originally, according to the timeline of Dragon Ball, Shiryu should have appeared on Earth a long time ago. But because Son Gohan taught Trunks cultivation in future space-time, Shiryu of future space-time not only failed to kill Trunks in future space-time to snatch the time machine, but was also killed by Trunks in future space-time. Earth, Bun Mountain. After a month, Baidali has already mastered the dance technique. Because Baidali had already worshipped Son Gohan as a teacher, Sun Wuhan had to arrange some cultivation. She was carrying a purple turtle shell on her back and doing push-ups on a patch of grass. This purple turtle shell, borrowed by Sun Gohan from the Turtle Immortals, weighed 20 kilograms. 99, 100. Baidali finished and immediately let out a long sigh of relief. After this period of cultivation, she finally knew why she couldn't beat Sun Wuhan. Sun Wuhan's daily cultivation now does not know how many times harder than her. If she can beat Sun Gohan, then there will be a ghost. Behind a large tree in the distance of Baidali, a man was watching all this at this time. This person is none other than Cyborg 17. Since the artificial man number 17 was defeated by Sun Gohan, he has been a little unconvinced in his heart, and wants to find Sun Gohan again to fight the winner. That's why he secretly came to Bun Mountain today to see how Sun Wuhan was doing. Who is this little girl? Could it be a disciple of Sun Gohan? Thought to himself to Cyborg number 17. At this moment, a figure flew over from a distance. This man is none other than Ragus. Ragus, said Baidri to Ragus. Ragus nodded. How are you cultivating? Who is this guy? Said Cyborg 17 in his heart. Forget it, the most important thing now is to cultivate and then become stronger. Thinking of this, Cyborg number 17 immediately left Bun Mountain. Inside a milk tea shop in Zidu, a blonde woman was playing with her mobile phone while drinking milk tea. This man is Cyborg 18. Because Cyborg 16 likes to be alone, he parted ways with the two a week ago. No 18. Cyborg number 18 heard someone shouting himself, and immediately turned to look back and saw Cyborg number 17 walking towards him. Number 17. The android nodded. On the 18th, Sun Wuhan is now cultivating on Bun Mountain, and he seems to have accepted 2 female disciples. Female disciple. Yes, I was afraid of being discovered by him, so I didn't dare to go over and confirm. After hearing this, the artificial man number 18 took a sip of milk tea. And then? What else? I just want to know where he is now, and then wait until I get stronger before defeating him. No 18, do you want to cultivate with me? Defeat Sun Gohan? No interest, you still work hard alone. After hearing this, artificial man number 17 snorted coldly, turned and left. Sun Gohan. After seeing Cyborg 17 leave, Cyborg number 18 immediately sucked the bubble tea in his hand. After that, he got up and left the milk tea shop. Bun Mountain, in the gravity room. Sun Gohan was currently practicing 1,000 times gravity under the illumination of the cosmic seed. Ragus suddenly walked in from outside. Master, there is a sister looking for you outside. Sister. After hearing this, Sun Gohan immediately walked out and saw a very familiar figure. This man is Cyborg 18. Number 18. The android nodded. Number 18. No 18, why did you come over? Did you lose unconvinced last time and want to fight with me? Sun Gohan, I didn't come to fight you today, but came to beg you for one thing. Yes. Number 17 has always been unconvinced by the last battle, so he wants to fight with you again after becoming stronger, and I hope that when he comes to fight you again, you can show mercy to his subordinates. Sun Gohan nodded. No. 18. Do you and Cyborg 17 have an explosive device in their bodies? Would you like me to ask Ant Boomer to help you dismantle the explosive device inside you? Do you want me to use Dragon Balls to remove the explosive device on you? Then can you tell me, how old are you now? Said Cyborg 18 with a smile. I'll tell you when we meet next time. Said Cyborg 18, and immediately turned and flew back. Master, who is this sister? What sister? That's your senior sister. Master. Said Ragus, stunned. Master, do you like this big? Why not? And this matter, you can't talk to anyone, otherwise I will expel you from the division. Chapter 064. Its Master. After hearing this, Sun Gohan immediately looked at Bai Diary, who was cultivating in the distance. Time flickered, and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. In the past half a year, everything was calm, and after half a year of cultivation, Lugus finally began to cultivate 100 times gravity. And Baidalai has also made a lot of progress in the past half a year. But because she has to study, her progress is still limited. Master, I have overcome 100 times gravity now, you should be able to teach me the doppelganger technique now, right? In the gravity room on Bun Mountain, Ragus was pulling Sun Gohan's hand with both hands at this time. Yes, but you have to promise me that when you learn it, you can't teach anyone. Can't even Baidalai be taught. Good master, I promise you. Sun Gohan listened, and immediately taught the Ragus doppelganger technique. Do you have to pull out your hair? Said Ragus, looking at her long hair that reached her waist. Yes, if you don't want to, you cannot learn. No. I want to learn. Isn't it just one hair? I have more than 3,000. How do you know you have more than 3,000? Doesn't the book say 3,000 worries? Silk. The book also says that the book has its own golden house, and the book has its own face like jade. Do you also believe this? Of course not. Sun Gohan was speechless. Then no, master, I have pulled out a hair now, you teach me how to turn it into my doppelganger, right? The morning passed quickly, and Sun Gohan had already taught Ragus the essentials of the doppelganger technique. Now it is only up to Ragus to comprehend it herself and learn the doppelganger technique. It's not too early, I should almost go home for dinner. Good master, then master, if I control the doppelganger technique, can you teach me to teleport? Let's talk about it when you learn the doppelganger technique. Good master. I will definitely work hard. Seeing this, Sun Gohan teleported and returned home. In the afternoon, after waking up from his nap, Sun Gohan turned on his computer and checked the 3 artificial humans in Dr. Gro's other research institute. Although Dr. Gro has been eliminated, his supercomputer at another institute has not stopped functioning, but continues its work. Now Dr. Gro's androids 13, 14, and 15 are nearing completion. However, these artificial humans who are about to be completed have all changed their original instructions by Sun Gohan and become obedient to Sun Gohan's orders to defend the Earth. Dr. Gro probably never imagined that the artificial human he designed to kill Sun Wukong would actually become a warrior to defend the Earth. The image of the 3 is similar to the image in the Dragon Ball theatrical version. Artificial man number 13 is a strong white-haired man, artificial number 14 is a tall man with white skin and a long braid on his head, and artificial man number 15 is a small man with purple skin all over his body. Is it almost finished? As soon as the voice fell, 3 words were immediately displayed on the computer screen. That's it, said Sun Gohan, and took out the Babel mirror and went to Dr. Gro's other research institute. Cyborg number 13, number 14, and number 15 were lying quietly in their sleeping cabins at this time. After Sun Gohan glanced at the three of them, he pressed the switch of the sleeping cabin. The three quickly woke up from their sleeping pods and walked out. Sun Gohan, the three greeted Sun Gohan together. Sun Gohan nodded. Sun Gohan, are you coming? Asked Cyborg 13. It's nothing, I'm just coming over and starting you guys. Besides, the earth is calm now, and you three can do some good things on earth. Sun Gohan looked at the artificial man number 13 with a bad face, obeying his words, and he was really a little uncomfortable in his heart. He's a good guy now, not a bad guy. Sun Gohan said silently in his heart and left the institute. After Sun Gohan left, the three also left the institute quickly. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. After 2 days of cultivation, Raga still couldn't turn his hair into his own doppelganger. Although the doppelganger technique is not a particularly powerful technique, it is really not so easy to learn. Sun Gohan was able to take full control at once, all because of the system. Zidu, Sun Wukong's house. Sun Wukong was now practicing in the courtyard of his home, when he suddenly saw a large amount of black aura appear above the blue sky. This is... what? As soon as the words fell, Sun Wukong's ears suddenly heard the voice of the king of the northern realm. Goku, something is bad, your earth was suddenly thrown into a large amount of death chi. That's right. This death chi is very harmful to people and plants, and your earth can only support 100 days at most. That realm king, do you know where these desperate chi came from? I don't know yet, I'll help you investigate. Then it will trouble you, Lord Realm King. Death, said Monkey King, and immediately ran into the house to find Monkey Rice. Kiki is now pregnant with a second child, and he must find a way to solve the death chi so as not to hurt the fetus. After entering the house, Sun Wukong quickly told Sun Gohan about the death chi. Death breath. Sun Wukong nodded. Gohan, is there any way you can solve the death chi as soon as possible? Let me try, said Sun Gohan, and walked out of the room and took out the Babel mirror in the system. Through the Babel mirror, Sun Gohan soon arrived in front of the device that released the death chi. At this time, 2 figures suddenly appeared in front of Sun Gohan. These 2 men are none other than Frieza and King Kurd. But they are not beings, just a trace of their soul. Get out of here! Seeing the 2 blocking the way, Sun Gohan immediately shouted, and his whole body suddenly exuded an incomparably astonishing momentum, directly causing the ghosts of the 2 to disappear instantly. After the 2 disappeared, Sun Gohan's right hand immediately gathered an energy wave to destroy the device that released the death chi. Then, go to the next place and destroy the other devices that release the death chi as well. After all the devices were destroyed, the death chi in the sky immediately decreased a lot, but some still permeated the air. Chapter 065. Extraterrestrial. At this time, there is an asteroid approaching the Earth. This asteroid, called the Dark Planet, is a planet made up of a large number of discarded machines. And the person who created the planet was a Ziffer named Dr. Lecky. Dr. Lecky was originally the #1 scientist living on the star Ziffer, and when the Scions exterminated the Zvri, he completed the production of the resentment wave amplification device Hakiak, and originally planned to escape from the Ziffer star with the device, but was killed by the Scions. Later, he was resurrected by the grievance amplification device he created, thus starting a plan to take revenge on the Scions. The death chi on the Earth is that he launches missiles and drops the device that releases the death chi on the Earth. At this moment, Dr. Lecky already knew that the death chi device he dropped on Earth was destroyed. Damn it, I didn't expect those Scions to move so quickly and destroy the device I dropped on Earth so quickly, said Dr. Lecky with his hands clasped and angry in his heart. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Dr. Lecky. This person is none other than Sun Gohan. Sigh. Science was taken aback by Dr. Lecky. He didn't expect that Sun Wuhan would actually find him so quickly. Sun Gohan looked at him coldly. You put the death chi on the earth, right? Dr. Lecky immediately burst out laughing when he heard this. If it weren't for you hateful scion monkeys, we Zephyr would not have been exterminated. I just want to avenge our Zifra. Dr. Lecky was startled, and his hands quickly condensed a green protective shield in front of him. With a loud explosion, Dr. Lecky was blown to ashes along with the shield in front of him. Soon a thick cloud of smoke from an explosion appeared on the ground. After the smoke of the explosion gradually dissipated, a black smoke was sucked into the grievance amplification device. And this black smoke is Dr. Lecky's grievance. At this moment, Sun Gohan suddenly felt a very powerful aura. The grievance amplification device glass that collected a large number of grievances shattered, and a tall man with red skin and a blue gemstone on his hands, feet, head, and chest walked out of the broken glass. This man's name is Hakiak, who absorbed a large amount of Zephyr resentment and evolved into a living form. Hey! After Hakiak appeared, he quickly rushed towards Sun Gohan. Sun Gohan clenched his hands into fists and fought with Hakiak. Because Hakiak's body was surprisingly hard, Sun Gohan's attack basically didn't do much damage to him. Sun Gohan punched Hakiak out, and then quickly took out 3 hairs from his clothes and became his doppelganger. Ha! With a loud gulp, the 3 doppelgangers transformed into Super Scions at the same time, rushed towards Hakiak, and fought fiercely with them for a while. Sun Gohan took advantage of this opportunity, put his index fingers between his foreheads, and gathered his breath. After a while, Sun Gohan finished gathering his chi and walked towards the doppelganger. Catch him for me, the 3 doppelgangers listened, and immediately grabbed Hakiak's hands and feet. At this time, Sun Gohan suddenly shouted, his right hand jerked forward, and his 2 fingers emitted a super energy beam surrounded by spiral energy. Seeing this, Hakiak wanted to break free from Sun Gohan's doppelganger. But the power of the 3 doppelgangers was too great, and Hakiak couldn't break free. At this moment, Sun Gohan magic light killing cannon pierced through Hakiak's body, and then like a shooting star, flew out of the dark planet. Ah! At this time, Hakiak's body that had been pierced through the body shattered, and his body exploded in place. The dark planet started a self-detonation because of Hakiak's death. Seeing this, Sun Gohan immediately used the Babel mirror to bring his doppelganger to the earth with him. After Sun Gohan left, the dark planet soon exploded in the universe. After returning to Earth, Sun Gohan immediately borrowed the Dragon Ball radar from Boomer to find the Dragon Ball, allowing the dragon to completely remove the death chi that permeated the sky. Time flickered, and in the blink of an eye, another half a year passed. Sun Gohan's younger brother, Sun Wuhan, was born today. Because Sun Gohan has an angelic staff, Kiki did not suffer much and let Sun Wuhan be born. Zidu, Sun Wukong's home. Boomer is taking Trunks to visit the newborn monkey at this time. When she heard that Kiki did not suffer anything, she gave birth to Sun Wuhan, and immediately looked at Sun Wuhan with a smile. Gohan, where did you get that staff that your mother said? Why didn't you help me deliver it when I gave birth? Aunt Boomer, this staff was given to me by the grandfather in a recent dream. Then next time, when I give birth, you must help me deliver the baby. Oh, good. Son. Gohan nodded. Trunks, this is your brother Wuhan. Brother Wuhan. Trunks is now 2 years old and does not understand the meaning of what Boomer said, so he just said it. Boomer nodded. Then you will take your brother well. By the way, Aunt Boomer, how is Uncle Vegeta doing? What else? He still practices every day, saying that he wants to defeat you and Goku. After Boomer and Kiki chatted for a while, they left with Trunks. Goten. Sun Gohan looked at his brother and suddenly noticed that he was peeing his pants. Dad, Wuhan pees his pants, you hurry up and help change them. Okay, I'll change his pants now. Time flickered, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. After a month, Sun Wuhan has begun to walk. Because Kiki has to do housework and cooking, he doesn't have much time to take the children, so he gives the matter of taking the children to Sun Gohan. Because Sun Gohan wanted to cultivate, he handed this matter over to Bidalai. This so-called raising soldiers for 1,000 days and using troops for a while. At this time, Bidalai came in the most handy. But of course this is conditional. This condition is that Sun Wuhan taught her turtle sect Qigong. Earth, on Bun Mountain. Sun Gohan was sitting on a grassy field at this time, checking his combat strength. Name, Sun Gohan. Age, 11 years old. Gender, male. Combat effectiveness, 70 billion. There is still 30 billion shortfalls. Chapter 066. Originally, according to the combat power given by the system, Sun Wuhan could not cultivate to 70 billion combat power so quickly, but Sun Wuhan is a scion and has strong potential, so he will cultivate so quickly. As soon as the words fell, a figure suddenly flew down from the sky. This person is none other than Cyborg 17. Cyborg 17, nodded Cyborg 17. Sun Gohan, I'm here to challenge you today. That's right, although I lost to you before, but now after cultivation, my strength has greatly increased, and this time I will definitely not lose to you again. Which tendon is this guy wrong? In the original Dragon Ball book, Cyborg 17, although competitive, is not so competitive. But that is in the original work. Compare the future artificial man number 17 with the current artificial man number 17. The future artificial man number 17 kills like numb, but the artificial man number 17 in front of him is not. Thinking of this, Sun Gohan's face immediately showed a faint smile and said, "Good." When the cyborg number 17 heard this, he immediately shouted and rushed towards Sun Gohan. Sun Gohan's body moved, and he easily dodged the attack of Cyborg 17. Abominable! The android 17 shouted angrily, punching forward with both fists and all his strength. Sun Gohan flashed sideways and dodged the attack of Cyborg 17 again. Seeing this, the artificial man number 17 immediately retreated back, condensing a large amount of energy waves in his hands, and attacked Sun Gohan. Sun Gohan dodged backwards and dodged all the energy waves of Cyborg 17. Cyborg number 17 gritted his teeth and prepared to rush towards Sun Gohan again. Behind him, there was suddenly Sun Gohan's voice. "You lost." Cyborg number 17 listened, turned to look back, and saw Sun Gohan raising his right hand to face him. A trace of cold sweat broke out on the forehead of Cyborg 17. "You! Why don't you attack me?" said Sun Gohan as soon as he lowered his hand. "Because I promised number 18 to show mercy to your subordinates." "No 18, did she come to you on the 18th? "Yes." "When was that?" "It must have been a year ago." "A year ago, was it that time?" the cyborg number 17 said, and immediately turned to leave. Seeing this, Sun Gohan looked at the tail that grew behind him. After he cultivated to the 3rd level of Super Saiyan, there are 3 routes to take. One is to continue to take the transformation of Super Saiyan and control the transformation of Super Saiyan 4. The second is to take the route of walking the God and control the God transformation of Super Saiyan, and the third is to take the mysterious Gohan route as in the original work, so as to control the Beast Gohan. The Beast Sun Gohan is a new transformation controlled by Sun Gohan in a state of anger. Unlike Super Saiyan 4, he doesn't need his tail at all to break through his bottleneck. Moreover, Sun Gohan's mysterious state can only be completed with the help of the Old Realm King God. And the Old Realm King Gods are still sealed in the Realm King Divine Sword. Therefore, if he wanted to control the Beast Sun Wuhan, he had to rescue the old realm king god first. However, he is not in a hurry to control the beast son Gohan now, so he is not in a hurry to save the old realm king god. Time flickered, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. After a year of cultivation, Sun Wuhan finally increased his combat effectiveness to 100 billion. Ding! Congratulations to the master for reaching 100 billion combat power, rewarding himself with extreme skill, god-level fishing rod, which can catch skills, combat power, and various treasures, god-level teleportation, flashing time skill, and 999 immortal beans. As soon as the words fell, Sun Gohan's mind immediately had many more memories. God-level fishing rod. Yes, master. Is that where you can fish? Yes, master. After Sun Wuhan heard this, he immediately took out the god-level fishing rod, came to the waterfall of Bunza Mountain, sat down, and fished. Ding! Congratulations to the master for fishing 100 combat effectiveness. Ding! Congratulations to the master for fishing 999 combat effectiveness. Ding! Congratulations to the master for fishing 100-fold Sun Fist. As soon as the words fell, Sun Gohan's mind immediately had 100-fold more memory of the Sun Fist. Although this god-level fishing rod is good, it is still slower than your own cultivation. Well, so master, you still have to cultivate well. Ding! Congratulations to the master for catching 10 spirit tree fruits. Sun Wuhan, who wanted to harvest the rod, heard this, and immediately put down his raised hand. After a long time, Sun Wuhan caught 10 fairy beans, and there was nothing else. Forget it, let's collect the rod, said Sun Gohan, and as soon as he closed the line, a large fish was suddenly pulled out of the waterfall. This fishing rod, you can really fish, said Sun Gohan, bringing the fish back and bringing him to Laguth. Master, where did you catch this fish? The waterfall on the mountain. It's not caught. It's fishing. Oh, then master, why do you suddenly want to fish today? No, no. Master is wise and martial, no matter what you do, it's extraordinary. I can conjure up 2 doppelgangers now. Yes. Master, how many have you changed? More than 3,000. By the way, I have fruit here, do you want to eat? Fruit, said Sun Gohan, and took out the 2 spirit tree fruits that were placed in his clothes. Master, what kind of fruit is this? How come I have never seen it? This is called the spirit tree fruit, eating it can enhance your strength. Yes, master, I will wash this fruit now. Sun Gohan nodded. He also didn't know if Ragus disliked him for putting the spirit tree fruit in his clothes, or if he was really exquisite. Then Ragus, I'll go back first. Good master. Seeing this, Sun Gohan teleported and returned to his home. Master Bidali Li, who was taking Sun Wushan in the courtyard of Sun Wukong's house, was immediately very happy when she saw Sun Wuhan return. She can finally go back without taking Sun Wushan with her now. Sun Gohan nodded and gave the fruits of the 2 spirit trees to Bidai Rideo. Bidali, this is the fruit of the spirit tree, eating it can enhance your strength. Enhance your strength. After hearing this, Bidali's eyes lit up, and he quickly connected the 2 spirit tree fruits. Her hard work finally paid off. Brother. At this time, Sun Wushan, who was standing on the side, suddenly spoke. Although Sun Wushan is only a young man now, he can already speak. After Sun Gohan heard this, he immediately picked him up. Chapter 067. So Gohan, I'll go back. Oh, good. Sun Gohan nodded. When she returned home, Bidali washed the spirit tree fruit given by Sun Wuhan and ate it. Click. After taking a few bites, Bidalai suddenly felt a very powerful force in her body. My power! It seems to have really become stronger. Bidalai said, looking at the other spirit tree fruit in her hand. One spirit tree fruit can make her strengthen so much, so if she eats another, wouldn't it be able to enhance more? Thinking of this, Bidalai immediately sped up and finished eating the other spirit tree fruit. Then, lying down on the sofa behind him, he thought about his encounter with Sun Gohan. Before she met Sun Gohan, she thought that her father's strength was very strong. But after meeting Sun Gohan, it was as if she saw a whole new world, and everything was so incredible. The next day, after eating breakfast, Sun Gohan went fishing at the waterfall on Bun Mountain again. Although fishing is not as fast as cultivation, fishing Sun Gohan has gained some skills and treasures. So Sun Gohan wanted to continue fishing to see if he could catch something good. The day passed quickly, and before I knew it, it was already evening. Sun Gohan caught a diamond crown, more than 20 fairy beans, and a small spaceship today. Damn, I don't believe I can't catch good things. In this way, Sun Gohan fished for another 3 days. But I still didn't catch anything good. Master, this fishing is luck, I think it is more important for you to cultivate now. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for fishing the Earth Dragon Ball, you can make a wish once a year. The system was speechless. What kind of broken fishing rod? It just wanted to persuade Sun Gohan to cultivate, but it caught a Dragon Ball and came out. Yes, the system, you are right, fishing does require luck. Sun Gohan said, glancing at the shiny Dragon Balls placed in the inventory. System, does this Dragon Ball need to be used by summoning divine dragons like Earth's Dragon Balls? No need, just tell me and I can help you make a wish. Oh, then don't you become a dragon in the system? Yes, then Master, do you want to make a wish? The system said with some yin and yang strangeness. Don't. After the system listened, he was too lazy to take care of Sun Gohan again. Seeing that the system did not make any more sounds, Sun Wuhan immediately collected the rod and went home. The next day, Sun Gohan resumed his cultivation again. Zidu, inside Mr. Satan's martial arts hall. Bidalai challenges Mr. Satan because he does not want her and Sun Gohan to practice martial arts. Mr. Satan originally did not want to agree to this challenge, but if he refused, he would have no way to persuade Bidalai to give up continuing to practice martial arts with Sun Gohan, so he had to agree. Although Mr. Satan agreed to the challenge with Bidalai, his heart was still extremely nervous. At this time, the two were standing in a room in the martial arts dojo. This room is where Mr. Satan usually practices martial arts. Because Mr. Satan was worried that he would lose, there were only 2 of them in this room. So Daddy, can we get started? Good. Mr. Satan nodded. Seeing this, Bidalai moved her body, and in a blink of an eye, she came to Mr. Satan and slipped him down. It hurts. Mr. Satan just wanted to cry out in pain, but considering that he couldn't compare to Dili's face, he lost face, so he forced himself to endure the pain and did not cry out. Dad, you lost. No, Dad was just careless, how about we fight again? Okay, but don't play tricks after you wait. Bidalai, is your dad such a person? After Bidalai listened, she was silent. Ahem. Mr. Satan coughed. Nabadiri, let's get started. Bidalai nodded. Mr. Satan shouted and rushed towards Bidalai. Just when Satan was about to rush in front of Bidalai, Bidalai suddenly came under Mr. Satan, and fell his hands over his shoulders, throwing Mr. Satan to the ground. Ouch! Mr. Satan did not hold back the pain and cried out. Then he saw a pair of clear eyes looking at him. Mr. Satan couldn't help but blush, this face hurt too much. Dad! Okay, Bidalai, I promise not to stop you and Sun Wuhan from practicing martial arts, but if I lose to you, you have to keep it a secret for me. All right, Daddy. Bidalai nodded. That. Bidai, can you help me ask son Wuhan, he still can't accept disciples. Do you accept disciples? Yes. I also want him to teach me martial arts. But Dad, if that's the case, I won't be your senior sister. Mr. Satan was speechless. How did he not think of this layer for a while? Then Dad, I'm going to worship Gohan as a teacher. No bye. Mr. Satan shook his head. He was originally on a whim, and listening to Bidalai say this, he naturally quickly dispelled the thought in his heart. Bidalai nodded. Dad, although you can't worship Gohan as a teacher, I also guide you to cultivate. After Mr. Satan heard this, he immediately became angry in his heart, but after thinking about it, Bidai guided him to cultivate, and did not want him to worship a teacher. She should not be the kind of unfilial daughter. How's it going, Daddy? Mr. Satan coughed. Then Bidai, how did Gohan teach you to cultivate? Gohan, he started with a 20-pound turtle shell on my back. Tortoise shell. After Mr. Satan listened, he immediately imagined in his mind the picture of himself crawling with a turtle shell on his back. Bidalai told Mr. Satan about son Gohan's cultivation of her. When Bidalai finished speaking, Mr. Satan looked at Bidalai with a very serious face. Bidalai, I asked you how Gohan taught you about cultivation, don't tell anyone else. Okay, Dad. Bidalai nodded. Then Dad, if nothing happens, I'll go back. Mr. Satan nodded. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Because Sun Wushan has grown up now, he doesn't need Bidalai to help bring Sun Wushan every day. At this time, Bidalai was standing on a grassy field on Bun Mountain, looking at the avatar transformed by Ragus with envy. Ragus, your doppelganger technique is so powerful, can you teach me too? Okay, but you have to promise me a condition. What conditions? I taught you the doppelganger technique, but you can't tell Master. Can't tell Master? Why? Because I promised Master that I can't teach anyone else. This way. Then why did you promise to teach me? Chapter 068. Ragus smiled. Master knows a lot of things, but he just doesn't want to teach me, so the two of us can learn different things from Master, you teach me and I teach you. Well, wouldn't that be nice? What are you afraid of? He is our two apprentices, who will we teach if he doesn't teach our martial arts? Bidalai nodded. Then Ragus, what did you learn from Master? Sun Fist, Turtle Sect Qigong, Doppelganger Technique, After Image Fist, Drunken Fist, what about you? I only learned Turtle Sect Qigong now, he said let me practice well first, and when I become stronger later, he will teach me the rest. Master told me the same at the beginning, and then I practiced for a long time before he taught me the doppelganger technique. What about the others? Everything else is very simple, I learned it in a few days, and now what I want to learn is Master teleportation. So. Then I'm afraid it will take me a long time before I can get Master's teaching. It's okay Bidalai, wait until Master teaches you martial arts. Don't tell Master that you want to learn body art and teleportation. Okay, I see. Celestial Realm, inside the Spirit Time House. Son Gohan was sitting on the ground of the Spirit Time House fishing. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for fishing 1888 combat effectiveness. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for catching 20 fairy beans. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for fishing to 1999 combat effectiveness. Spirit Time House, this place really doubled fishing. Listening to the continuous sound from the system, Son Gohan yawned and said. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for fishing a Realm King Excalibur. Realm King Excalibur. Yes, Master, but not the one that seals the old Realm King God. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for catching an ordinary Shaoxian peach, which can increase the lifespan by 10 years. Xiao Xian Tao, isn't this something from the immortal cultivation world? Yes, master. That system, can this god-level fishing rod catch the kind of medicine that grows 5 centimeters tall? I think this should be unlikely, but master, don't you have dragon balls? No, I'll just ask. After fishing for half a day, Sun Gohan collected the rod and left the spirit time house. Half a day passed inside the spirit time house, and only a few minutes passed outside. Fast forward to another year. Sun Wuxian is 3 years old, and now he doesn't need anything to bring at all, and he plays with Trunks every day. In this year's time, although Sun Wuhan's combat effectiveness has grown rapidly, it is still a little far from his small goal of 1 trillion yuan. At this time, Sun Wuhan Bun Mountain taught Sun Wuxian to cultivate. Poof! Sun Wuxian spat out several white ghosts from his mouth and turned into his appearance. And this trick is the gum ghost. Count. Sun Wuxian said after spitting out all the gum ghosts. 1 2 3 4. Very well, number 1, your target is a big rock in front. Yes. The number 1 gum ghost said, and immediately rushed towards a large rock in front of him. With a loud bang, the big stone was instantly blown to pieces. No 2, your target is the water hole in front. Yes. The gum ghost number 2 said, and immediately flew to the pool in front of him. With a loud bang, the sea exploded with a wave several feet high and a large number of fish. There are a lot of fish, brother. We can eat fish today. Sun Wuxian looked at the fried fish road. Sun Gohan laughed dryly after hearing this. This fish is really miserable, either caught by him or fried by Sun Wuxian. No 3, number 4, your target is the wild boar in front. Yes. When the 2 gum ghosts heard this, they immediately rushed towards the 2 wild boars that suddenly appeared. Rumble! Rumble! With 2 huge explosions, the flesh and blood of the 2 wild boars were blurred. Goten, don't blow up the wild boar. Oh, brother, let's pick up these fish, shall we? Good. Sun Gohan nodded. Back home, Sun Gohan and Sun Wuxian give the fried fish to Kiki. Gohan, where did you get this fish? Goten, fried. Fried. Fried? Yes, Gokuten is also a scion no matter what. That's right, but you have to look at Wuxiandian and don't let him hurt others. Sun Gohan nodded. At this moment, the sound of the system suddenly sounded in his ears. Ding! The system upgrade is completed, and the master's cultivation is doubled again. Double it, that means that the owner can now increase the combat power by doing a 1-finger push-up, and if it is under 1,000 times gravity, it is 60,000. 60,000, 10,000 a day is 600 million, 20,000 is 1.2 billion, 36 billion a month. Yes, master. 100 billion in 3 months, 400 billion in a year, take off. Yes, master, so you must redouble your cultivation. Now there are still 9 years before Beerus awakens, I can probably cultivate to about 4 trillion combat power, and the Super Saiyan 4 increases 8,000 to 20,000 times, then my combat power will be about 8 kings. The unit after 100 million is Zhao, the unit after trillion is Jing, and the unit after Beijing is 1 trillion equals 1 trillion, 10 trillion equals 1 Jing, and 10,000 Jing equals 1 Yi. After the fall, the ditch, the stream, the positive, and the load. The difference in each unit is 10,000 times. Afternoon. Sun Wuhan didn't take a long nap before he came to the gravity cultivation on Bun Mountain. Master, why did you come here so early today? Seeing this, Lugus said with some curiosity in her heart. In the past, Sun Gohan always came to cultivate at 2 o'clock, but today it was only 1:30. It's nothing, I just suddenly wanted to cultivate hard today. This way. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Bai Diary also came to Bun Mountain to cultivate. A year has passed, and her strength has grown a lot. Because of eating the fruit of the spirit tree, her current combat power has reached more than 1,500. Although it is still far from Lagos, it is already very strong. Bidalai, you're here. Bidalai nodded. Bidai, Master is a little strange today, he actually came to cultivate at 1:30. 1:30? Yes. Master usually comes over at 2 o'clock. Maybe it's because I didn't practice in the morning. By the way, Bidalai, has Master taught you some more powerful tricks recently? Nope. Bidalai shook her head. Sun Gohan actually wants to teach Bidai some powerful tricks, but her combat effectiveness is too low, and even if Sun Gohan teaches her now, she can't learn it. Time flickered, and 10 months passed in the blink of an eye. After 10 months of cultivation, Sun Wuhan's combat strength has reached 500 billion. Chapter 070. Seeing the old realm king god, Sun Wuhan suddenly looked at him with a smile on his face. Seeing Sun Wuhan's ill intentions, the expression of the old realm king god immediately became a little wary. Did you pull out the realm king Excalibur and save me? Do you think there is anyone else here besides me? And what's your name? My name is Sun Gohan. Sun Gohan. Sun Gohan nodded. Then did you already know that I was sealed in this sword? Yes. Then you saved me for another purpose, right? Sun Gohan nodded. So what do you want me to do for you? I want you to help me bring out the potential in my body and raise it to the maximum. The old realm king was shocked. How do you know that I have the potential to help people get out of my body? I know everything. After hearing this, the old realm king god looked disbelieving. Then can you help me bring out the potential in my body? The old realm king god looked at the 2 realm king divine swords that were broken on the ground, and nodded repeatedly. Help, help. But I help you bring out the potential in your body, it may take a day. Good. Sun Gohan said, and sat down on the grass beside him. Does this guy know what I'm going to do next? Seeing this, the old realm king god thought secretly in his heart. Isn't it going to start yet? This is the beginning, this is the beginning. By the way, is this place Earth? Yes. Oh. Then, Sun Wuhan put his hands in front of him under the orders of the old realm king god. The old world king god was circling around Sun Wuhan while reading some words that Sun Wuhan could not understand. Because it takes a day to improve his potential, Sun Gohan is sleepy and wants to nap after sitting for half a day. However, in order to be able to improve his strength, he had to continue to insist. As for the family, he has long left a doppelganger at home. The time of the day passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the afternoon of the next day. Aren't you okay? Sun Gohan looked at the sky and said. Just wait a little longer. The old world king god said while looking at the manga. After Sun Gohan listened, he immediately opened his character panel to take a look. Name, Sun Gohan. Age, 14. Gender, male. Combat power, 800 billion, mysterious state, can maintain 300 trillion combat power without changing into a Super Saiyan. 800 billion. Sun Gohan was immediately shocked after seeing his combat strength. He had cultivated for so many years to reach 500 billion, and this old realm king god helped him increase his combat power by 300 billion in one day. His ability is really more terrifying than expected. In the original Dragon Ball work, Sun Gohan's combat power was 80 billion at the beginning, but after the improvement of the old world king god, his strength reached 2000 billion. However, these 2000 billion are in a state of unchanged status as Super Saiyan. Once transformed, there is no way to maintain such a strong combat power. Simply put, it is an extreme state of immutability. Okay Gohan, I've helped you improve. Sun Gohan nodded and stood up from the ground. That Gohan. Can I go? Of course, do I want to send it to you? No need, I'll just go back by myself. After hearing this, the old realm king god waved his hand again and again. Yes. The old realm king god nodded, and with an instantaneous movement, returned to the realm king god realm. Sun Gohan chuckled, took out the Babel mirror with his right hand, and came to the spirit time room to sleep. Realm king god realm. Ever since the realm king Excalibur was taken away by Sun Gohan, the Eastern Realm King God and Jebet have been paying attention to the situation on Earth. Lord Realm King God, who is that old man wearing the uniform of the Realm King God? Could it be the Realm King God of other universes? I don't know. As soon as the words fell, a figure immediately appeared behind the two. This man was none other than the King God of the Old Realm. Who do you say is the King God of another universe? When the two heard this, they were immediately frightened and turned away. You are? I'm probably a Realm King God 15 generations ago before you. The old Realm King God said. 1. The God of the realm 15 generations ago. They too were shocked. Yes. The current Realm King God is really not as good as a generation, and I thought that the one who pulled out the Realm King Divine Sword would be a certain generation of Realm King God. Unexpectedly, not only did you not pull out the Realm King Excalibur, but you also let a human take the Realm King Excalibur away. Fortunately, that human being is not a bad person, otherwise I would have died at his hands. Yes. I'm sorry. After hearing this, the Eastern Realm King God looked ashamed. After hearing this, the old Realm King God snorted coldly and sat down on the grass on the side. That. Lord Ancestor, why are you in the Realm King Excalibur? Time flickered, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. After half a month of cultivation, Sun Wuhan's strength has improved a lot. Tonight happens to be the night of the full moon, so tonight Sun Gohan is ready to try on the night of the full moon to see if he can turn into Super Saiyan 4. At night, a full moon hangs above the sky. Sun Gohan stood in an empty area of Bunza Mountain, looking up at the sky. Boom! 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 When Sun Gohan saw the full moon in the sky, his heart immediately beat rapidly. Then, Sun Gohan's eyes turned blood red, and a large number of hairs grew all over his body at once, and his body grew taller and larger, transforming into a golden giant ape. Ugh! Sun Gohan roared loudly and stomped the ground with both feet. Master! At this moment, the system opened its mouth towards Sun Gohan. After hearing the sound of the system, Sun Gohan calmed down a little, but still roared loudly towards the sky. Master, Master, if you don't wake up again, the first in the universe will be snatched away by others. When Sun Gohan heard this, he immediately stopped roaring and looked straight ahead. Ugh! Suddenly, Sun Gohan grabbed the sky with both hands, and his whole body emitted a large amount of red aura. Rumble! At this time, several golden lightning bolts suddenly fell from the sky. Sun Gohan pressed his feet on the ground, and his whole body exuded an incomparably astonishing chi. Sun Gohan's body began to slowly shrink and change back to his human form. After a while, a man with red body hair covering his head, chest, palms, and soles of his feet, golden eyes, red eyelids and eye sockets, and a yellow pants on his lower body appeared on the ground. This person is none other than Sun Gohan, who has successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 4. After transforming into Super Saiyan 4, Sun Gohan's height is much taller than before, and his body has become a lot larger. Realm King God Realm. After the Eastern Realm King God felt Sun Wuhan's powerful chi, their faces showed a hint of disbelief. Is this guy a monster? His current chi is much stronger than he didn't know before. Jebet's body trembled slightly. Chapter 071. What's wrong, Trunks? Boomer saw that Trunks had been standing in a daze in the courtyard and asked. Didn't. Nothing, Mom. When Trunks listened, he immediately came to his senses. In my heart, I decided to talk about it another day. Oh! After hearing this, Boomer was half convinced in his heart. Afternoon. Sun Gohan asked Sun Goten to cultivate on his own, and he came to the place where Veget and W fought 3 years later through the Babel mirror. Because of the stealth technique, Veget, who had just merged, and Big Bu did not notice him. And the reason why Sun Gohan came here today is because he now controls Super Saiyan 4 and at least has some self-preservation ability. The second is because he wants to see Veget, and collect the energy of the cosmic seed by the way. Veget's strength as the king of Dragon Ball world B is not to be mentioned, but he is definitely the number 1 in the Dragon Ball world. As a Dragon Ball fan who has traveled to the Dragon Ball world, Sun Gohan naturally wants to meet this legendary King B. Goku. Realm King God Realm. The Eastern Realm King God was looking at Vegeta, who appeared extremely nervously at this moment. On Earth, Veget was now moving his hands and feet. It's amazing, it's even better than I thought. When Dabu, who condensed the energy wave, heard this, he immediately dissipated the energy wave in his hand. Looks like you're scared too, aren't you? Veget said, swinging his right palm forward, and an incomparably fierce wind immediately came from his hand. Because Dabu did not dodge, his face was directly cut. Well, in fact, you have nothing to be afraid of. Big Bu snorted coldly, allowing the wound on his face to recover. Since it is a combination of Kakarot and Vegeta, let's call it Veget. I was still worried about what would happen. But it looks good. Okay, let's keep fighting. Dabu, so it is, but do you think that after you are combined, you can win me? When Veget heard this, he smiled and beckoned to Big Bu. When Dabu saw Veget's provocation, he immediately gritted his teeth angrily in his heart. Veget smiled and waved to Big Bu. How dare you toy with me? Big Bu shouted angrily, and quickly rushed towards Veget. Hey, just! As Big Bu was about to rush in front of Veget, Vegeta bounced and flew behind Big Bu, and then quickly turned around and kicked towards Big Bu with his right foot. At this time, Dabu's body turned around, and his face was just kicked by Veget's right foot. Ugh! Dabu screamed, a lot of saliva was kicked out of his mouth, and his head fell down. Bang! Veget's right foot kicked hard towards Big Bu's body, and Big Bu's body immediately fell down quickly. Hey! Just as Big Bu was about to fall to the ground, Big Bu clenched his hands into fists, stopped in the sky, and then quickly rushed towards Veget. Soon, Big Bu rushed in front of Veget, punching Veget's face with both fists. Bang bang! Big Bu punched Veget's face. Then, he quickly circled behind Veget and kicked his right foot hard at his back. With a bang, a billowing smoke immediately rose from the ground. Dabu's hands gathered a large wave of energy and threw it towards the ground. With a bang, energy waves exploded on the ground. The ground was immediately blown out of a deep pit tens of meters deep. Veget smiled and stood in the pit, looking at Big Bu in the sky. Seeing this, Dabu gritted his teeth angrily. Sun Gohan looked at the battle between the two and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. King B is King B, these lines alone are enough for me to learn. That system, are you helping me record? Already recording the master. It really hurt just now. Veget grabbed the shoulder of his right hand with his left hand and said. Is it? But just now, I still deliberately showed mercy to my subordinates. After hearing this, Dabu also pretended to be B. Ugh! Big Bu said, his hands stretched downwards and grabbed Veget. Veget jumped on both feet and rushed towards Big Bu. Seeing this, the tentacles on his head flicked forward, wrapping up Veget's right foot. Veget was taken aback. At this time, Big Bu flicked his head, spun Veget down a few times, and threw him hard towards the ground. Rumble! Veget's body slammed into the mountain in front of him. The ground was immediately kicked up by a large cloud of sand. How? You're not going to die because of this bit of force, are you? Seeing this, Debu said a little proudly in his heart. As soon as the words fell, the ground immediately emitted several golden rays of light, directly blowing up the large stones that pressed on Veget's body. Veget appeared and pressed his hand on his shoulder. Well, the warm-up exercise is almost done. Bu snorted coldly, with a hint of anticipation on his face. Although Veget's strength is very strong, it makes him very unhappy in his heart. But he, like Monkey King and them, also likes to fight. It's just that he fights with others, and he can only win because his heart cannot accommodate others who are stronger than him. I'm sorry, I haven't gotten used to this body just now, but don't worry, I will definitely fight you seriously now. That couldn't be better. If you die like this, you will live up to my expectations of you. Big Bu said with a smile. The show is now officially on. Veget said confidently loudly. After speaking, the two immediately made a gesture of battle. Boom! Veget stepped both feet and flew towards the sky. Hey, just! As Veget flew not high, his figure suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Debu. Debu was startled, and before his body could react, he saw a huge fist coming towards him. Bang! Veget's right fist slammed into Big Bu's face. Big Bu was immediately beaten and spat out, and his head was hit to the left. Veget took advantage of this opportunity and punched hard into Big Bu's face with both fists. Bang bang! Debu's face was beaten and his body was beaten back. Bang! At this moment, Veget kicked forward with both feet and kicked Big Bu out. Hey! Veget's hands gathered a blue wave of energy and hit the Big Bu who was flying upside down. Rumble! With a huge explosion, the energy wave exploded in the sky and emitted an incomparably dazzling bright light in the sky. Immediately a large amount of smoke appeared in the sky. Big Bu's body fell from the smoke, and one of his arms and lower body were blown off, looking extremely embarrassed. Well! Attaboy! Debu said angrily. Lord Old Realm King God is really right, the power after the combination is too great. Chapter 072. After hearing this, Debu immediately recovered his body. That's right. Veget laughed. Then, as in the original book, the two officially began to fight. Because Son Gohan wanted to collect energy, he left this spacetime and returned to the main spacetime after seeing Vegeta being absorbed by Dabu. This time, the cosmic seed collected a total of 0.5% of the energy. This means that a grade of Dabu can only produce 0.5% of the energy. It seems that if you want to collect the energy of the universe seed as soon as possible, you must watch the battle of the Super 4th level. Son Gohan said, and the first thing that came to mind was Broly. Broly is a legendary Super Saiyan, so he was born with great combat power. In the theatrical version of Dragon Ball Super, although Broly did not practice much, he still crushed Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Although there are still more than 10 years before the appearance of the Dragon Ball theatrical version of Broly, no one guarantees that the current Broly does not have the strength of the 4th level. But now it's not early, even if Son Gohan really wants to find Broly, it will be tomorrow. The next morning, Sun Wuhan asked Sun Wushan to cultivate on their own on the grounds that something happened. The universe, a planet with an extremely harsh living environment. At this time, there was a 13 or 14-year-old boy, walking on the windswept land. This person is none other than Son Gohan. And this planet with an extremely harsh living environment is Broly's banished planet Wampa. It seems that Broly's strong combat effectiveness may also have a little to do with the environment of this planet. Son Gohan looked around and said. Afterwards, he took out the Babel mirror. Through the Babel mirror, Son Gohan sees a man who looks similar to Vegeta. The man's name is Reg, a character from the Dragon Ball fandom Dragon Ball New Era, Vegeta's older brother, who was born with a combat power of 50,000. King Vegeta, fearing that Reg would threaten his status when he grew up, banished him to the planet Bembi. The Reg that Son Gohan saw was the Reg of this time and space. As for Reg in Dragon Ball New Era, it appeared after the end of GT. The age difference between the two is at least more than 20 years. However, although Reg is young now, he also has a very strong scion bloodline like Broly. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Reg to transform into Super Race 5 without any strict cultivation. Son Gohan originally wanted to fight Broly by himself yesterday, but he thought about it carefully. Broly's strength is still uncertain, so he might as well find someone to help him test the waters. Broly's father, Paragus, hated Vegeta's father, King Vegeta, very much. If it weren't for King Vegeta, they wouldn't have been trapped in Wampa for decades. That's why Son Gohan thought of Vegeta's brother Reg. At the beginning, Son Gohan was not sure if there was a Reg in this world. After all, Reg is just a character from a fanart. But fortunately, he has the Babel mirror, and if he wants to find someone, as long as he looks for it through the Babel mirror, he can also find it. If the Babel mirror cannot be found, it means that there is no such person in this world. I don't know, which of the two of them will be stronger. Son Gohan looked at Reg in the mirror and used invisibility to make his body invisible. Then, he reached out and grabbed Reg in the Babel mirror. Because Son Gohan's hands were invisible, Reg didn't notice anything, and was pulled to Wampa Star by Son Gohan. By the time Reg noticed it, he had already appeared in Wampa. This? Where is this? Reg looked around with a confused expression. He had just seen the scenery, and how he came to this windswept place in a blink of an eye. Reg thought for a moment and flew around. He found that the survival here was not only bad, but also had many terrifying creatures. Of course, these creatures pose no threat to him. Hey! After flying for a while, Reg suddenly saw a tall and burly man fighting with a group of spiders about the size of rabbits. This man is none other than Broly. Scion. When Reg saw Broly's tail, he immediately flew down. At this time, Broly also solved the battle and looked at the falling Reg. You are? Hello, my name is Reg, can you tell me what place this is? This is Wampa Star. Broly replied. Isn't that a planet with extremely harsh living conditions? Broly nodded. And what's your name? How did you come to this planet? Broly. After hearing this, Broly was about to answer, but suddenly heard a shout in the distance. Broly. Reg looked in the direction of the voice and saw a middle-aged man who was a little lame. This man is none other than Broly's father, Paragus. Vegeta. When Paragus saw Reg's appearance, he mistook him for Vegeta. Vegeta. Reg was banished to planet Bambi before Vegeta was born, so he didn't know he had a younger brother. However, Vegeta's name was only one word away from King Vegeta's, so Reg wondered if Paragus recognized him as King Vegeta. After a while, Paragus came to Broly's side. Father. Paragus nodded and looked at Reg. Broly, who is he? He said his name was Reg and I just met him. Reg. Paragus was taken aback. Paragath, as a former subordinate of King Vegeta, had also heard of Reg. Reg is King Vegeta's first son, but for unknown reasons, King Vegeta sent him to the uninhabited planet Bambi. Although there are no humans on planet Bambi, the living environment is not bad. And King Vegeta also banished a female scion to that planet, so that Reg could spread her leaves. And this female scion is none other than Reg's wife, Supri. You know me? Reg looked at the surprised expression on Paragus' face and said. Paragath nodded. I used to be your father's subordinate. Is it? So how did you two show up here? All this is not thanks to your father. Paragus said angrily. By my father. That's right, Broly had a combat power of 10,000 when he was just born, and your father, King Vegeta, feared that Broly would pose a threat to him when he grew up, so he banished him to this planet. And I am also here to save Broly, which is why I am trapped on this planet with Broly. Combat power 10,000. Paragath nodded. Chapter 073. Reg, although I don't know why you were banished to planet Bambi by your father, but you were met by us today, then don't think about leaving here today. Reg sneered. Why do you want to make a move on me? To tell you the truth, the reason why King Vegeta banished me to planet Bambi in the first place was because I had a combat power of 50,000 as soon as I was born. 50,000. Paragus was flabbergasted. There are still some doubts about this in my heart. Why don't you believe it? Humph. Paragus snorted coldly. Even if your combat power is really 50,000 when you are born, Broly, he is a legendary Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. When Reg heard this, he immediately burst out laughing. Then you think I'm not? You're a Super Saiyan too. Yes. Broly was born with only 10,000 combat powers, and he can be a Super Saiyan. Why can't I be a Super Saiyan? When Paragas heard this, his face changed drastically. At this moment, the corners of Reg's mouth raised slightly. Broly is good, if you are willing to be my subordinates, I cannot kill you. Don't kill us. When Paragus heard this, his heart immediately became extremely angry. At first, he did his best for King Vegeta, but because his son Broly was more effective than Vegeta's, Broly was banished to this planet by him. Now, King Vegeta's son Reg wants their father and son to serve him, and he naturally can't agree. Why don't you want to? Reg looked at Paragus with a cold expression. That's right, since the moment your father, King Vegeta, banished Broly to Wumpa Star, it will be impossible for me to serve your family anymore. Paragath said, immediately shouting at Broly. Broly, kill him for me. Father. When Broly heard this, his heart immediately hesitated. Reg chuckled, clenched his right hand into a fist, and swung it towards Broly. Boom! Broly raised his arms forward and took a few steps back. Seeing this, Paragus immediately retreated to the side. Both of them are very strong, any punch can kill him, if he doesn't hide farther, isn't it equivalent to looking for death? Fighting! Son Gohan, who had been watching the situation of the three people with the Babel mirror, immediately used the Babel mirror after seeing the two fighting, and came to the distance of Paragus. Because Son Gohan was still invisible, none of them found Son Gohan in Paragus. Son Gohan looked at Paragus, and couldn't help but think of the performance where River Lisa killed Paragus in the Dragon Ball theatrical version. Broly was also completely out of control precisely because of the death of Paragus. So when Son Gohan saw Paragus, he also had some thoughts in his heart about killing Paragus. But the thought of him being decent suppressed the idea. He looked at Reg and Broly. At this time, the two were looking at each other with serious expressions. After the temptation just now, Reg already believed what Paragus said. Just now, although he simply threw a punch. But the power of that punch was enough to kill a superior warrior in seconds. Suddenly, Reg said with a hint of a smile. Interesting, I haven't fought anyone since I was born, and I didn't expect that as soon as I left planet Bambi, I would run into a Super Saiyan. Ha! Reg said, clasping his hands hard and transforming into a Super Saiyan. Ultra! Super Saiyan! Paragus was taken aback. He had seen Broly transform into a Super Saiyan. But that was when Broly was out of control. And this Reg can actually transform into a Super Saiyan without losing control. However, Reg and Broly's Super Saiyan seem to be different. After Broly transforms into a Super Saiyan, although his hair is blonde, his breath is green. Boom! Just as Paragus was thinking, Reg clenched his fists with both hands and rushed towards Broly. Soon, Reg rushed in front of Broly, punching and kicking at Broly like lightning. Hey! Because Broly was not ready in his heart, his body was directly beaten by Reg and kept retreating. Broly! Seeing this, a hint of worry immediately rose in Paragus' heart. Bang! At this moment, Reg clenched his right fist hard and knocked Broly back hundreds of meters away. Hey! Reg gathered a wave of golden energy forward with both hands and hit Broly. Seeing this, Broly immediately raised his arms forward. Rumble! With a huge explosion, energy waves exploded on the ground. The ground was immediately kicked off by a large cloud of sand and smoke. Broly! Paragus shouted. Ha! At this moment, there was a roar like a beast in the thick smoke. A green aura rose, blowing away the smoke around it. Reg was taken aback. At this time, a huge deep pit appeared in the ground, and Broly's body was extremely fast, and he rushed towards Reg. Because Broly's speed was too fast, before Reg's body could react, his face was hit hard by Broly's right fist that rushed towards him, and a mouthful of bitter water came out of his mouth. Ugh! Broly let out a loud roar and quickly punched Reg in the face with both fists. Bang bang! Broly punched Reg more than 10 times in a row. Well done, Broly! Paragus said happily. Bang! At this moment, Broly clenched his right fist hard and hit Reg's abdomen hard. Reg screamed loudly, and his body flew out upside down and crashed into a large mountain behind him. Well done Broly, what a genius with a combat power of 50,000 at birth, the strength is no more than that. Abominable! At this moment, Reg clenched his hands into fists, and his whole body exuded an incomparably powerful chi. The mountain behind Reg collapsed under the influence of Reg's breath. What? What the? When? Paragus, who was originally elated, saw this scene, his face immediately changed. At this moment, Reg transforms into Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4. Seeing this, the invisible Son Gohan was slightly startled in his heart. Although he knew that Reg's talent was strong, he didn't expect it to be so strong. Reg is now at most 40 years old. At the age of 40, without any cultivation, he can transform into Super Saiyan 4. This is definitely a genius among geniuses. This. What is it? Paragus exclaimed. This is called Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4. That's right, I just transformed into a Super Saiyan. I just wanted to test Broly's strength, but I didn't expect Broly's strength to be a little beyond my expectations. But it's just some, if you change your mind now, I may be able to spare your lives. Chapter 075. After hearing this, Paragus gritted his teeth tightly. Reg, don't be too proud, Broly, he hasn't transformed into a Super Saiyan yet. That's what you said too. Reg looked at Broly. Super Saiyans have always been legends among us Saiyans, so I also want to see which of our two legendary Super Saiyans is stronger. When Paragus heard this, he immediately looked at Broly. Broly, you will go all out later, or we will both die at his hands. I know father. Broly nodded. Reg sneered, and his body came to Broly's body in a blink of an eye, and his fists and feet were like light, attacking Broly. Hey! Boom! Boom! Because Reg's punches and kicks were too fast, Broly didn't have time to see Reg's movements, and his body was attacked by Reg. Bang! After a burst of attacks, Reg gripped hard and hit Broly his abdomen. Broly screamed loudly, spitting out a large mouthful of bitter water. At this time, Reg lifted his right foot hard and kicked Broly's body out. With a loud bang, Broly slammed into a mountain behind him. The ground around the mountain was immediately kicked up by a large cloud of sand. Reg snorted coldly, condensed a golden energy wave in his right hand, and attacked towards the mountain. Rumble! With a huge explosion, the mountain was shattered, and the ground was immediately set off a large cloud of dust and smoke. When the dust cleared, a huge deep pit appeared in the ground. Broly gasped and stood in the pit angrily in his heart. Reg sneered and was about to continue attacking Broly. Ha! Broly suddenly shook his hands hard and drank heavily. Suddenly, an incomparably powerful aura emanated from his body. The surrounding ground was affected by Broly's breath, and immediately shook violently. The ground beneath Broly's feet immediately shattered. Green. Green gas. Reg looked at the green aura rising from Broly's body, and his face immediately showed a hint of surprise. Ha! At this moment, Broly's body muscles swelled, his pupils turned golden, and his hair stood on end. And this form is Broly's great ape form. Simply put, Broly stored the power of the great ape in human form. After transforming into the humanoid giant ape form, Broly immediately stopped lifting his chi. The strongest form he can control now is this form. Isn't it a Super Saiyan? Reg saw Broly's great ape form and was slightly disappointed. Originally, he thought that Broly would transform into a Super Saiyan to fight him. But unexpectedly, Broly still did not transform into a Super Saiyan to fight him. Look down on me. Thinking of this, Reg rushed towards Broly with great displeasure in his heart. Broly clenched his hands into fists and greeted him. Hey! Soon, the two rushed to each other at the same time, and fierce fights were together. The ground was immediately kicked up with patches of sand. Wherever the two passed, the rocks around them were shattered. Bang! At this moment, Reg clenched his right fist hard and punched Broly hundreds of meters away. Broly stepped on both feet hard, and when he stopped his footing, he immediately rushed towards Reg like a fierce beast. Reg sneered and fired dozens of energy waves at Broly with both hands. Ha! Broly shouted, dodging as he rushed forward at full speed. Rumble! 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 The energy waves from Reg's attack fell around Broly, exploding one after another, generating a large amount of smoke on the ground. At this moment, Broly rushed in front of Reg, his fists and feet like light, and attacked Reg. Reg clenched his hands into fists and attacked Broly. Soon, the two fought fiercely together on the ground again. Bang! Reg clenched his right fist hard and knocked Broly into the mountain behind him. Broly! Seeing this, a look of worry immediately rose in Paraga's heart. At this moment, Reg's right hand was raised upwards, and a large energy wave condensed in his hand and hit Broly. Broly! Seeing this, Paragas immediately roared loudly at Broly. Ugh! Broly looked at the incoming energy wave, and his face immediately showed a trace of fear. With a loud bang, Broly's mountain suddenly collapsed with the powerful force of the energy wave, and Broly's body was directly pushed out by the energy wave. Broly! Paragas shouted. Ugh! Just when the energy wave was about to explode, Broly looked at the energy wave in front of him, and his brain suddenly roared as if he had been stimulated by something. Boom! Broly's body exuded an incomparably powerful chi, his hair and eyebrows turned blonde, his pupils disappeared, and he lost his mind. This is exactly the legendary Super Saiyan. Finally transformed. Seeing this, Reg's eyes froze slightly. Ha! At this moment, Broly shouted, and his whole body emitted an extremely powerful chi, directly dissolving the energy of the energy wave. Reg snorted coldly, and the figure immediately flashed in front of Broly. Ha! Broly was out of control at this time. He looked at Reg who suddenly appeared, and immediately clenched his fist and attacked Reg. Reg clenched his fists with both hands and also attacked Broly. Hey! Boom! Boom! With one earth-shattering sound, the two of them fought in the sky like lines. A large number of golden and green circles immediately appeared in the sky. These circles are all generated by the collision of the breath of the two bodies. Hey! Because Broly's body is out of control, he has no concept of pain, so with every attack of Reg, he can make a powerful counterattack under the pain. Abominable! Reg looked at the out-of-control Broly, his body immediately flew towards the sky, and his hands launched a large number of energy waves like arrows, attacking Broly. After Broly's transformation, his strength was no weaker than him. Coupled with the injury-for-injury style of play, Reg would have won miserably even if he ended up. Ha! Broly looked at the energy wave coming from the attack, dodged and rushed towards Reg while firing energy waves at Reg with his right hand. Hey! Rumble! Rumble! With one huge explosion after another, the energy waves of the two hit together in the sky. Immediately the sky was filled with smoke from a large explosion. Reg gritted his teeth, stopped his air wave attack with both hands, and rushed towards Broly. Hey! Boom! Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Rumble!